everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
League of Legends: The Bastard Prince of Demacia, Chapter 101, Chapter 101 to 150. So this is a really important life lesson. 2936 words linking it to the physiognomist skill he'd gained today. Luke suspected that was the reason. Because among the techniques a physiognomist had, there was one especially crucial ability: reading expressions. Put simply, even the tiniest change in someone's face was enough for him to pick up their mood. And if you were really good at it, a single look was all it took. He'd understand immediately. In other words, Luke's physiognomist skill was basically a level 6, read the room, ability. For example, just from Lux's tense expression right now, Luke could tell she was currently trading blows with a complete newbie who had only just learned Gamoku, and she was even close to losing. Just then, Yerna came over with a tray, several cups of steaming tea resting on it. She set it down on the table in front of Sona. Sona gave her a small nod of thanks, then her attention settled on the tea. She was the type who enjoyed tea in general. The moment she caught the aroma drifting through the air, she knew this wasn't an ordinary brew. She lifted the cup, gently blew across the surface, then took a small sip. Her eyes immediately brightened. Setting the cup down, she looked at Luke, curiosity in her gaze. This wasn't simply good. With just that first sip, she felt like every tea she'd ever had before didn't even deserve to be compared to it. Noticing what she meant, Luke smiled. It's called smoky Earl Grey tea. Sona nodded as if she liked the name. That move doesn't count. Once you place a piece, you don't take it back. Give me one more chance. Faced with Kahina's firm refusal, Lux weakly let her hand fall and stared at the board at her defeated position. It was hard to believe she couldn't even beat a beginner. Luke took another sip of tea, quietly amused. With skill like that, this little blonde was never going to surpass him in this lifetime. She couldn't even beat a newbie, and she always wanted to undo her moves. She was basically the shame of Gamoku. When she turned back and caught Luke's contemptuous look, Lux's eyes instantly ignited with boundless fighting spirit. She shouted and immediately started the second round. With the board occupied, there was no way for Luke to play go with Sona for the time being. Sona was savoring her tea. She sat there calmly, posture graceful, expression gentle, beautiful like a painting. Luke didn't disturb her. He turned around and lay back down in the rocking chair, staring up at the sky in a daze. He didn't even feel bored. With a light breeze brushing past, everything felt peaceful and unhurried. Sona lifted her gaze slightly, watching Luke as he spaced out. From him, she sensed a calm warmth like sunlight quietly spreading across the ground, without a hint of noise. Like a spring breeze across the face, just feeling it was enough to make her comfortable. Even her own heart seemed to be affected, becoming gentle and quiet along with him. In her life, she'd met plenty of people whose hearts were like this, but usually she could only sense it. Rarely could she be pulled into the same state of mind. Only with Luke did it happen. She was drawn in as well, sharing that softness and peace with him. And the only similar case she could think of was Lady Crownguard. That was the brightest light she'd ever seen in her life. Lux's heart matched her innocent, lively exterior, pure, brimming with energy. It shone brilliantly, warm and radiant. Wrapped in that cozy light, you could feel her kindness and gentleness. But deep inside her heart, there was a place hidden so well that light couldn't reach it. Uncertainty. Those were the things Lady Crownguard kept buried. Sona had sensed it long ago, and she understood where those emotions came from. But there was nothing she could do. Beyond sensing it, she couldn't truly help Lady Crownguard in any other way. This was a gift Sona had been born with. From the day she was born, she couldn't make a sound. But gradually, she discovered she could feel other people's hearts. Every heart was different, some warm like sunlight, some cold like ice, some blazing like fire, some withered like dry hay. And from the emotions in a person's heart, she could hear their voices. Of course, she couldn't literally hear inner thoughts. Emotions didn't become words. She could only sense them. Then, through those emotions, she tried to understand until it became something like a voice. I'm so happy. I'm so excited. I'm so sad. I'm so upset. I'm in so much pain. At first, she could only grasp the most basic ones. But as she grew older, she could read more and more. Those emotions were like lines of text, carried to her ears, carried to her heart. With her gift, she wove those emotions into melodies, so that the music she played could soothe others. Even if the melody was the same, what each person felt would be different because the piece was woven together from their hearts as well. But as beautiful as this ability seemed, it had a flaw. Sona couldn't choose whether to turn it on. So wherever she went, everyone's emotions flooded into her ears like a storm: pain, joy, sorrow, grief. She couldn't choose not to listen. And yet, she still hoped her music could help people. She actively held performances, maybe tucked away in some corner among ordinary folk, maybe on a street somewhere, or in a bright, spacious concert hall. No matter which performance it was, no matter who her audience was, she treated it seriously. It wasn't that she liked being where there were fewer people. It was that in places with fewer people, there were far fewer voices for her to hear. So outside of performances, most of the time, she preferred being alone. Over the years, her music had redeemed countless people, yet no one had ever truly understood her heart. Until that day, at a royal banquet. She met Luke. There were too many voices in the hearts of nobles, too messy. She hated that kind of environment. But as she was leaving, within that endless chaos, she sensed Luke's one single thread among countless others, and from it, she heard a kind of voice she had never heard before. She was certain she had never seen Luke in her life. And yet from that voice, she felt Luke was the person in the world who understood her best, who could understand her most. It was unbelievably strange. So she kept thinking about it, wanting to see Luke again, wanting to confirm whether what she'd heard that day was real. This second meeting only made her more curious. Once again, she felt that understanding. When he saw her, his heart was gentle, holding her with quiet acceptance. Right now, as she studied his handsome profile, his clear eyes fixed on the sky, his hair swaying slightly with the breeze, he looked like he was seriously thinking about something. Sona couldn't help but wonder, what could he possibly be thinking about at a time like this? What could be so important that he'd think about it so earnestly? So she focused and listened more closely, and several voices drifted to her. They say walnuts are good for your brain, but if a walnut gets caught in a door, is it still good for your brain? They say organ meat is good for the matching organ, but if the animal's organ is weak, does it still help? When people walk, do they step with the left foot first or the right foot? If I punch myself and die, does that mean I'm too strong or too weak? Looking at Luke's serious face as he lay there, Sona blinked, and then she couldn't hold it in any more. She burst out laughing. Hearing the sound, Luke turned his head, puzzled, staring at Sona as she covered her mouth, shoulders shaking. What's wrong? Sona held back her laughter and signed a few gestures. What were you thinking about just now? Luke put on a serious expression, gazed deep as he stared at the sky. I was reflecting on some very important life philosophy. Sona instantly lost it again. She shook even harder, to the point her chest swayed with it. Her stomach even started to hurt from laughing. So that's it, whether a door-pinched walnut still helps your brain. That was important life philosophy. Luke scratched his head, completely failing to understand why Sona's laugh threshold was this low. Ha 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 ha. You seriously think you can beat me? I was just letting you in earlier. At that moment, Lux's smug, triumphant voice came from over there. Hands on her hips, she looked ridiculously proud. Clearly, she'd gotten her face back. Meanwhile, her opponent, Kahina, lowered her head and sighed. Yeah. If she hadn't seen Lux looking like she was about to cry earlier, she definitely wouldn't have deliberately thrown it. Lux, riding the momentum, declared again. Kahina didn't want to keep playing with the shame of Gamoku. Didn't your sister want to play Go? Aren't you curious what Go even is? Oh, right. Lux seemed to remember. So the two girls brought the board back over again. Seeing that, Luke stood up from the rocking chair, sat down properly, and prepared to show off. His board was carved to match a Go board, 19 lines vertically, and 19 horizontally. 19 by 19 made 361 intersections. The rules and gameplay in Ionia were basically the same. Sona hadn't played Go in years, but her memories of Ionia were vivid. Even if she'd only played as a child, she still understood the basic rules. You go first, Luke said confidently. He wasn't a true master of Go, but casually crushing a beginner. That he could do. Sona nodded, took a white stone, and placed it in the upper right corner of the board. Lux and Kahina dragged over small chairs to watch from the side, showing intense interest in Go. But as the game reached the halfway point, that interest gradually faded. Luke explained the rules while he played. But even if they heard him, when they watched the two of them actually playing, they were still completely lost. Lux strongly rejected any game that would melt her brain. She stood up, grabbed Kahina, and ran off. One look at their direction, and it was clearly the basement. Sure enough, not long after, the two of them came back happily carrying ice-cold cola and ice cream, sat down off to the side, and ate while chatting. Just then, Fiora came out from the backyard. Her expression was crisp and refreshed, the restlessness in her heart had finally settled. After imagining the training dummy was Luke and hacking at it a few times, her mood really did improve a lot. When she spotted Sona, she greeted her with some surprise. Sona, good afternoon. She wasn't very familiar with Sona, they'd only met a few times, but she loved Sona's music. She'd just never had a chance to really get to know her. She hadn't expected to see her here. Sona looked over and smiled, inclining her head slightly in greeting. Are you playing Gamoku? Fiora asked. Go, Luke answered. Fiora's gaze fell on the board. With black stones and white stones everywhere, it indeed didn't look like Gamoku. She became interested in Go. But similarly, after watching for a while, her head started to ache too. Gamoku alone already made her feel like her brain couldn't keep up. Now there was Go too. Fiora wanted to refuse, but she still watched patiently. This round of Go ended with Sona, naturally, losing to Luke. She looked a little regretful. Luke said, for a beginner, you're already really impressive. Go had far more variation than Gamoku. It really did filter people out. Even though Luke had put on a little performance, in the end the girls unanimously concluded that Go wasn't as fun as Gamoku. And Luke, after that one game, was forcefully chased away by Fiora. Fiora turned to Sona and invited her, I'll teach you Gamoku. Sona nodded, agreeing. So the two of them ignored Luke entirely and began their Gamoku match. Luke, once again, had nothing to do. He flopped back into the rocking chair and muttered to himself, with this many people, it feels like we could host a full dominoes table. What are dominoes? Lux's ears were sharp. The moment she heard the keyword, she scooted over, eyes full of curiosity. Luke glanced at her and replied casually, a game where you find order inside random chaos. Lux blinked. Is it fun? Luke said, I'm not sure you'd understand it. Lux instantly bristled. Who are you looking down on? I want to play it right now. Even if you want to, you can't. Making a set is a pain. Luke thought about it and figured he could have novice commission a set of dominoes. There were more people in the courtyard now. It really would be nice to enrich the selection of games. Yeah, getting a dominoes set made could be added to the agenda. Lux, bored from sitting around, asked again, then is there anything else fun right now? After thinking, Luke sat up. Lux immediately asked, what is it? Yurna, bring out that deck of cards from the living room cabinet. Luke turned and instructed Yurna. Not long after, Yurna brought out the deck Lux had left at Luke's place last time. The moment they saw the cards, Lux and Kahina both shuddered. They'd already remembered the last time, and the knuckle flick punishment, and their trauma instantly resurfaced. "We're not playing that one again. Don't be scared." Seeing how timid they looked, Luke chuckled. "Today I'm teaching you a game called Beat the House." Only then did the two girls relax. The rules of Beat the House were simple and easy to understand. Basically, big cards beat small cards, but compared to their previous game, there were lots of new twists. And unlike that other game, this one let you openly play 2-on-1. Lux and Kahina understood quickly. They exchanged a look, remembering how even teaming up last time hadn't been enough to beat Luke. Now their eyes burned with a thirst for revenge. Of course, they still needed a couple of warm-up rounds first. Once they fully grasped the gameplay and rules, Lux immediately felt like she was back on top. "We can set the punishment now." Cards weren't like Gamoka. She'd never played Gamoka before, so of course she lacked experience. But playing cards? Before she'd ever met Luke, she'd been known as the undefeated king. Her experience bar was maxed out. And this Beat the House game was ridiculously simple. Luke thought for a moment. Knuckle flick. No, I don't think that punishment means anything. The moment those 3 words came out, the two girls shook their heads so hard they looked like rattles. That thing had left an awful shadow in their hearts. They never wanted to have anything to do with knuckle flicks again as long as they lived. "Then we'll do the simplest thing, money." "You've got money, right?" Luke didn't really care either way. He smiled. 1 point equals 1 silver coin. Bombs double. A sweep and a reverse sweep double. Fine. They agreed immediately. As long as it wasn't knuckle flicks, Lux and Kahina had no objections. And so Beat the House officially began. Hand after hand, the 3 of them got more and more into it, and naturally, the emotions ran higher and higher. Like right now -A2. Lux confidently slapped a 2 on the table, then smugly announced her hand like she was already victorious. "I've only got a pair of 3s left." "You already played the big joker, which means the small joker has to be with Kahina." "If I were you, I'd just..." Before her taunt even finished, she saw a cruel curve form at the corner of Luke's mouth. He pulled out a card and tossed it onto the table. "Small joker." The next second, Luke stood up, looking down at the dumbfounded Lux like a monarch. His hands moved in a blur as he slapped down 4 cards. 3 with 1 now, call it. This sudden, heated moment even drew Fiora and Sona's attention from the other side. They looked over, confused why Luke was so worked up. Lux stared at Kahina in disbelief. Kahina shrank her neck, helpless. Luke continued, slapping down 5 cards. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, keep calling. Call it. Pair of 10s out. That's 3 silver each. Pay up. Luke held out his hand, completely pleased with himself, even flicking a glance at Lux, who was still stunned. The 2 girls took out 3 silver and handed it over. Seeing Luke's smug expression made them furious. It was only a small amount of money, but the fact it made this guy so proud was infuriating. Lux sighed, full of regret. "If I'd known, I would have just played the pair of 3s first." If she hadn't been trying to humiliate him, she could have dumped the pair earlier, and hoped Kahina would help cover her. Instead, Luke turned around and pulled out the small joker, and she ended up humiliating herself. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. I still prefer the wild, unruly you from the beginning. 2961 words by now. A pretty decent pile of money won from the 2 girls was already stacked in front of Luke. This time, of course, he hadn't cheated because he realized that against these 2 idiots, there was simply no need. He only had to put in the slightest effort, and that was already their limit. After that, an interested Fiora and Sona also joined in Beat the House. The five of them rotated back and forth between two games Gamoku and beat the house. By the time night fell, Luke had already won nearly 30 gold coins. The four of them kept winning and losing among themselves, but in the end, the money all flowed into his pocket. It felt amazing. I'm done. You're all way too bad. Luke stood up to cook, and before leaving, he didn't forget to roast them one more time. Ignoring the four irritated stares burning into his back, he walked into the kitchen. There were quite a few people for dinner tonight, so prep took a bit longer. While he cooked, Lux and the others caught the aroma drifting out through the house, and their stomachs started protesting early. When a table full of dishes finally appeared in the dining room, every second of waiting suddenly felt worth it. Dinner was lavish. Luke made 6 hot dishes, 2 cold dishes, and 2 soups. For Sona, tasting Luke's cooking for the first time, the smell alone had already made her hungry. And the moment the food hit her tongue, her eyes lit up again, completely conquered in an instant. She lifted her gaze and sneaked a look at Luke, her eyes sparkling. Luke had surprised her so many times today. And she wanted to understand him even more. After the meal, the 6 of them fully demonstrated what it meant to leave nothing behind. There wasn't even a sip of soup left. Sona didn't usually eat much, yet even she ate about twice her normal amount tonight, maybe even more. Once she was full, she leaned back in her chair, patted her slightly rounded belly, and let out a long sigh. She'd already decided she was going to slim down, so what was she supposed to do now? Humans, sometimes, were easily satisfied. When their appetite was satisfied, their stomachs were full, and their whole body finally loosened up. Over the next stretch of time, a feeling called happiness would quietly rise in their chest. Like right now. The 3 of them who were full sprawled out in their rocking chairs, appreciating the night view. The sky had gone dark, stars blinking to life one by one, and a bright moon hung along the horizon, painting the moment with a kind of quiet poetry. None of them spoke. No one wanted to break the stillness. It felt like time itself had become beautiful. Because the Buvel family had a strict curfew, Sona and Kahina left after dinner, saying their goodbyes. Inside the carriage on the way home, Kahina looked at her sister's profile, and couldn't help asking, "Sister, what kind of person do you think His Highness is?" Sona thought for a moment, then smiled and signed a few gestures. "He's a really interesting person. Being around him makes you feel safe." Kahina often mentioned Luke at home, and every time her sister spoke his name, Sona could feel joy and happiness in her heart. That was when Sona's curiosity about Luke truly started to grow. After spending a full day with him today, she arrived at that conclusion. His Highness really was an interesting man. I think so too. Hearing her sister's opinion, Kahina smiled happily. Racing the clock before curfew, Fiora returned home. She assumed her parents were probably already asleep. But the moment she stepped inside, she saw the living room lights still on, and then she saw her mother's severe expression. "Why have you been coming home so late every day lately?" Alma looked at Fiora with displeasure and pointed at the clock. "Do you even see what time it is?" Fiora glanced at it and answered, "Curfew is at 10:30. That's for other people. For you, how could it be the same? You're a girl. Coming home at 10 at night, what kind of behavior is that?" Alma raised her voice to show how angry she was, then demanded, "Explain it clearly. What have you been doing lately?" Fiora opened her mouth, but nothing came out. In the end, she lowered her head and stayed silent. She could have said she'd only been spending the whole day somewhere that was, at most, a 10-minute walk from home. But it wouldn't matter. She knew that no matter what she said, in Alma's eyes it would still be rebellion. Seeing her silent, Alma grew even more furious. "Have you been sneaking off to practice swordplay again? Answer me, Fiora. You always treat what I say like it's nothing. The last gathering I told you to attend, you stayed less than 10 minutes before leaving. Why do you always go against me? Why do you always make things harder for me?" Alma's anger spilled out in harsh scolding. Fiora never said a word. From the sofa, a voice interrupted Elma. Sebastian stood, his whole body radiating the authority of the head of the household, and said calmly, "It's late. Get some rest." But Elma, already seeing red, didn't care about anyone. She turned on him, eyes wide. "Don't always jump in at times like this to play peacemaker. Is she not your daughter too? You sit there forever and that's all you've got to say." Useless, can't squeeze out a single meaningful word. Sebastian was immediately shut down, face awkward. He coughed once and sat back down. But the fire had already shifted. Elma kept pointing at him. "And you're still sitting. Every day you plant yourself there either drinking tea or reading. Have you ever managed anything for this family? Haven't I been the one carrying everything?" Sebastian didn't dare breathe too loudly. He lowered his head, all trace of head of the household gone. Elma looked back and realized Fiora had already slipped upstairs to her room. She didn't even bother chasing. She simply kept venting at her husband. "I can see it now, neither you nor your precious daughter wants me to live a good life. Look at you now, trying to act imposing. Rest my ass. I'm telling you, don't even think about resting tonight. You like sitting so much. Then sit right there. I want to see exactly what kind of man you are." Back in her room, Fiora shut the door, inhaled deeply, then let the breath out. A heavy, suffocating powerlessness welled up inside her. Somewhere along the way, in Elma's eyes, she'd become a disobedient, immature child. Maybe it started when she picked up a sword and shredded the new dress and cloth doll they'd gifted her. From that moment on, she was no longer allowed to touch a sword hilt. She didn't even have the right to hold a sword openly. "Fiora, you're a girl. Learning the sword isn't something you should be doing. The family doesn't need a girl to use a sword. Don't get hurt. Girls should stay far away. Why did you sneak off to practice again? I told you don't touch a sword ever again." For years, those words had echoed in her ears again and again. To the entire family, she was only a fragile girl, and among most nobles, a girl was born already carrying the mission she was meant to fulfill. Even she was no exception. That pitiful woman. Years ago, when her husband's right leg was crippled on the battlefield, he sank into despair. From that day on, she had taken the weight of the whole family onto her shoulders. She clawed and dragged a family sliding toward decline back up with sheer capability, and no one knew how hard it was for her. So Fiora never blamed her for the decisions she made. All these years, Fiora worked hard to complete every goal her mother set for her, yet every time she finished one, another goal appeared. Without realizing it, she was nearly crushed, barely able to breathe. The reason she desperately wanted to become stronger was because she wanted to break free of the shackles to change the fate the family had written for her. She just didn't know when that day would come, or whether she would ever live to see it. The next day, June 22nd. The weather was clear. According to the Farmer's Almanac-style superstition people love to quote, it was a great day for ceremonies and a terrible day for funerals. By late morning, Luke finally slept until he woke naturally. The courtyard was unusually quiet today. He yawned, got up, washed up, and casually did his daily check-in. The reward was just 2 rare exotic fruits. Then he walked into the courtyard, and for a moment, he didn't quite know how to adjust to the quiet. The little blonde had been whining through the communicator last night about how she had after-school tutoring again today, so she couldn't come over until it let out. Kahina didn't come by every day to begin with. She needed time for training, and she also had to go over to the Church of the Illuminators. Yesterday had been a rare day off. But he hadn't seen the duelist today either, and he didn't know why. "Since nobody's coming today, I'll go out for a walk." After pacing a few steps in the yard, bored, Luke turned and ordered, "Yurna, get the carriage ready." "Yes, Your Highness." Yurna left to carry it out. Before long, the carriage was prepared. Luke climbed in, and the destination was naturally the prison he hadn't visited in a while. He wanted to see whether the chains guy was dead yet. Some time later, the carriage stopped at the capital prison. After coming twice already, Luke had become a familiar face to the guards. As usual, he went straight through without obstruction, all the way down to the second level of the dungeon. "Good morning, Your Highness." Dyrd greeted Luke with a broad smile. "It's only been a few days, and Your Highness looks even more handsome." Luke usually couldn't stand this kind of flattery. He casually tossed Dyrd a few gold coins as punishment for not controlling his mouth, then ignored him, and walked straight toward the far end. Dyrd caught the coins, and his grin bloomed like a flower. He followed behind Luke, fawning. "Open the door." At the order, the guard opened the cell door. As always, Dyrd held the torch behind him. Luke walked in with a calm expression. As the firelight spread across the cage, he quickly saw Silas sitting in the corner looking much the same as before, except his eyes were darker. In his hand was a shriveled piece of bread, hard enough to look like it could crack teeth. He broke it apart bit by bit, feeding it into his mouth, chewing with a blank face. When he saw that the one visiting again was still Luke, Silas didn't move, continuing the same repetitive motion. Luke stood outside the cell, looking down at him. "Looks like, between life and death, you chose life." Silas made no extra movements, as if he hadn't heard. He continued chewing the hard bread. In truth, even on the fourth day after Luke left last time, Silas still hadn't chosen to eat. Back then, he truly intended to die. But later, when he genuinely felt death approaching, he got scared. In that moment on the brink, the belief of revenge suddenly ignited inside him. He understood he still couldn't die. Or rather, he couldn't die like this. The meaning of his life could not be silently snuffed out in this dark dungeon. Maybe he would never see the light again in this lifetime, but even if there was only a 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000 chance, he couldn't let it go. He wanted revenge. He wanted to fight back against this unjust world. Even if Luke mocked him for clinging to life, even if Luke called him a coward so long as he could live, that was enough. Luke let out a slow sigh. "I liked you better when you were still defiant." Silas lifted his eyes and let his gaze sweep across Luke's face, still saying nothing. At first, he'd been determined to die, so he'd tried to provoke this prince because with a single word from Luke, he would be dragged out and executed. But now he didn't want to die anymore. He'd realized that once you died, you truly had nothing. Only by living did any possibility remain. He didn't understand why this prince had come to see him 3 times, first cutting off his food, then restoring it. Just those 2 visits had forced him to see himself clearly. So what was this 3rd visit for? How boring. Luke lost interest. He turned and ordered, "Starting today, make him copy books." Dyrd blinked. "Copy books?" "That's right. Find someone specifically to check his work. 1 hour, 1,500 words. 1 word short, 1 meal less." Luke gave the order casually, then added, "1 wrong word also counts as a lost meal." Only then did Dyrd understand. He nodded in realization. "Understood, Your Highness." Inside the cage, Silas watched Luke's back. As the door closed, Luke gradually disappeared from view. In that moment, Silas thought, if one day he ever got out, he would find this man and beat him senseless first. Luke left the prison quickly. Not long after he was gone, Eldred arrived at the dungeon. After hearing Dyrd's report, Eldred frowned. "The prince came again?" "Yes, sir," Dyrd said with a bow. Eldred asked next, "Why does he keep coming to see number 0? "His Highness seems to enjoy tormenting prisoners," Dyrd said, recalling the earlier visits. At first he was just curious. Later, after number 0 mocked him, he's been doing everything he can to torment him. A powerful man's nasty little hobby. Eldred's expression remained flat, unconcerned. "Just don't let number 0 die." "Yes, sir." Dyrd bowed again. On the carriage ride home, Luke's thoughts still lingered in the dungeon. As for what to do with Silas, Luke had prepared 2 approaches. The second time he'd gone, Luke had given Silas 2 choices: wait for death in numbness, or cling to life. If Silas chose death, then death was death. It simply meant the world would lose that person entirely. If he chose life, then Luke would keep him for now until he became useful later. Whichever Silas chose, to Luke, it didn't matter. When the carriage stopped, Luke snapped his attention back, stepped down, and returned to the courtyard still just as quiet as before he'd left. He used to enjoy sitting alone in silence, but now, feeling it again, he found it oddly hard to adapt. He'd assumed lunch today would be just him and his maid. But as another carriage rolled up and stopped, a lush, curvy figure stepped down, her watery blue hair striking in the daylight. "Good afternoon." Luke was lounging in the courtyard. When he saw her, he smiled and greeted her. Sona responded with a warm smile in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't speak, but her eyes seemed to talk, bright and expressive. After a bit of conversation, Luke learned the reason. Sona had originally planned to come over in the morning, but then she thought it was too much trouble to keep traveling back and forth. So she simply found a main residence near his home and bought it. That way she could come whenever she wanted. Luke was momentarily speechless. Maybe this was what a rich woman looked like. As the eldest daughter of House Buvalan, already a renowned musician, Sona truly had the money for it. And judging by her attitude, she clearly planned to come mooch meals often. Luke didn't mind. He was the type who liked lively company anyway. One more person was just an extra set of chop, an extra fork and knife. Around noon, when lunch was almost ready, Luke finally saw Fiora. He didn't ask where she'd gone in the morning. He simply took out her place setting too. He didn't even greet her. He didn't say a single word. Yet somehow, just that was enough to make Fiora's heart slowly settle, a warmth rising for no clear reason. Sitting at the table, she silently watched the busy figure in the kitchen, a faint smile forming at the corner of her lips. A thought welled up inside her. Maybe it was like the books said. In everyone's heart, there was a harbor that belonged only to them. And once you arrived at that harbor, all the bad feelings would vanish without a trace. This place was her harbor. Time to eat. With those words, the 3 of them started lunch. Sona lifted her gaze and glanced at Fiora across from her, finally letting out a quiet breath of relief. When she'd first seen Fiora earlier, Sona had immediately felt the gloom inside her, confusion, suppression. Just listening to those emotions, even Sona herself felt like she could barely breathe. This strong-willed woman's shadow had likely been there for a very long time. Sona didn't know where it came from, and for the moment she didn't know how to comfort her. But soon, she realized once that shadow encountered Luke, it mysteriously dispersed on its own. Sona blinked, then looked at Luke eating with obvious enjoyment, and thought that might be the most powerful thing about His Highness. // check out my P at tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Miss Fiora is feeling unbalanced. 4,927 words. 2 days passed in a flash. June 25th. One of those, according to the Farmer's Almanac, kind of days, good for a haircut, good for paying respects, and supposedly bad for absolutely nothing. The weather was pleasantly cool for once. The sun was completely smothered by a blanket of clouds, not a single ray making it through. The air was humid, too, and Luke, for once, actually got up early. Normally, if he had nothing going on, he'd roll out of bed and do his sign-in first. But today was different. After getting up, Luke washed up properly, even took a bath, and changed clothes, making the whole thing weirdly ceremonial. When he'd finished his little routine, he glanced at the sky, then did a quick, self-satisfied check like he was running fortune math in his head. Everything's smooth today, except this weather's kind of trash. He didn't really care, though. Standing in the yard, he quietly thought, "System, sign in." The system answered immediately. Detected, host has accumulated sign-ins for 1 full month. This sign-in is a monthly sign-in. Detected, this is the host's first monthly sign-in. Automatically upgraded to a special sign-in. Congratulations to host for obtaining Spirit Power Guidance, Intermediate Volume. Congratulations to host for obtaining Realm Advancement Card *2. Congratulations to host for obtaining Intermediate Skill Upgrade Card. Congratulations to host for obtaining Random LV5 Advanced Skill. Congratulations to host for obtaining Random LV9 Profession Card. Congratulations to host for obtaining Random Sword Intent Card, Perfection. Rewards have been automatically stored in the system inventory. Please review at your convenience. One notification after another popped up, and Luke instantly felt it was worth waking up this early. If your heart was sincere, the system was generous. He immediately opened the system inventory. First up, the Spirit Power Guidance, Intermediate Volume. He'd already learned how important spirit power was, like how casting needed a mana bar, and martial arts needed internal energy. With spirit power supporting you, every move you made hit harder. As Luke used it, the guidance automatically advanced to the intermediate volume, and he felt his understanding deepen. Spirit power wasn't like internal energy, some breath circulating through your body. It was energy bursting from willpower and the mind. A simple example. In a game skills hero's use. Like Garen. Garen's ultimate was basically him roaring, and a golden sword crashing down from the heavens like absolute justice, smashing his enemy to pieces. That wasn't magic in the traditional sense. That was willpower made real. That was spirit power. Next, Luke looked at the second reward, Realm Advancement Cards. They could directly raise him by a minor realm stage. Because he'd never trained properly, his current level was still only Valiant mid. With 2 cards, he could jump 2 stages. No hesitation, he used both at once. Congratulations to host 4 to Valiant, late. Congratulations to host 4 to Unyielding, early, 2 cards, and Luke vaulted an entire major realm. A surge of power burst from his heart like a flood, rushing into every corner of his body. Every cell seemed to tremble like it was cheering. So this is what it feels like to get stronger without working for it. Luke sighed in pure satisfaction. About 2 minutes later, the sensation faded, and he could tell the change wasn't a little boost. It was a qualitative leap. He clenched his fist. Strength gathered in it like it belonged there. 1 punch. Could I drop a bull? Pleased, he moved on to the third reward, the Intermediate Skill Upgrade Card. It could upgrade skills above LV5, so obviously he used it on the one thing that currently boosted his combat power the most, Windborne Swordsmanship. Without a second thought, he used it. Intermediate Skill Upgrade Card used successfully. Congratulations, Windborne Swordsmanship has to LV6, outstanding. In the yard, wind suddenly rose from nothing. Centered on Luke, a small tornado slowly spun into existence. From a distance, it looked razor-sharp. That sharpness wasn't coming from the wind. It was coming from Luke. Standing at the eye of it felt incredible. And inside that moment, his understanding of Windborne Swordsmanship surged forward at a ridiculous pace. He also gained a brand new, strangely special insight. When the tornado finally dispersed, Luke opened his eyes. He felt an even deeper connection with the natural winds of the world, like he'd trained the art for years. The truth was, after obtaining Windborne Swordsmanship, Luke had never trained it even once. He only had a handful of real fights under his belt. Then another system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host has automatically comprehended Windborne Sword Intent, beginner. Luke wasn't surprised. When Windborne Swordsmanship hit LV6, the knowledge in his mind had already introduced the concept of sword intent. Sword intent was a kind of realm of meaning for weapon arts, divided into 4 stages: beginner, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection. If a swordsman wanted real achievement on the path of the blade, sword intent was practically mandatory. A swordsman without sword intent was, at best, second-rate. And if you wanted to push windborne swordsmanship higher, mastering windborne sword intent was one of the required steps. Over in Ionia, plenty of people traveled there just to learn the legendary wind technique. The school would select only the talented few to learn windborne swordsmanship. But among those, only a tiny number would ever awaken windborne sword intent, and those were the true disciples. Anyone who never comprehended windborne sword intent would be capped at LV5 for their entire life. And even among the rare ones who did awaken it, almost none would reach perfection. Only once in who knew how long would a genuine prodigy appear, someone who could bring their sword intent to perfection. Like Yasuo. Rumor had it he only went to the school because he wanted to hang out with his brother, but Elder Soma, the last master of the legendary wind technique, took one look at him and immediately saw terrifying talent. Yasuo really did live up to it. While his fellow disciples trained hard every day, he spent most of his time loafing around, sleeping in, sneaking drinks, acting like the patron saint of slacking off. And yet, even then, if he bothered to learn something a little, his progress would still blast past everyone else. Conclusion: slacking off was the true path to power. With Luke's natural talent, he probably would have ended up like the ordinary disciples, never comprehending windborne sword intent in his lifetime. But it didn't matter. The system would handle it. The moment windborne swordsmanship hit LV6, the system basically handed him beginner sword intent for free. Which felt amazing. Then Luke looked at the fourth reward, a random LV5 advanced skill. Monthly sign-in plus special sign-in really was something. The rewards were already far better than his first sign-in, let alone the two final, headline prizes. System, use the random skill card. His thought triggered it instantly. Congratulations, host has obtained LV5 advanced movement art, Godspeed 100-fold detected. Host possesses common LV5 movement art, gecko wall crawling. Automatically merging. Godspeed 100-fold has upgraded to LV7, peerless peak, 2 prompts back-to-back, an actual, honest-to-goodness surprise. He'd expected a LV5 advanced skill. Instead, he got a LV7 advanced skill. Once a skill hit LV5, every level after that was a significant leap. This jump was 2 full levels higher than even windborne swordsmanship. Information poured into Luke's mind, Godspeed 100-fold. Warm currents flowed into his limbs, and it was like his head filled with scenes of brutal movement training again and again and again. As those scenes fused into him, his footwork mastery skyrocketed. He also finally understood why gecko wall crawling merged automatically. One was a common skill. The other was an advanced art. The gap was massive. And gecko wall crawling was essentially a branch technique under Godspeed 100-fold, same foundation, same category. So once he gained the higher art, the lower one folded right into it. 2 LV5s into a LV7. After the merge, it wasn't just climb walls and creep around anymore. It had become true light footwork. The improvement was huge. Luke's curiosity flared. Last time, he hadn't gotten to test things properly. This time he absolutely would. He scanned the yard. Then his mind moved. The Luke who'd been standing in the center of the yard tapped his toe lightly and floated up, landing on the back edge of a rocking chair. The chair didn't even budge, like it hadn't noticed a person touching it. Only when Luke pushed off a second time did the chair start to rock, and Luke was already on the other side of the yard. His body felt as light as a feather. That strange, wonderful sensation made him look like a kid who'd found a brand new toy. His sleepy morning eyes actually lit up. A heartbeat later, he hopped onto the wall several meters high with ease, then flickered onto the roof. Back and forth, effortless. Standing on the roof 7 or 8 meters up, Luke clasped his hands behind his back and stared down like a classic wuxia hero. He hopped onto a nearby tree, then dropped back to the ground, zipping around the yard here one moment, there the next. Yerna Doer stood at the doorway watching him have the time of his life, tilting her head with a puzzled look. What is His Highness doing now? Leaving that aside, that footwork really did have some flair. A little later, Luke collapsed back into the rocking chair, panting. Even in the cool morning air, he was wiped out sweating heavily. But even exhausted, he was grinning like an idiot. Boys never really grow up. He'd just checked off another little dream. He didn't know about other guys, but he'd definitely fantasized about having absurd light footwork, leaping rooftops, gliding around like it was nothing. If he saved up 2 high-tier skill upgrade cards later, he'd push Godspeed 100-fold to LV9 no matter what. Just imagining it made him excited until the fatigue dragged him down again. Lying there, his throat felt dry. Yerna, who'd clearly expected this, brought him a cup of warm smoky Earl Grey tea. She was like a perfectly timed rainstorm. Luke grabbed it and drank it in a few gulps. The tea washed the dryness away instantly. Smooth warmth slid into his stomach, and his stamina recovered a bit. After resting for a while, Luke finally refocused on the system inventory. The next reward was no joke, just seeing it made his mood shift. A LV9 profession skill. The highest skill he had right now was only LV7. This sign-in had handed him a LV9 profession, arguably the best reward of the entire batch. He took a breath, then thought, "System, use the profession card." Congratulations, host has obtained LV9 profession, medicine. The next second, an ocean of medical knowledge crashed into Luke's mind. Even Luke felt dizzy. His head swelled with a mild ache. The information included tens of thousands of Runeterra's medicinal ingredients, endless prescriptions, and complex details like meridians and human anatomy. Luke's brain worked at full speed, absorbing and organizing everything. As time passed, the pressure in his head faded. After a long while, he finally finished digesting it all. Rubbing his temples, Luke exhaled slowly. This was absolutely worth it. Grandmaster level medicine, limitless value. If he had the right ingredients, calling it bringing someone back from the dead wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Of course, if someone was truly dead, that was a job for gods. This world had supernatural power, after all. There were plenty of forces out there that could revive the dead. Luke's medicine was basically the peak of what a mortal could achieve, just below true supernatural miracles. With the right ingredients, even someone who'd just died not long ago, he could try pulling them back. That was how terrifying it was. And even if he didn't use it to save others, using it for self-preservation was incredible. At the same time, Luke realized another huge implication. Medicine and poison were two sides of the same coin. If he had Grandmaster-level medicine, didn't that mean Grandmaster-level poison craft? Toxic pills, poison brews, venom compounds. Luke could whip them up in minutes now. Not that he really had many chances to use poison. But hey, free skill. He wasn't going to complain. That left the final reward. A random perfection sword intent card. He'd already covered how powerful sword intent was, so getting a perfection grade 1 directly made Luke genuinely curious. No hesitation. System, use the sword intent card. Congratulations, host has obtained perfection sword intent. Would you sword intent? The instant the system finished, razor-sharp force burst from Luke in several invisible arcs. Air flowed upward around him like heat, shimmer like steam rising. At the gate, Yerna, who'd been sweeping, suddenly sensed something. She looked back at Luke, frowning, her eyes filled with confusion and shock she'd never shown before. Also at the gate, Fiora walked in a pretty good mood. But as she neared the entrance, her mind jolted like something had hooked her senses. A sharp, cutting presence was coming from the yard. She caught it immediately. Frowning, she quickened her pace. The moment she reached the gate and saw the scene, she froze. She could tell exactly what Luke was going through. On the left, Lux approached slowly. Seeing Fiora stop, Lux hurried over and saw it too. Lux covered her right cheek, staring at Luke standing there with his eyes closed. What's he doing? She started to walk in, but Fiora grabbed her. Don't go, interrupt him yet. Lux looked confused and Fiora explained, he's comprehending a sword intent. Sword intent? Really that amazing? Lux blinked, vaguely remembering something. She remembered Garen once sparring with Jarvan 4 in the backyard. Halfway through, Garen suddenly stopped moving. Like he'd fallen into a crucial moment of realization. Even the usually loud Jarvan 4 went quiet immediately and didn't disturb him. Now that she understood it mattered, Lux carefully backed up a couple steps, staring at Luke without blinking. Looking closely, she really could feel a sharpness on him she normally didn't notice. Fiora answered, out of tens of thousands, maybe one person will ever comprehend it. Lux nodded, understanding it was rare. Then she glanced at Fiora and asked quietly, do you have sword intent too? She'd seen Fiora use a sword later when Fiora and Luke sparred in the yard. Even then, Lux could tell Fiora wasn't just someone who used a sword. Fiora nodded lightly. Mine is only at minor accomplishment. And without realizing it, her tone carried a hint of sourness. Watching Luke, Fiora couldn't help feeling jealous. Sword intent wasn't something just anyone could awaken. She knew her own talent wasn't low. She'd secretly practiced swordplay since childhood, suddenly stepped into beginner sword intent one day, then spent years without stopping to grind her way into minor accomplishment. Meanwhile, Luke didn't even practice. Forget practicing, he barely wanted to touch a sword. He ate, he slept, he lazed around, and he still comprehended sword intent. How was she supposed to not feel sour? Lux asked again, how long do we have to wait? She watched Luke's aura climb in waves, then stall like it was stabilizing. Fiora studied him seriously. He looks like he just entered beginner. He should be stable now. We can go in. She was about to step forward and then Luke's aura spiked again. A gust surged outward from him like a sudden swell. Lux's eyes went wide. What's happening now? Even Fiora's mouth fell open slightly, her eyes flashing with disbelief. After a long beat, she answered stiffly. Minor accomplishment. 1 second ago, he'd just stabilized beginner. This second, he'd already reached minor accomplishment. Who would believe that? But Fiora was seeing it with her own eyes, so there was no room for doubt. She already knew Luke's talent was high. She just hadn't realized it was this absurd. She'd never seen sword intent chain from beginner straight into minor accomplishment like this. And then something even crazier happened. Luke's aura kept climbing, no sign of stopping. The next moment, it was like his entire body boiled. A massive wave of pressure blasted toward their faces. Lux felt like a giant sword had swung at her. She flinched and instinctively tried to dodge. But when the wave passed, there was no actual impact. Fiora didn't move from her spot, but inside she was completely unable to stay calm. Her eyes were wide, her usually cool gaze trembling. Lux glanced at her and swallowed her questions. Because even she could see it now. Luke had broken through again. Fiora's worldview was getting pulverized. She could feel it clearly. Luke's sword intent had reached major accomplishment. This was insane. Before she could even process it, Luke released a sky-piercing presence and this time, no wave blasted outward. His aura changed. No longer sharp and aggressive, it became utterly calm, yet it made you feel like you had to look up at him. Around him, something striking happened. Leaves shook loose from the trees and drifted down slowly. Luke stood beneath them, yet not a single leaf could touch him. A few fell too close and the next second, they split apart as if cut by a blade, crumbling into pieces. This is sword intent. Lux stared, mouth open. Then she looked at Luke and instantly felt pressure, like she'd been submerged underwater. Breathing became difficult. She hurriedly looked away. Only as time passed did the yard slowly return to normal. By then, Fiora's expression had gone numb. She stood there blankly, dazed. Her worldview was in shambles. Perfection. If she wasn't mistaken, Luke's sword intent had reached perfection. That made Fiora's heart violently unbalanced. She had never seen anyone comprehend sword intent from beginner to perfection this easily. And the worst part? It was Luke, the guy who slacked off all day. The more she thought about it, the more furious it made her. It was like the heavens were chasing him around, shoving food into his mouth while asking, "You full yet? You full yet?" Fiora nearly ground her teeth to dust. What a waste of talent. A complete waste. If she had that kind of treatment, she'd train 25 hours a day out of 24. Lux glanced at Fiora again, confused. Weren't they just saying sword intent was incredibly hard? So why did Luke make it look like he casually leveled up again? She decided not to ask. It felt like asking would cause something bad to happen. Instead, she focused on Luke. His whole vibe had become gentler, almost refined. He stood calmly in the yard, and his sharp-featured face somehow looked even more handsome now. Lux's eyes slowly brightened. It really was a nice sight. As long as Luke didn't open his mouth. With Wuju sword intent now at perfection, Luke's intent condensed inside him. He opened his eyes and exhaled softly. That epiphany feeling just now had been unbelievably strange, like his soul had been uplifted and released. Wuju sword intent was special. After comprehending it, Luke also understood its origin. It came from Ionia's Wuju bladesman master E. Luke hadn't expected that. He still hadn't learned Wuju swordsmanship, yet he'd somehow maxed out Wuju sword intent first. Wuju sword intent was naturally terrifying. Just look at its owner. One sword. Driving back an entire Noxian army. That kind of power was monstrous, and that battle alone established Master E as a true sword grandmaster. Of course, Luke didn't have Wuju swordsmanship yet, so he couldn't fully unleash Wuju sword intent's true might. But even without matching sword arts, a perfection sword intent was still no joke. Feeling extremely pleased, Luke's ego started swelling. He wanted to find someone to test it on. Then he turned his head and saw Fiora standing there at the gate, still stunned. Luke's mouth curled into a smug Dragon King grin. He crooked a finger at her, arrogant as could be. Perfect timing. Duelist chick spar with me. The light vanished from Lux's eyes instantly. She clicked her tongue and looked away. He's great in every way, except for the fact he has a mouth. Fiora's brow twitched. Her lips tugged. In her head, the word echoed again and again. Her cold eyes sank, emotion draining away like winter frost. A chilling smile rose on her lips. Sure, she said softly. You want to spar? Then we'll spar as long as you like. She'd already been sitting on a pile of bottled-up imbalance with nowhere to vent. And now this idiot delivered himself right to her doorstep. Of course she wasn't going to waste the opportunity. Luke took one look at her expression and immediately knew something was wrong. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He waved both hands, forcing a laugh. Never mind, let's not spar. But Fiora acted like she didn't hear him at all, stepping closer. Luke backed up, growing nervous. Have you eaten? I can make breakfast. Breakfast didn't tempt her. Fiora smiled, but it didn't feel like a smile at all. Today, if you want to spar, we spar. If you don't want to spar. She leaned in slightly. You're sparring anyway. An hour later. Luke lay there dead-eyed, like a burnt-out husk. Not getting up again anytime soon. Fiora, meanwhile, was in an excellent mood. She calmly wiped down her blade, the smile on her lips completely genuine. Before, she used to imagine training dummies were Luke whenever she practiced swordplay. But today was different. Today she practiced on the real thing. And honestly, real people and dummies weren't the same. Swapping a dummy for actual Luke made the satisfaction jump 5-fold, no, 10-fold. Her good mood didn't last long, though. Fiora realized something today. If she could bully Luke now, she should bully him a few more times. Because at the rate he was growing, it wouldn't be long before he caught up, maybe even surpassed her. She still remembered the first time she met him. He'd been wearing some stupid frog mask like a clueless idiot. Back then, she had to suppress most of her strength to fight him. The second time they met, she only needed to suppress half. And today, she didn't need to suppress anything, she could let loose completely. That alone proved how freakish Luke's growth rate was. And Fiora could say it had been a long time since she'd fought a swordsman this enjoyably. If today's Luke went back to that swordsmanship enthusiast's training camp again, he'd probably become the strongest there without even breaking a sweat. Wasn't that exactly what she'd wanted at the start? She'd come here to raise Luke's swordsmanship, turn him into a qualified opponent. She'd seen his talent early. What she wanted was to seek new insight in an evenly matched battle and break through to new heights. But Luke lazed around all day, and it dragged her down too. She ended up training less, almost slacking off alongside him. And yet, despite that, the original plan still somehow worked out. During this period, Fiora also discovered something unexpected. After she started relaxing more because Luke was taking it easy, she actually gained an unforeseen benefit. One of her long-standing bottlenecks loosened and quietly improved. It hadn't happened during sparring with Luke, but that didn't matter. It made her realize, a bit late. Maybe you didn't have to grind day and night without rest to get stronger. Sometimes taking time to relax, recover, and reset was a good choice too. She just didn't know how long she could stay ahead of Luke. Thinking that, Fiora sighed softly, then looked at Luke with complicated eyes. Luke sensed her gaze and, exhausted, rolled over. "Give me a minute. I'll make breakfast soon." Even half dead, he was still thinking about cooking. Fiora's lips lifted slightly. For Luke to be willing to spar with her for a full hour today, that really wasn't easy. Her imbalance had already faded. Thinking too much about it did nothing. Instead of complaining about someone else's talent, it was better to blame yourself for not pushing hard enough. Whining at the heavens was what weak people did. She would just keep walking forward, step by step. Luke really was tired. He'd already burned stamina testing Godspeed 100-fold earlier. You could say he'd sparred with Fiora using half a tank. And even so, lasting an hour was already impressive to him. Still, the spar helped him estimate Fiora's strength. He was only unyielding right now, but below fearless he was basically a minor invincible. Hardly anyone could challenge him. Fiora was stronger than him, which meant her realm was at least fearless. And she was only 1 year older than Luke. That kind of fearless at that age. No exaggeration, that was a real genius. Still, genius or not, it didn't matter. Give Luke a little time, and one day he'd call her duelist chick however he wanted. Thinking that, he couldn't help shooting her a smug glance. Fiora caught it instantly. She gave a smile with no warmth, her eyes sharpening. She didn't know what nonsense he was thinking, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Luke guiltily looked away. Not yet. Looks like for a while longer, he'd have to swallow his pride. He sighed quietly. Then someone else sighed at the exact same time. Luke looked over and found Lux sitting there, her right hand propping up her face. She stared into space, clearly in a bad mood. Then she sighed again. Luke got curious. "What's got you down? Say it out loud so I can enjoy it." Lux snapped her head around and glared. "I'm not in the mood." Luke kept going. "Maybe I can help." Lux hesitated, clearly embarrassed, then finally admitted, "My tooth." Luke burst out laughing and copied her tone from before. "Weren't you the one saying, a little toothache is nothing?" Lux's face flushed. She was instantly furious. "It's your fault for jinxing me. You just had to talk about bad luck that day." "I told you in advance," Luke chuckled. "I could already see you were about to run into something annoying soon." Then he shrugged. "I even told you to pay up and ward it off. You didn't take it seriously. Who's to blame now?" Based on her face, Luke had guessed Lux would have a minor streak of bad luck in the next few days. He just hadn't known what it would be. Now he did. Toothache. Clearly from eating too many candy apples. Luke made fresh candy apples every day, and Lux always ate the most and enjoyed them the most. Last time he warned her not to wreck her teeth, she'd acted all proud. A little toothache is nothing. Now her tooth actually hurt, and suddenly she wasn't so tough. Lux sighed again. She didn't even have the energy to argue anymore. The last time she'd gotten a toothache from eating too much cake, even the dentist's medicine hadn't stopped it for days. Toothache wasn't normal pain. It drilled straight into your soul. Just imagining she'd have to endure that for the next few days made her look ready to give up on life. Sona, sitting nearby, wanted to comfort her but didn't know how. Because toothache was the kind of thing most people couldn't really fix. And honestly, she could tell Lux had brought this on herself. If she'd eaten even one less candy apple a day, she probably wouldn't be suffering. "All right, I'll take a look," Luke said, seeing how pitiful she was. He got up, brushed himself off, and walked over. Lux looked suspicious. "You can treat teeth too." "A little," Luke said modestly. "Open your mouth." Lux hesitated, then tilted her head back and opened wide. Luke leaned in slightly. From that angle, he could see her neat little rows of white teeth clearly. Nearby, Sona and Fiora also watched with curiosity. At this point, Luke randomly pulling out brand new skills had become almost normal to them. After a couple seconds, Luke straightened. Lux shut her mouth and stared at him with big, expectant eyes. Luke smiled. "No cavities. You've just eaten too much sugar. Wait here." He turned and went inside. Lux's teeth were actually well cared for, clean, small, tidy. It was definitely just the recent candy apple binge. The three girls watched Luke disappear into the house and waited. Inside, Luke went to the pantry area and rummaged around. He found some herbs and ingredients he already had on hand, stuff they sometimes used while cooking, so they kept it stocked. This should do. He also still had plenty of rare fruits and ingredients in his inventory, some of which were extremely valuable medicinal materials. Treating a simple toothache was nothing. Soon, Luke came back out holding a small bowl. He handed it to Lux. "Hold this in your mouth. Put it where it hurts." About 5 minutes. Lux peered into the bowl, immediately hit by a bitter, medicinal smell. She pinched her nose. The liquid inside was green and sticky-looking. In a small voice, she asked, "I really have to drink that?" Luke shrugged. "Drink it and you suffer for 5 minutes. Don't drink it, and your toothache suffers for at least a week." He grinned and left the choice to her. "Your call." Lux slowly lifted the bowl with trembling hands, staring at the green sludge, brows furrowed in intense internal struggle. Writer's note: after this chapter, the plot will gradually unfold, moving beyond simple daily life. // check out my P at Tray0 for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 104. Chapter 104. Lately, have your shoulders been feeling a little heavy? 2,744 words. Long pain or short pain? That question seemed to hang right in front of Miss Crownguard's eyes. A few seconds later, she made her choice. She took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, tipped her head back and down the small bowl of green liquid in one gulp. Instantly, Lux was not okay. Her pupils shrank, her face went pale, and her tiny frame swayed like she might topple over at any second. Fiora and Sona swallowed hard and looked away in sympathy. There was a kind of bitter that was painful just to watch. Then Lux stuffed the mouthful of medicine into the right side of her mouth. As she shifted it, her right cheek puffed up little by little. Weirdly adorable. Her lips were sealed tight, her eyes squeezed shut, and her whole body tensed as she fought the bitterness with everything she had. Less than a minute later, she cracked her eyes open and looked pitifully at Luke full of desperate hope. Like she was asking, "Has it been 5 minutes yet?" Luke shook his head. "It's only been 30 seconds. Lux immediately shut her eyes again. A little while later, she opened them and looked at him again. Luke said, "Only a minute and a half." Lux's face went even whiter. She looked like she was about to cry, but she still stubbornly closed her eyes again. Time had never moved so slowly in her life. Almost every 30 seconds, she'd open her eyes to check with Luke. Luke waited patiently beside her. Only when it was just about time did he finally speak up on his own. "Spit it out into the flower bed." The moment Lux heard that, she practically sprinted on tiny legs toward the flowers and spat the whole mouthful out. Even so, the bitterness still clung to her tongue. Yerna Dewar stepped forward and handed her the cup of rinse she'd prepared ahead of time. Lux shot her a grateful look. She didn't even bother speaking. She took the cup and dumped it into her mouth, gargled a few times, then watered the flower bed too. Only then did she finally feel a little better, panting in short breaths. Luke stared at the little bowl, clicking his tongue in amazement. "Didn't think you'd actually drink all of it." Still recovering, Lux froze. "Didn't have to drink all of it. Then why didn't you tell me sooner?" "You didn't ask." Lux managed to produce a single question mark, then stood up and bared her teeth at Luke, who was wearing the most innocent expression imaginable. But the moment she did, she felt something different. Forgetting her urge to murder this jerk, she touched her right cheek. In the next second, her eyes lit up. "Doesn't hurt anymore." Somehow, without her even noticing, the toothache on the right side had completely vanished. She tried grinding her teeth, no pain at all. That meant the medicine really worked. Luke smiled faintly. To him, a toothache didn't even qualify as an illness. Fiora asked from the side, "You know medicine too?" Sona also looked over, curious. Toothaches were something everyone dealt with sooner or later. Sometimes just getting overheated could set one off, and when it got bad enough, you didn't even dare bite anything firm. One tiny jolt, and it felt like your soul was rattling. Even drinking water, you had to dodge the aching side. And even with medicine, mild cases still hurt for at least a couple days. Severe ones could last a full week. Yet Luke mixed up a little liquid and fixed it in 5 minutes. You had to admit he had something. Luke stayed pretty humble about it, nodding. "I know a tiny bit. Like a billionth of a bit." Fiora's eyes gleamed with interest. "Then take a look at me. Anything wrong?" Lux and Sona leaned in too, clearly intrigued. Luke said, "That kind of service costs money." The instant the words left his mouth, several pairs of eyes turned sharp and hostile. Over the past few days, their allowance had basically been transferred to him at the card table. This guy was raking it in and he still had the nerve to charge them. Luke coughed, covering his embarrassment, then continued, "Since it's opening day, I'll do a free checkup for you." He sat down and looked at Fiora. "Hold out your hand." "Your hand again?" Fiora frowned, confused. Last time he claimed he could read faces, he told her to hold out her hand. Now he claimed he knew medicine, and he was still telling her to hold out her hand. This time, Sona seemed to understand. She made a few quick gestures. Luke nodded. "I'm checking your pulse. It's one of the classic 4 steps: observe, listen, smell, and touch. Pulse reading falls under that last part. By feeling the pulse, you can get a sense of what's going on inside the body." Demacia's medicine was actually pretty advanced. Alchemy and potioncraft had always been strong here. If you got sick, you went to a doctor, got a prescription, and it was brewed into a tonic. The idea wasn't far from old-school herbal remedies. They also had some basic medicines to cover common issues, but without certain kinds of modern breakthroughs, there were still illnesses they simply couldn't solve. Like Luke's mother's condition, if medical techniques were just a bit further along, maybe it could have been treated. Of course, medicine grew with the times. In any era, birth, aging, sickness, and death were simply part of life. As for Ionia, their healing arts leaned more toward the body itself, pressure points, pathways of energy, and a deep understanding of the body's internal systems. Sona came from Ionia, so she'd seen pulse reading before. Hearing Luke's explanation, Fiora stopped questioning it. She placed her hand on the table, palm up, tugged her loose sleeve higher, and revealed a smooth, pale forearm. Luke calmly rested his fingers against her wrist, using 3 fingertips to feel the pulse. He didn't press hard. Fiora only felt the warmth of his hand settling into place. She stayed quiet, waiting. Luke's pulse check was fast. Honestly, one glance was enough for him to tell if something was off. This was just confirming it. "You're basically healthy," Luke said slowly. "But you've got strain along your waist and the back of your shoulder. Do you sometimes feel a dull ache when you move?" Fiora's eyes flickered. She nodded. Now she truly believed Luke could diagnose and that he was good at it. She'd never told anyone about that pain. Only she knew. Yet he'd noticed just from checking her pulse. "You should take it seriously," Luke went on in that unhurried, steady tone. "If you overdo it, sometimes the damage doesn't fully reverse. Young bodies recover well, sure, but that doesn't mean you can push them endlessly." The way he spoke, composed and measured, nearly made Fiora feel like there was an ancient, silver-haired physician sitting across from her. After a moment she asked, "So what do I do? Massage or needle therapy, both help. And medicated baths," Luke said. Seeing her expectant look, he continued, "Massage takes longer, about twice a week. 2 weeks should do it. Needle therapy is every other day, 3 sessions total. It's a technique where fine needles stimulate specific points, helping circulation and easing tension, with other benefits too. Medicated baths are the most expensive. You need a lot of ingredients, and you soak once a day. But the results are best. It clears fatigue, helps your skin, conditions your body, lots of upside." Then Luke fell quiet, waiting for Fiora's choice. Fiora considered the 3 options and couldn't help lifting her eyes to Luke. Obviously, aside from the medicated bath, the other 2 would involve Luke doing it personally. But money was tight lately. She'd lost a lot to him at the card table. A daily medicated bath was out of the question. So that left 2. Massage or needle therapy. She'd never experienced massage before. Staring at Luke, Fiora hesitated, then finally deflated and said coolly, "Needle therapy." Luke nodded. "Then it'll have to be tonight. This afternoon I'll pick up a proper set of silver needles." Having just obtained return to roots level medical skill, he naturally wanted to show off a little. What was the point of having something this good if he never used it? Fiora's strain hadn't reached the worst stage yet, but if she kept ignoring it, it would flare up sooner or later. Luke was really starting to look like some deep, seasoned old doctor. Sona, sitting beside Fiora, immediately placed her hand on the table, eyes bright with curiosity as she looked at Luke. Her forearm was slimmer, but not bony. Hands and arms well cared for, the kind you got from years of playing music. Luke used the same 3-finger pulse check. In moments, he had an answer. "Not too many problems," Luke said, looking at Sona. "But lately, have you been feeling like your shoulders are unusually heavy?" The moment he said it, Sona startled, eyes widening as if to say, "How do you know?" Luke smiled faintly, thinking, even without checking, this one was obvious. The cause was practically written in bold letters. Hearing that, Fiora's gaze drifted from Sona's face downward, then she went silent and looked away again. Lux, finally recovered, also immediately looked at Sona's chest. A flicker of envy flashed in her eyes. Then she lowered her gaze, looked down at herself, saw her shoes, and suddenly wanted to cry. Whatever those 2 were thinking, Luke had no idea. He only met Sona's questioning look and said, "The solutions are basically the same as before. Yours, though." is more serious than Fiora's. Because Sona's cause was something that followed her long-term. Fiora's strain came from training too hard, and never giving her body a break natural enough. Sona grew a little nervous, her eyes asking what she should do. Luke smiled. I recommend needle therapy together with medicated baths. Those two have the strongest effect, and will ease it the most. Sona nodded obediently, eyes basically saying, then I'll do those too. Her heavy shoulders problem had bothered her for a long time. Sometimes she could barely keep her back straight, maybe she'd been practicing too much. After all, the etwal really was a bit heavy. She'd even had her sister rub her shoulders before, but it never helped much in the end. But now, Luke's words felt extremely trustworthy. Lux dragged over a small stool, and sat beside them, eagerly thrusting out her hand. Luke glanced at her and placed his fingers on her wrist. Seconds ticked by. Lux stared at Luke's face, then suddenly saw his relaxed expression sink. Her heart dropped. It was completely different from the look he'd had while checking Fiora and Sona. Lux got nervous and asked carefully, is something wrong? Luke withdrew his hand, sighed, and looked at Lux with sudden gentleness. From now on, eat whatever you want. There were two things you never wanted to hear at the doctor's. 1. The doctor was smiling and chatting, then suddenly their expression turned grim. 2. The doctor patted your shoulder and said, eat whatever you want. And she'd gotten both. Panic slammed into Lux's chest. But a second later, she narrowed her eyes at Luke and darkened her expression. You're messing with me again, aren't you? Luke chuckled and admitted it immediately. I'm messing with you. Lux, seeing him admit it so shamelessly, Lux nearly exploded. But she also couldn't do anything to him, so she sat there fuming. Her expression turned ominous, eyes fixed on Luke like she was drafting an assassination plan. Luke saw that look and he panicked a little. The odds of getting bitten by a little blonde menace were low. But not zero. He cleared his throat. By the way, I've been experimenting with a new dessert. Caramel pudding. Lux's attention snapped back. She shot him a look but didn't speak, only huffed. Fiora and Sona both knew exactly who Luke was talking to. So the two of them kept playing 5 in a row like normal and didn't comment. Well, fine. Luke sighed. If nobody wants it, I'll just make a normal breakfast. No one responded. Luke stood up and strolled toward the kitchen. Lux watched his back. Her curiosity won out in the end. After hesitating, she got up and hurried after him. She wasn't even mad anymore. Blinking, she asked, is it good? Luke snorted internally, but on the outside he just glanced at her. Would I bring it up if it wasn't? Then can we have that this morning? Luke made it sound like a huge concession. I'll show you what I've got. Lux instantly brightened, anticipation sparkling in her eyes. Luke busied himself in the kitchen. Pudding took time, but he'd gotten up early, still not quite 8. By 9, it would be ready. The sky remained overcast. Normally, weather like this meant rain was on the way. But not a drop fell. Luke actually liked rainy days. That kind of steady, not too heavy rain, listening to it patter and rush always loosened something inside him. Food's up. Luke carried several breakfasts to the table. The girls had already smelled it, and were waiting before he even called them over. Now that the food was in front of them, they all looked intrigued. 5 servings in total. Each person had a pudding in front of them, and there was other food too, though next to the pudding, everything else seemed dull by comparison. They examined the look first. It resembled a smooth, glossy custard, pale yellow, neatly molded with ridges around the sides. On top was a layer of caramel glaze that even caught the light, making it look especially tempting. Curious, Lux took her fork and gently poked it. The pudding wobbled instantly, springy and bouncy, almost playful. Her pretty eyes lit up. She scooped a small bite and slid it into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, Lux felt like her life was complete. Her eyes drifted shut in sheer bliss. Seeing her reaction, Fiora and Sona couldn't wait any longer and tasted theirs too. Sona looked at Luke and nodded rapidly, eyes bright and adorable, clearly giving it extremely high praise. Even Fiora, who used to claim she wasn't interested in sweets, didn't dare say that anymore. Ever since she'd started coming here to eat every day, dessert had become a daily inevitability. And she'd realized something. It wasn't that she didn't like desserts. It was that before she met Luke, Demacia's desserts had never been worth liking. Seeing their satisfied expressions, Luke suddenly remembered something and stood, heading to the side room. There was a separate table there, Yurna Doer's table. At first it existed because a master and servant weren't meant to share the same table. Later, Yurna had asked to eat alone, and Luke had simply respected her preference. When he stepped in, he saw Yurna eating her pudding too. The corner of her mouth held a faint smile, and she looked quietly, genuinely satisfied. Noticing Luke, she froze. Like she'd been so focused on eating that she hadn't expected him to show up at this moment. For an instant, she looked a little blank, almost cute. It was the first time Luke had ever seen that expression on his usually impassive maid. Even though she quickly smoothed her face again, he'd caught it. Watching her dodge his gaze, Luke smiled and nodded. Just wanted to see if it suits your taste. With that, he stepped back out. He didn't see Yurna's cheeks slowly redden. She stared at Luke's back, then lowered her eyes to her caramel pudding, thinking His Highness really did have a mischievous streak. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Luke returned to the main table in a good mood. The three girls were too busy devouring pudding to spare him any attention. Luke didn't mind at all. His mood was downright excellent. Most of the time, his maid wore no expression at all, so he'd always been curious what she looked like when she did. Now he'd seen it. And honestly, not bad at all. If even Yurna could make that face, didn't that prove his cooking? That gave Luke a tiny bit of pride. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 105. Chapter 105. Women really are unreasonable creatures. 2742 words after breakfast. Fiora, as naturally as breathing, gathered up the dishes and went into the kitchen to wash them. Lux, just as practiced, grabbed a broom and started sweeping. As she swept, she happily counted down the days. 3 more days and she'd be free. As for why 4 extra days somehow got added on, this one really couldn't be pinned entirely on the Crown Guard girl. She'd gotten set up by Agatha and Tiana. On her own, Lux never would have had the courage to challenge Luke, but once she had 2 strategists whispering in her ear, it was a different story. She'd thought she was bringing the full weight of her entire house to bear against Luke. Turns out the whole crew was hopeless. They'd prepared so many tricky openings and surprise patterns, and before they could even use more than a couple, they got hit with 4 straight losses. It completely crushed Lux. By now, Sona wasn't even surprised by this scene. The first 2 days she'd come over, she'd seen Fiora and Lux automatically clean up after every meal, and she'd tried to help too. Only after Luke explained the reason did she finally understand what was going on. And ever since then, the moment Luke invited her to a 5-in-a-row match, Sona immediately shook her head and refused. Compared to Fiora and Lux, she was the one who knew exactly where she stood. She couldn't even beat Luke at Go, so there was no way she was winning at something that looked simple but was packed with technique like 5 in a row. Sona was painfully realistic about it. Luke, meanwhile, had one lingering regret. Sona hadn't unlocked the maid version. Lux and Fiora had only worn the maid outfit once on the first day, and never again. But at least they'd worn it. As for Sona, at this rate, he wasn't seeing any opportunity anytime soon. He figured he'd have to think of something later. Right now, Luke had already wandered out into the courtyard, tilting his head up at the thick, dark clouds. With barely any sunlight, the day felt especially cool. He lounged lazily in a rocking chair. Not long after, Fiora came out from the kitchen and stopped beside him, voice cold as steel. 5 in a row. It was obviously a challenge with a wager attached. After washing dishes for so many days in a row, Fiora's desire for revenge had burned bright enough to set the yard on fire. After all that time, quietly sharpening her blade, her skill had changed completely compared to before. In this whole courtyard, aside from Luke, who she hadn't played again since, there wasn't a single person who could beat her anymore. Facing Luke again, she had absolute confidence. This time, she would win. This time, she would take back what she'd lost. Luke opened his eyes, looked at the grand duelist's frosty, arrogant expression, and sat up with amused interest. That bold, huh? Sona brought the board over, dragged a small chair beside it, and sat down eagerly to watch. Who wins and who loses today, Fiora said calmly as she sat, isn't decided yet. All right, then. Luke smiled, completely unbothered. Let's go. Half an hour later. Fiora's breathtaking face looked like it had been carved from ice. She frowned down at the board, baffled, visibly questioning reality itself. 15 games. 15 days. Luke chuckled, then added cheerfully, you already owed me 10 days. Now it's 25. Unlike Sona, who always knew what she was doing, or Lux, who only sometimes did. Luke liked Fiora best. She was the type who did know, deep down, exactly what the outcome would be, and still refused to accept it. Hearing that, Fiora sat there without moving. Sona gave her an encouraging, sympathetic look. Lux, meanwhile, was munching on a stick of candy apples and offered consolation with a straight face. 25 days. Just tough it out. It'll pass. Saying that, she felt secretly relieved. Thank goodness she only had 3 days left. Luke shot her a look, especially at what she was eating. Did you forget you were whining about tooth pain this morning? Lux lifted her chin, completely sincere. The one with tooth pain was morning Lux. What does that have to do with current Lux? She gave a righteous little snort, then happily kept eating her candy apples. Luke couldn't even find a flaw in that logic. He just fell silent for a moment. Yeah, he got it now. This girl only remembered the reward, never the lesson. Just then, a carriage rolled up outside. It stopped at the gate, with a cargo cart hitched behind it. The carriage bore House Buvel's crest, so who it was couldn't have been more obvious. Kahina lifted the curtain and stepped down. Good morning. She waved from a distance, then looked at Luke. Your Highness, I brought the bicycle. A bicycle? Hearing the word, Luke's interest spiked. He stood and headed out. Aside from Fiora still sitting there in a daze, Lux and Sona followed immediately. On the cargo cart sat a brand new bicycle, exactly like the one in Luke's memory. He reached out and flicked the wheel, it spun smoothly with a soft sound. Then he lifted the whole bike down, set it upright and swung onto the seat. Even though it had been a long time since he'd ridden one, his body still remembered. He quickly started pedaling with practiced ease, steering the bicycle into the courtyard. Even Fiora's attention was dragged over. She watched Luke ride around, turn cleanly, then accelerate and glide back to the gate. He even pulled off a sharp, stylish stop, clearly having fun. Your Highness is incredible. Kahina praised sincerely. After the bicycle was completed, a lot of people at the research institute tried it, but none of them could get the balance right. Tests showed the bicycle itself was fine, no flaws in the design. The only problem was that nobody here knew how to ride one yet. And Luke was the first person Kahina had ever seen handle it this well. Nothing to it. Luke grinned. To him, bicycles were childhood basics. Watching him, Lux and Sona's eyes filled with curiosity. Luke adjusted his posture, about to ride out for another lap when he suddenly felt weight settle on the back. He glanced back. The Crown Guard girl was sitting on the rear seat. That back seat had been designed for passengers anyway or for strapping down bundles. Seeing Luke looking, Lux flashed him a bright smile. She didn't hold on at all, just crossed her legs, lifted a hand and yelled, "Giddy up. Hold on tight." Luke sighed in defeat, then pushed down hard on the pedals. The bicycle shot forward. Lux, who'd been boldly letting her hands fly free, yelped and instinctively wrapped her arms around Luke's waist, her forehead bumping lightly against his back. Heart pounding, she snapped, "You did that on purpose." That sudden acceleration was obviously meant to scare her. Luke laughed and sped up even more, enjoying the cool wind cutting past his face, enjoying the way even his breathing turned sharp and urgent. That feeling of freedom, of flying forward under his own power, felt unbelievably good. He was rarely this happy. It almost felt like being a kid again, so he didn't even notice how tightly Lux was clinging to him. Lux, too, realized the scenery was whipping past. It felt completely different from horseback, and the novelty thrilled her. She'd grown up in House Crown Guard and trained in riding, so she wasn't truly scared of speed. But when she finally snapped back to herself, she realized she was still hugging Luke. Her face instantly heated, beyond her control. She started to pull away only halfway, then noticed Luke didn't seem to react at all. So she cautiously leaned back in again. This time only lightly resting against his back. She could catch his scent now, and her heartbeat kept speeding up. She no longer cared about the scenery flashing by. When Luke finished a wide loop and returned, Lux straightened up like nothing happened, hands now firmly gripping his clothes. Once the bicycle stopped, she hopped off immediately. Still, maybe because it was her first time, her cheeks were visibly flushed. Kahina looked at her with curiosity. "How was it?" Lux replayed it in her head, then nodded happily. "Really good." "All right, that's enough." Luke was about to get off too. One test ride was plenty, and the conclusion was obvious: the bicycle worked great. But before he could dismount, he looked up and saw Kahina and Sona staring at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Obviously, they wanted a turn too. Luke caught the hint instantly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Want me to take you around too?" The second he said it, Sona and Kahina both nodded hard. Luke had no choice. He turned the bike around. Almost immediately, the back seat dipped again. That weight Sona. All the girls were light, but Sona was just a little different. A little heavier. Then Luke felt Sona's small hand gently catch his shirt. "Hold on tight," he reminded her, and pushed off. He kept the speed about the same as before. He figured feeling that rush again wouldn't be bad. Sona sat sideways on the back seat. Even when Luke sped up, she stayed steady, lightly leaning into his back. For a first bicycle ride, Sona found it wonderfully strange. The wind brushed her face, and a quiet joy started to bloom in her chest. After the second big loop, Luke returned and braked, letting out a breath. Sona hopped down with a satisfied bounce, eyes smiling, clearly delighted. Kahina climbed onto the back seat. Without hesitation, she lightly wrapped her arms around Luke and whispered, "I'm ready. Hold on tight." Luke pushed off again, and the bicycle shot forward. This time, he wasn't even enjoying the rush anymore. After 2 full loops, the novelty had already faded. He was mostly just riding on habit. Still, for Kahina's sake, he rode carefully, giving her a good experience. Kahina watched the scenery blur by. With her arms around Luke, she could feel his warmth and his scent, a faint, distinctive fragrance that somehow calmed her the longer she breathed it in. She exhaled softly and smiled, her arms tightening a little. Luke felt it immediately and slowed down slightly. After the third big loop, Luke breathed out hard again, and wiped a tiny bit of sweat from his forehead. He thought it was finally over, then he looked up, and met the Grand Duelist's gaze. Luke fell silent for a beat, then turned the bicycle around again. The back seat dipped. Fiora sat down and caught his shirt with one hand. "Hold on tight." Luke said it for the fourth time now, and his voice sounded a little drained. But thinking about who was behind him, he suddenly found a fresh burst of energy and launched forward. Unfortunately, he didn't scare her. "You can go faster," Fiora said, perfectly steady on the back seat, a faint smile on her lips as the wind roared past. "You asked for it." Luke took a deep breath and pedaled harder, pushing the bicycle faster and faster. Only then did Fiora seem to find it mildly interesting. She stayed calm, almost bored. "Is that all?" Hearing that, Luke clenched his jaw and went all out, driving the bicycle to a speed he hadn't reached yet. "That's more like it." Fiora smiled faintly, clearly sensing how hard he was working. The world streaked by. Even her cool, controlled heartbeat sped up just a little. Luke's thoughts were basically, "This is more like it." This duelist was unbelievably smug. He'd show her. Next part, hold on tight. They were coming up on a downhill slope. Luke shouted the warning. Fiora didn't care in the slightest, still holding on with only one hand. Then, in the next second, she saw Luke let go of the handlebars. Both hands. He sat up straight, arms spread wide like he was embracing the world. Fiora's cold eyes finally flickered with alarm. At this speed, who was steering? Even she felt her heart jump hard. And then the bicycle hit the slope, and that mild thrill doubled instantly. As the bike shot downward, it began to wobble. Fiora clamped her legs, shut her eyes, and lunged forward to wrap both arms around Luke. Even like that, she could feel it clearly. The bicycle was getting faster and faster, the rush intensifying with every heartbeat. But the crash she expected never came. The bicycle held like a straight line and tore through the slope. Luke leaned forward, grabbed the handlebars again, and stabilized it smoothly. Grand duelist. Luke laughed triumphantly. "Is it interesting now?" Fiora opened her eyes. Her heartbeat was hammering. Hearing the smugness in his voice, she bit down and said nothing. Luke sucked in a breath. Something on his side had just been pinched hard enough to make him see stars. If he'd turned around, he would have seen a cold, gorgeous face flushed with embarrassed fury. Luke could feel it plainly. She'd lost her composure. Unbelievable. She was the one who said it wasn't exciting. And now she was the one throwing hands because it was too exciting. At last, Luke truly understood. Women were genuinely unreasonable creatures. After the fourth big loop, even Luke was seriously exhausted. That early excitement had vanished completely. All that remained was the fatigue of hauling for girls around the courtyard 4 times. The moment he got back into the yard, he immediately got off the bicycle, ready to collapse into his rocking chair. "There's still Yurna," Lux said. Yurna Doer might be a maid, and she might rarely show much expression, but she'd always been close with the others. And she was thoughtful. She almost always noticed what they wanted before they even said it. So Lux remembered her instantly. Something this fun. Of course Yurna should try it too. Luke stopped and looked at Yurna across the courtyard. Yurna happened to look back at him, her face as cool and emotionless as ever. As her master, Luke could have ignored her feelings completely. But with the other girls staring at him from behind, Luke forced the choice back into her hands. "Just tell me, do you want to try it or not?" Normally, with Yurna's sharpness, she would have caught the meaning behind his words and replied, "Your Highness, I don't want to." Everyone wins. But after what happened this morning, even a maid could hold a grudge. So when Luke asked, Yurna gave a small, quiet nod. Luke. At a time like this, what could he even say besides amazing? So, full of tragedy, he climbed back onto the bicycle. A moment later, the back seat dipped. Yurna sat down. "Hold on tight." The 5th time Luke said it, his voice had gone numb. Then he pedaled and the bicycle shot forward again. Yurna only held the edge of his shirt lightly. Luke couldn't turn around, so he couldn't see her expression, but he didn't need to. It was probably blank, as always. He'd been thinking of using the same trick he used on Fiora, just to scare her too. Getting his maid to show any expression at all sounded entertaining. But when they reached the slope and Luke let go of the handlebars again, he realized the maid behind him didn't react at all. Like she wasn't scared in the slightest. Even the proud grand duelist had been startled, yet Yurna didn't budge. That only made Luke more convinced that his maid wasn't simple. Even when the bicycle tore down the hill, Yurna still showed no reaction. Luke couldn't help asking, "You're not scared?" Yurna replied with a question of her own. "Does your highness want me to be scared?" Luke admitted it. "I kind of did." Yurna nodded, then leaned forward a little and said in a perfectly flat tone, "I'm so scared." "Luke. Now you choose to be scared. That completely kills the sense of accomplishment." Luke didn't even need to turn around, he was certain she'd said it with a straight face. But he was wrong. Right then, the corner of Yurna's mouth held the tiniest hint of a smile as she quietly enjoyed the calm, steady ride. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 106. Chapter 106, Being Invincible is Really Lonely 29:18 words 5 full laps. The bicycle's wheels were practically about to start smoking. After the early burst of fun, Luke's scalp started tingling with that "oh no this is too much" feeling. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he didn't say a word, just flopped straight onto the rocking chair like a dead fish, eyes unfocused, staring up at the heavy gray clouds. Lux and the others could tell he'd been worked half to death this time, so none of them went over to bother him. Instead, their attention shifted to the bicycle. A moment ago, Luke had taken them out for a spin. They'd only ridden in the back for the experience. And the verdict was obvious, it was great. Compared to riding a horse or sitting in a carriage, it was a completely different sensation. That one nothing special little contraption, just iron bits hammered into shape, could still burst into that kind of speed. If they'd only been staring at the blueprint before, they might not have understood why it mattered. But after trying it themselves, they got it. The bicycle deserved to be called a phenomenon-level invention. Even if it couldn't fully replace carriages or horses, it was at least on the same tier as those modes of transport. And the most important part was that the cost to produce it was absurdly cheaper than a carriage. If nothing went wrong, bicycles would definitely end up woven into the streets and alleys of Demacia, and the significance would be anything but small. And yet the inventor himself was currently lying there like a salted fish couch potato on a rocking chair. If it were anyone else, they'd be so excited they couldn't sit still, desperate for all of Demacia to know about it tomorrow. But this guy... After the initial novelty and 2 playful rides outside, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at it again. The girls didn't even know what to say to him. Right now, they were still pretty interested in the bicycle. Being taken for a ride and riding it yourself were 2 completely different experiences. Watching Luke pedal back and forth made it look easy, so they wanted to try. "I'll go first." Lux, already bouncing with anticipation, raised her hand to check what the others thought. The other 3 girls stepped back and nodded, letting her have the first attempt. Just then, drip. Luke, sprawled on the rocking chair, felt something wet tap the tip of his nose. A raindrop landed dead center. In his view, the sky was packed with dark clouds, darker than before, like it was about to dump buckets. More drops fell, and Lux and the others noticed too. "It's raining. Let's get under cover first." So much for test riding the bike. Just in the time it took to speak, the rain thickened fast. "What about that guy?" Lux glanced at the rocking chair only to find Luke already gone. She turned her head. He dragged out a small stool and sat under the eaves in front of the house, yawning as he settled in to watch the rain. So they ignored him, and the girls jogged toward the manor. Halfway there, Kahina suddenly remembered something. "Oh right. I brought that tile game you mentioned too." As she spoke, she pivoted around, holding a hand over her head, and ran back to the carriage. The rain hit like a match to dry kindling. 1 second it was calm, the next it turned into a downpour. Hush crash. Fat drops hammered down, heavier by the second. Braving the rain, Kahina rummaged through the carriage, found a box and hurried back. By the time she reached them, she was soaked through, water dripping off her. Summer clothes weren't thick to begin with, and she was wearing a white dress. Once it got wet, the fabric clung to her, outlining her slim curves. Yurna handed her a towel she'd clearly prepared in advance. Kahina gave a sweet, grateful smile. First, she passed the box to Luke. "Your Highness, the mahjong set you were talking about." Luke pulled his gaze from the curtain of rain outside, took the box, and smiled at her. "Go let Yurna help you change into something dry first." Kahina nodded, toweling her hair as she followed Yurna away. A rainy day dampness had started to spread through the air. It wasn't unpleasant. Luke opened the box and found rows upon rows of delicate tiles inside, polished like jade. Familiar patterns were carved into them. He picked one up and looked it over. The craftsmanship was genuinely meticulous. It had a satisfying heft, heavy, but not overly so. About thumb length, roughly 2.5 fingers wide. The size was perfect. The markings were hand-carved, and it was obvious Novice had put real care into it. Lux, Fiora, and Sona came over too, their eyes drawn to the tiles. Each of them picked one up, examining it with curiosity. Lux lifted hers higher, angling it toward a brighter patch of light, chin tipped up. "So how do you play this?" Fiora rolled one between her fingers. "They're really well made." Sona nodded in agreement. Luke stood, no longer interested in watching the rain. He looked genuinely excited. "It's insanely fun. I'll run you through a couple rounds and you'll get it." They moved into the sitting room, where there happened to be a table that was just right for a 4-player tile game. Luke dumped all the tiles out of the box onto the tabletop. Along with them fell several stapled packets of paper. "The rules are all written there. Study them yourselves." He handed a packet to each of them. He'd had Novice prepare these in advance. There was too much to explain with words alone, and it was easy to misunderstand. So instead, everything was laid out on paper, clear at a glance. The first page covered the basic rules, and the later pages listed different winning hand types and scoring categories. He'd even thoughtfully included diagrams just in case a certain blonde couldn't make sense of it otherwise. Thankfully, with a printing press, after the first copy took some effort, the rest were basically unlimited duplicates. The 3 girls took the instructions and immediately stopped paying attention to Luke. They focused on the booklet. Luke gave them a little time to understand the basics. When he saw them start flipping pages, he said, "You can read while we play. The fastest way to learn is to run a couple hands for real. This kind of game, if you only read about it, even if someone explains the rules perfectly, it still might not click. But once you actually play 2 rounds, you'll understand everything you need." They set the booklets down and prepared to try a few practice hands. Soon, the clatter-clatter-clatter of shuffling tiles mixed with the roar of the downpour outside. After 2 rounds, they'd grasped the rules easily. It really wasn't hard. Keep 13 tiles, draw, discard, and build stronger and stronger combinations. Kahina, now changed into dry clothes, dragged over a chair, and watched from the side. "Got it all?" Luke looked around the table. Including Lux, all the girls nodded, eyes bright with eagerness. Luke said, "All right then. 1 point is 1 silver. Payouts depend on the point value." "No problem." Lux immediately agreed. Her luck in the first 2 rounds had been great. She'd won several hands in a row. From the moment she touched the tiles, she'd known this game was made for her. She curved her lips into a confident smile. "Watch me sweep all 3 of you." That familiar confidence gave Luke a strange sense of déjà vu. But considering this kind of game really did hand out a beginner's luck buff sometimes, he didn't bother to mock her. Faced with Lux's swagger, Fiora and Sona just smiled and let it slide. Before long, the real matches began. As the number of hands increased, they grew clearer on both the rules and the different scoring hands. None of them had a weak memory. Their draw and discard speed naturally picked up too. At first they still needed the booklet to check patterns, but soon they didn't need it at all. As time passed, they understood more and more why the game was addictive. It wasn't single note or rigid. For players, a big pile of tiles, random draws, every hand played out differently. Then there were all the different winning patterns, each worth different points. Put together, it made for an absurdly replayable game. Especially the feeling when you finally drew the exact tile you needed. There was nothing else like it. After several rounds, Luke was winning the most. Partly because he already knew how to play, and partly because his luck wasn't bad either. This wasn't a game where he could dominate every single hand. When the draws went cold and nothing connected, there was nothing he could do. But overall, he was currently eating all three of them alive. 6 dots. 5 bamboo. 3 characters. As Kahina called out the tile Sona discarded for her, it became Miss Crownguard's draw. Lux took a slow breath, reached out, and drew a tile, then held it upright to peek. Her shoulders sagged instantly, disappointment plain as day. Just looking at her expression, it was obvious she was waiting on a win, and she hadn't drawn what she wanted. At this table, she was the easiest to read. Whether her hand was good or bad was written all over her face. Sometimes she'd build something that looked huge, and before she even won, the smugness would already be glowing on her cheeks. Lux glanced at the board. A lot of the tiles she needed had already been seen, so she relaxed and tossed her tile out. 4 bamboo. 3 dots. 2 characters. 5 characters. Then Lux drew a 1 bamboo. Her brows immediately pinched together. She looked at the discard pile. She hadn't seen a single 1 bamboo yet. Next, she sneakily checked everyone's faces. Fiora, Sona, and Luke all looked calm, quietly waiting for her to discard. No one looked like they were sitting on something massive. It should be safe. Muttering under her breath, Lux discarded it. 1 bamboo. The moment the tile hit the table, Fiora sitting to Lux's left pushed her hand forward with a faint smile. 3-color identical run, using the 1 bamboo. 8 points. Lux froze for a second, but when she heard it was only 8 points, she let out a tiny breath of relief. But then Kahina raised her hand, delighted. I think we won 2 single suit for step triplets, 32 points, plus a closed hand bonus for 2, so 34 points total. Lux's face tightened instantly. 1 point was 1 silver coin, so that 1 discard just cost her 3 gold and 4 silver. For her already not that big little stash, that was a disaster on top of a disaster. Fiora, whose win had been undercut, sighed. Sona didn't even have time to celebrate her first ever 32-point hand before she heard a cold laugh from the side. And the moment Lux heard that laugh, a terrible feeling crawled up her spine. She turned to her right. Luke was sitting there with a cruel little smirk, flipping his tiles over one by one. 13 orphans waiting on the 1 bamboo. Lux's face went pale in an instant. She stared at Luke's revealed hand, completely blank. Even the Sona sisters shot Luke an annoyed glare. They'd finally made a huge hand, and this bastard had stolen the spotlight right out from under them. Fiora exhaled in relief, suddenly feeling much more balanced, and couldn't help but give Miss Crownguard a sympathetic look. 88 points, Luke said cheerfully, looking at Lux's stunned expression. First time I've ever won 13 orphans. Thanks for your generosity, Miss Crownguard. Inside, even he was impressed. 1 discard feeding all 3 opponents and feeding a 13 orphans on top of it was rare even by the standards of tile game veterans. Truly worthy of Miss Crownguard. Lux, thoroughly unwilling, dug into her purse and pulled out 8 gold and 8 silver. She handed it over with the kind of resentment that could curdle milk. And seeing the sleazy grin spreading across Luke's face, just made her even angrier. How much money had this guy siphoned out of her little stash by now? Luke still wasn't done showing off. I'm running out of places to put all this money. The moment that group taunt landed, Fiora and Sona's gazes snapped onto Luke. Two pairs of beautiful eyes, and there was a definite whiff of gunpowder behind them. The amount they'd lost wasn't much to them. But knowing it had all gone into Luke's pockets and having to listen to him gloat was infuriating. They silently pushed the tiles into a messy pile and began shuffling again. They refused to believe they couldn't win. Feeling the danger rising at the table, Luke realized something was off. He stuffed the winnings into his pocket, stood up, and tried to slip away with an excuse. It's getting late. We should probably start thinking about lunch. The instant he rose, a small hand shot out and grabbed him without mercy, yanking him back down. Luke turned around to see Lux with a dangerous smile on her face. Don't rush. We're not hungry yet. And when he looked at Fiora and Sona, they were calmly shuffling tiles in their seats, faces cool and unreadable. For the first time ever, they could sit in front of the concept of lunch and not budge. Luke had successfully ignited every bit of their competitive fury. Trying to pull a win money and run, like the last time they played poker. Absolutely not. So Luke was forcibly dragged into several more rounds. And then he won even more. Lux was so angry she looked like she might flip the table. Even Fiora and Sona couldn't keep their composure anymore. A fire had lit in their chests, and no amount of water was putting it out. I told you I didn't want to play anymore. You insisted on dragging me back. Can you even scrape up any money now? Luke stood, let out a sigh like he was the victim here, and wore an expression that practically screamed arrogant. His pockets were stuffed with coins, every last one from their personal stashes. Beginner's luck meant nothing in front of absolute skill. This was what real ability looked like. Invincible really was lonely. He didn't say it out loud, but every girl at the table could feel exactly what he was thinking. They were furious and unhappy, glaring at him with eyes sharp enough to bite. But there was nothing they could do about it. At the table, only Kahina and Sona still had any money left. And even then, not much. Their families were wealthy, sure, but it wasn't like they walked around carrying piles of cash. Especially since they never imagined that coming to Luke's house would turn into a situation where money suddenly mattered so much. After a few rounds, even though 1 point equaled 1 silver, a single big self-drawn win could make you rich in an instant. Like that 13 orphans' hand. If Miss Crownguard hadn't discarded it, and Luke had drawn it himself, then each opponent would have owed him 8.8 gold. And Luke's draws were hot. He self-drew easily. So of course their wallets couldn't survive. I'm done. I'm going to make lunch. Luke smiled faintly and headed for the kitchen, in an absurdly good mood. The money itself didn't matter to him. But thinking about who he'd won it from. That felt amazing. Once he left, the girls couldn't stop him. One by one, they sighed. Today they'd been completely cleaned out by this guy. Let's play without money, Kahina suggested. After watching so many rounds, her hands were itching. She wanted in. The other three had no objections. They figured they could at least sharpen their skills, so they started up a no-stakes game. Meanwhile, Luke hummed to himself in the kitchen, leisurely preparing lunch. He glanced out the window. The rain had been falling for hours, but now it had weakened. Water dripping from the eaves was almost louder than the rainfall itself. It looked like it would stop soon. A little sunlight was already slipping through outside, soft and gentle, and that fresh, rain-washed clarity made the whole atmosphere feel unexpectedly nice. Luke liked that feeling. He kept humming while he cooked. When the meal was ready, he shouted toward the sitting room. Food's up. The moment they heard it, the girls who'd long since been teased by the smell immediately tossed down their tiles and rushed to the kitchen to sit. Lunch was lavish. There were new dishes every day, and several plates they'd never seen before. Steam rose in fragrant waves, and everything looked delicious. After a whole morning of losing at tiles, their sour moods lifted at the sight of a full table. And in moments like this, even looking at Luke felt less annoying. He'd won all their money, so now they were going to eat until they got their value back. With that thought, they dug in without restraint. Sona, who always told herself she needed to diet before every meal, ate for a while, then quietly changed her mind. Forget dieting. Not today. Sorry, there was no way to westernize the episode more cause they're actually playing mahjong. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 107, so this is what a twist looks like. 29:18 words after lunch, everyone headed outside to enjoy the post-rain scenery. The dark clouds had mostly scattered by now, but the sky still wasn't bright. After a rainfall like that, the air couldn't work up any heat even if it tried. Instead, it felt cool and refreshing. After a huge downpour, watermarks were everywhere like the whole world had been rinsed clean. The vibe was perfect. And strangely quiet, too. As everyone took in the view, nobody hated rainy days. It was just a shame they couldn't practice with the bicycle. Puddles covered the ground, everything was slick, and if you wiped out during practice, your clothes would be filthy for sure. So the practice plan got pushed back, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. Luke thought for a bit. All right, tidy up. We're heading into town. In reality, it was already past 3:30 in the afternoon. Because mahjong was the kind of thing that made you forget time existed. The girls refused to accept defeat, so they dragged Luke into a few more rounds. That naturally delayed lunch. Then making lunch took time too. By the time they finished eating, midday was long gone. Luke wanted to go shopping. Lately there were more mouths at home, ingredients vanished fast, and it was time to restock. He also planned to buy some medicinal herbs, including silver needles for acupuncture. There was a lot to pick up, and he also wanted to swing by Novice's place to check in. Once the decision was made, they got ready to move. Sona didn't really want to go somewhere crowded, so she decided to stay home. Fiora thought it over and chose to stay with her. So the group heading out was only Luke, Lux, Kahina, and Yurna. But it was just some shopping, there was no need for everyone to go. Let's roll. After a bit of preparation, the carriage set off at Luke's command. On the road, Luke lifted the carriage curtain and looked outside. The capital's drainage system was pretty solid. The streets were wet, but even after that morning's downpour, it hadn't really caused traffic problems. Part of that was also because the capital sat high, built almost up against the mountainside, with buildings rising higher and higher as you went. It was hard to notice in daily life because the city was so large, but the palace itself was built on higher ground. And along the streets, every few blocks you could see an entrance to the underground sewers. Those sewers fed into a large river, and that river ran all the way out to the sea. Even though it had just rained, the streets were still busy with people coming and going. Luke even spotted newspapers at a small stall by the roadside. A customer sat there with a paper clearly in hand, reading. He turned and asked Kahina, "How are newspaper sales lately?" The paper had started distribution near the Illuminators' church. For the first 3 days it had been free, and yesterday they'd switched to paid sales. Today was the second day. Kahina answered, "During the free period, we had a ton of people. Every morning it was basically sold out immediately. We didn't even have to go hand them out, people who lived nearby just came on their own. But after switching to paid sales, I can tell the urge to buy dropped a lot. We still sell out every day, but it's much slower." There was worry in her voice. Like something might be going wrong. If this kept up and they printed a lot every day, then couldn't sell them, that would be a huge loss. Luke smiled. "It's fine. That's normal. Nobody's money comes out of thin air. The moment something costs money, people naturally hesitate and weigh it more carefully. And there was another obvious reason people's desire to buy had dropped. The early free issues had mostly been little odds and ends the illuminators collected from around town. If it stayed like that, people might buy it first for the novelty. But later? Nobody would want to spend 2 copper coins just to bring home a sheet of paper full of meaningless chatter. So at that point, you needed hot topics to carry it. Back in his previous life, celebrities were this unreachable presence for ordinary people, so if anything happened to them big or small, the entire world couldn't wait to watch. Same logic here. It was just that celebrities were replaced by nobles. To commoners, nobles were just as untouchable. And major nobles even more so. For a commoner, even exchanging a single sentence with a great noble was a massive honor. So the moment nobles became the hook, you had your hot topic right there. Then there was official information, which was never a problem. Luke only needed to mention it to his aunt. But that would wait until the day the newspaper officially launched. Next came marketing. For any product, setting quality aside, the most important thing was marketing. Like perfume, once you made owning a bottle the symbol of being refined, women would compete to buy it. The newspaper was the same. Once reading the paper in the morning became the trend of the era, then if you didn't buy a paper, you'd feel like you didn't fit in. That was the bandwagon effect. Of course, that was marketing aimed at the general public. There were other approaches too, but there was no need to list them all right now. So Kahina's worry was unnecessary. Nothing was wrong, it was just that Luke hadn't started executing the next steps yet. Luke glanced at Lux beside him, happily holding a candy apple skewer, and chuckled. But it was about time to start. Lux noticed his look and tilted her head in confusion. She still hadn't realized what kind of cruelty was waiting for her next. After a while, the carriage slowed to a stop, and Yurna said from the front, "Your Highness, we're at the Illuminators' church." The 3 of them got down. Luke hadn't been here in a while. With the newspaper's official launch day getting closer, he needed to check in. And the kids here would be the main delivery force later. The moment they stepped out, they could see the area around the church was lively, with a lot of people gathered. The kids were off to one side, practicing on bicycles in pairs. They didn't care if the ground was dirty. Falling didn't scare them if they wiped out, they got up and kept learning. Playing while learning, laughing the whole time. They'd made more than one bicycle. Only one had been delivered to Luke's place. The others had been distributed to the 3 illuminators' churches, plus a few adults who'd been selected in advance, people willing to deliver papers. Most of those adults were folks the churches had helped, people with injuries or missing limbs, who weren't suited for most jobs. But learning to ride a bicycle wasn't that hard, so it was within their abilities. "Your Highness." As Luke and the others got down, a few kids ran over. It was Moff and his group, dirty all over, but clearly thrilled to see Luke. "Good afternoon." Then Moff spotted Lux and greeted her with a grin. "And good afternoon to the goofball too." Lux immediately bristled. "Who are you calling a goofball?" She raised the candy apple skewer in her hand like it was treasure. That bright, glossy candy coating instantly captured the kids' attention. Their eyes tracked it up and down. Even Moff swallowed hard. Seeing that, Lux gave a smug smile. "Want some?" Moff and the others nodded honestly. So Lux flashed a pretty smile. "Then say what you really feel." Smart as he was, Moff immediately understood what she meant. He hesitated for a long moment, but in the face of the candy apple's overwhelming temptation, he decided to betray his conscience. "Miss Crownguard is clever and sharp. Just one look and you can tell she's gentle, graceful, and kind-hearted. Miss Crownguard is so pretty. Miss Crownguard is the most beautiful woman in the world." The kids piled on, one line each. They were little kids, limited vocabulary, so every sentence was squeezed out with all their brain power. Lux actually looked a bit proud. She glanced at their hopeful faces, sniffed, and then took a big bite. You don't get any. Moth and the others froze. In that instant they understood what "the world is cruel" really meant. Lux saw their stunned expressions, planted a hand on her hip, and laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was pure revenge, like she was a kid herself. The kid's eyes turned resentful. All right, that's enough. Stop messing with them. Luke gave Lux a helpless look, then said to Moth, "Go call everyone over." Moth nodded, shot Lux a glare, and ran off. Lux kept smugly eating her candy apple and said to Luke, "You heard them, right? That's what these kids truly think of me." Yeah, Luke said with a dry chuckle. Gentle and graceful, kind-hearted, definitely the type who'd never trick kids. Lux huffed. That's what he gets for calling me a goofball. Kahina watched from the side with a resigned smile, looking between Lux and Luke a couple times. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling Lux was becoming more and more like His Highness. Sticking with him all day was corrupting her. Before long, Moth had gathered all the church kids. As the boss, he only had to call once and everyone showed up. They stood scattered around, staring at Luke with wide eyes, not sure what this was about. Luke glanced at Yurna and smiled. All right, bring them out. Yurna took a box down from the carriage. When she opened it, it was filled with candy apple skewers, one after another. Because it was summer, if you didn't finish them the same day, they'd start to melt. And putting them in cold storage messed with the taste. So they were usually made and eaten the same day. They weren't hard to make, so Luke often made some along with everything else. Knowing he'd come to the church today, he'd prepared a lot in advance. Lux had seen this, and that was why she'd teased Moth earlier. In reality, Luke had prepared enough for every child and even for the illuminators at the church. The kids stared at the full box, their eyes lighting up like lanterns, practically drooling. No kid could refuse candy apples. Soon, the candy apples were handed out. As the sweet tart flavor spread through their mouths, every child's face filled with smiles, and the area outside the church turned into pure cheerful noise. As they ate, they slowed down more and more, reluctant to finish. Even after they finished, and even though they could see there were extras, none of them asked for more. They were far more sensible than kids their age were expected to be. They knew nobody would indulge their selfishness. Luke then told them, "Whoever learns to ride a bicycle first can come get another one." The remaining candy apples were extras. Giving them to any one person wouldn't be fair, so it was better to let the kids earn them. The moment they heard that, they ran off impatiently to practice. Naturally, things got chaotic. There weren't enough bicycles for one per kid. Some didn't want to stay in pairs anymore, and that was when Moth stepped in to keep order. He was young, but he had a real air of authority. The moment he stood there, the kids stopped messing around. He was also the first one to claim an extra candy apple. Apparently he'd learned not long after the bicycles were handed out. When he got his candy apple, he gave more than half of it to a little girl who always stayed by his side, and he only ate a couple pieces himself. Luke had heard the little girl had been through something similar to Moth, so Moth treated her like a little sister. Luke thought that was a good thing. At least they had each other. Candy apples were only precious right now because Luke was the only one making them. But before long, just like bicycles, they would show up all over Demacia's streets. Once the remaining candy apples were all handed out, Luke and the others climbed back into the carriage and prepared to leave. As the carriage started moving, the kids noticed and waved hard in farewell. Even at their age, they understood that the men sitting in that carriage had done something that meant a great deal to them. The carriage's second stop was the workshop. The workshop had moved to a new address, found by the head of the research institute. It was bigger now, enough to fit a lot more people. Both the bicycles and the improved printing press had come out of this place. When the carriage stopped, the institute staff came out to greet them. The fastest by far were Meili and Corson, that brother and sister pair, practically sprinting. They flashed into Luke's face like hounds catching the scent of hot dogs, wearing flattering, deeply moved smiles. "Your Highness." A day without seeing you feels like forever. Your Highness. When you weren't here, I survived by crying into my pillow every night. Watching the two of them get more ridiculous by the day, Luke waved a hand. Get out of here. Yes, sir. They immediately scampered off, hovering at a distance that wouldn't annoy Luke, following along like loyal shadows. The reason was simple. Besides the fact that Luke himself was a big deal lately, thanks to him, the two of them had successfully gotten their names officially listed at the Research Institute. You had to understand, even their eldest brother Jared, at this age, might not necessarily get listed there. But they had. For the two of House Menk, being listed at the Research Institute was like winning the lottery. And with Novice backing them, they could even hold their heads high in front of Jared. Even in front of their elders in House Menk, they finally had some backbone. All of it was thanks to Luke. You could honestly say that day those 15 laps at House Menk had changed their fate. At that moment, Novice heard Luke had arrived and hurried out to greet him. Your Highness. Standing in front of Luke, Novice lowered her head shyly, looking embarrassed. Even Luke paused for a split second when he saw her, though he quickly recovered. Lux, meanwhile, froze. She almost thought she'd mistaken the person. Novice had changed so dramatically it was hard to believe. The oversized round glasses that covered 90% of her looks were gone, revealing a small, delicate face. She wore light, fresh makeup, clean and soft. Her big eyes were bright and lively, her long lashes fluttering, and with her cheeks slightly pink, she looked even cuter. Her hair had been restyled too. Instead of those country girl braids, it fell naturally on both sides, with a faint curl. And paired with the ill-fitting white research coat she wore, it gave a strange impression, like she was a tiny little genius who looked incredibly competent despite her small frame. Luke glanced back at Meili. Meili wore a proud grin. Your Highness, well. This is my masterpiece. She'd always thought Novice walking around in those stiff giant glasses, and that plain hairstyle was just. How was she supposed to catch your Highness's attention like that? So on a whim, Meili had come up with a bold idea. She'd quietly launched the Novice makeover plan, intending to surprise Luke. And once she actually did it, even Meili herself was shocked. She hadn't realized her little sister could be this refined. Now, it looked like Luke wasn't the one most surprised. Miss Crownguard was. Looking at Novice with her head lowered and her shy expression, Luke gave Lux a little chuckle. This is what I meant by a twist. The twist I told you about. Lux snapped out of it, staring at Novice, remembering Luke really had said that back then. That he wanted a twist. Thinking back to how Novice usually dressed, Lux finally understood what he meant. When Luke had removed Novice's oversized glasses before, Lux had already noticed Novice was actually a very cute girl. Now that she'd been polished up, stunning was the only word for it. Kahina came here often and had known Novice for a long time, so she wasn't surprised. Luke noticed something else and asked, confused, so you don't need glasses? Novice finally taking off those painfully unfashionable big glasses was absolutely a good thing. And if Luke had ordered her to, with Novice's personality, she would have obeyed. But he hadn't forced it. He'd assumed she might be very nearsighted. Now he saw Novice without the big glasses, and she wasn't wearing any other pair either. She didn't seem affected at all. Hearing Luke's question, Novice nodded and admitted in a small voice, embarrassed, I don't. Then why did you wear those huge glasses every day before? Because when I wore them, I didn't have to make eye contact with people. It felt comfortable. Luke went quiet. He'd almost forgotten there was a word for that. Social anxiety. And clearly, Novice now had at least a little less of it. // check out my P at tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, and Hear Me Out. 5632 words. Luke took a lap around the inside of the workshop. Everything was running normally. Novice said the improved printing press would be finished in 3 days at most. Which meant the day the newspaper officially went on sale was already very close, just a few more days, tops. Luke needed to start preparing. He didn't stay at the workshop long. After confirming everything was on track, he said goodbye to Novice and left. On the way to the market district, Lux suddenly remembered something and looked at Luke. You said you had a really important task to assign me. What is it, exactly? Back then, when there were 4 of them, Luke had given everyone a job except her. And now the newspaper was about to launch, and she still had nothing to do. It made Lux feel like she wasn't part of it. So far, it was like the only thing she'd done was invest on behalf of House Crownguard, and nothing else. Hearing that, Luke smiled at her. Don't worry. It'll be in the next day or 2. He'd been thinking about how to talk his way through it anyway. He hadn't expected Miss Crownguard to bring it up herself. Saved him a lot of trouble. Lux nodded, looking genuinely excited. Not long after, the carriage arrived at the market district. Shopping began. Since there was so much to buy, Luke split the list up between the 3 of them. The 4 of them immediately scattered, each buying their own items. Then, once they were done, they regrouped back at the carriage. By 6 in the afternoon, when the sunlight overhead turned slightly golden, they finally finished buying everything. There were simply too many things for one carriage to hold, so they rented 4 more cargo wagons. Only then did it all fit, and they headed home. When they arrived, it was still light out. But the sunset was already visible, soft, mellow light spilling down after the rain. Before anyone realized it, summer was already more than halfway gone. They got down from the carriage. In the courtyard, Sona and Fiora sat across from each other playing 5 in a row. Both of them were focused, serious. When it came to the game, Sona was the closest to Fiora in skill. Fiora still had the edge, but it was close enough that the winds traded back and forth. So Fiora liked playing Sona the most. Their relationship had gone from simply knowing each other to being pretty good friends. Seeing Luke and the others return, both women looked up. When they saw the 4 big cargo wagons behind them, they paused the game and stood to help. Everyone worked for a while before things were finally put away. Fiora asked, confused, why did you buy so much stuff? She'd already seen plenty of jars and bottles, and there were the same barrels from last time plus a whole new stack of them. They'd bought coal too. And then there were medicinal herbs, so many that the herbs alone took up an entire wagon. Food ingredients took up another wagon, which at least made sense. Luke just smiled. Because it'll be useful. Everything would be used, just not all at once. Fiora didn't press further. Then she remembered something and added, oh, when I was practicing in the backyard, I noticed water bubbling up back there. Luke frowned in confusion. Curiosity got the better of everyone, and they all headed toward the back. The backyard was actually much larger than the front. It connected to a back garden, where a stone path ran through it, and at the far end there was a decent-sized fish pond. Luke wasn't interested in keeping fish, so it had been left unused. The spot Fiora meant was by the fish pond. Luke's current home had once been Tiana's main residence. More than a decade ago, she and her husband lived here until a war took him. He was killed by the enemy and died on the battlefield. After returning to the capital, Tiana never came back to this house. She moved into the Crownguard estate instead. Southwest, the place had sat empty for years. Originally, the fish pond had been connected to a water source with a circulation system, but after being abandoned, that system fell apart too. Looking over, even though it had rained, the pond held no water. It had clearly drained out through the outlet. Outside the pond, several cracks had opened in the ground, and even now water was still seeping out. Lux stared, baffled. That can't be right. The water source connected to this pond should be gone. The pond used to draw from upstream, and flush out through a downstream outlet to circulate. But that upstream supply had long since been redirected elsewhere. Now it fed the main courtyard's water instead. Luke stepped closer and crouched to look. This doesn't feel like it's coming from upstream. He reached out and touched the water that kept seeping out, and immediately felt warmth. He froze, then his surprise turned into delight. Did I seriously luck out like this? He stood up grinning, thinking that today really was his lucky day. Seeing his expression, Fiora frowned slightly, looking at the seepage and guessing, hot spring water. If nothing weird happens, yeah, probably. Luke nodded hard, almost certain. In Demacia, hot springs weren't exactly unheard of. A lot of cities including the capital were built near mountains, so it wasn't unusual to find natural hot springs in plenty of places. Some cities were even famous for them. With warm water bubbling up here, it was obvious Luke's property had the conditions underground for a hot spring. Generally, for underground water to form a hot spring, there are 3 requirements. There must be a heat source underground. There must be a pressure difference that forces heated water upward, cracks in rock layers allow it to surge out. There must be long, deep fractures in the rock that connect the heated water to the surface, space in the strata to store hot water. The surface has a natural water cycle. Because it had poured earlier in the day, rainwater would seep down into the ground. At that point, the water would sink into fissures in the rock layers. Heated by geothermal warmth, the water temperature would slowly rise. Once it rose enough, pressure would build and it would push back up, spilling out at the surface. Maybe there had been a hot spring under this place for a long time, and nobody noticed because the house had been abandoned. Then today's heavy rain hit and Fiora happened to be practicing with her sword in the backyard, so she caught it. Otherwise, with Luke being a lazy bastard, he probably would have lived here his whole life without realizing there was a hot spring in the backyard. No question about it, Luke had just picked up a massive freebie. Even he got a little excited thinking about it. He was sick to death of bathing every day in that cramped little bathtub. A hot spring. Lux looked openly jealous. She actually loved soaking in hot springs. But she could only go once in a while. Most of the time she was stuck soaking in the bath at home, and compared to a real hot spring, it didn't even feel close. So yeah, watching Luke get a hot spring for free was painful. Sona and Kahina didn't seem as impressed, maybe because their homes already had a natural hot spring. No matter what, for Luke it was huge. He wanted to soak tonight. But he forced himself to calm down. You couldn't rush it. Having the hot spring was one thing, but the pool still needed to be built first. You couldn't have everything instantly. Back in the front courtyard, Luke kept smiling, clearly in a great mood. I was going to wait a couple more days. I'm not waiting. He muttered the decision to himself, and the women looked at him strangely. Lux gave him a curious look. Wait for what? Luke glanced at her. Probably doesn't have anything to do with you. That tone immediately annoyed Miss Crownguard. She shot him a sharp little glare. But not long after, she'd find out he was right. It really didn't have anything to do with her. The shopping was done, everything they bought was put away, and everyone quickly had nothing to do again. So they did whatever they felt like. Sona and Fiora went back to finish the 5-in-a-row game they'd left unfinished. Lux and Kahina invited Luke to play a game of cards, but Luke surprisingly refused. Because he had something to do next. With no choice, the two of them dragged Yurna into a card game instead, while also keeping an eye on Luke's strange behavior in the yard. He hauled out a bunch of metal racks he'd bought last time, then started hammering here and there, sawing and grinding with a hacksaw, making a constant racket. It was so loud the girls couldn't concentrate, and they all retreated inside. Seeing how rarely Luke focused this hard on one thing, none of them went over to bother him. If anything, they were even more curious. When the yard finally quieted down, they noticed Luke had washed up and then disappeared into the kitchen. Seeing him apparently preparing dinner, they started looking forward to what they'd be eating. By the time it got dark around 8 at night, all right, that's about it. Chef Luke, who'd been busy the entire afternoon, exhaled in the yard and called into the house, "Get ready to eat." A moment later, the girls filed out one by one. They gathered in the yard, confused. Even though it was night, the firelight made everything bright. In front of Luke was an iron frame about 4 feet long, filled with charcoal that glowed with a red-orange heat. Beside it were several tables covered with all kinds of ingredients, many of them skewered on iron sticks already. Tender beef, marbled pork, distinct chunks of lamb plus more vegetables than anyone could count, corn, mushrooms, green beans. And on top of that, plenty of seafood they'd bought today, scallops, lobster, crab. There was so much food it made their eyes spin. But there was a problem. It was all raw. Lux frowned. Are you planning to roast it? Luke nodded, smiling. Tonight I'm letting you try barbecue. He'd been craving it for ages and he'd even brewed beer for it. Barbecue with a cold beer. That was the life he'd always wanted. Originally, because brewing took time, he'd planned to wait a few more days, sell the newspaper first, then crack open the beer to celebrate. But now that he'd found a hot spring, he was doing it early. Isn't it just roasting stuff? Lux leaned in, felt the hot wave of charcoal on her face, and quickly leaned back. Everyone here had eaten roasted meat before. You put it over fire and sprinkle some seasoning. Done. You don't get it. Luke's smile turned mysterious. The best ingredients often use the simplest cooking method. Then he added, but my roasted isn't the same as your roasted. Not one of them doubted him. Usually, Luke could say whatever he wanted and they might not believe a word. But when it came to food, if Luke said it, they believed it. They also noticed a barrel on another table. Inside was the drink Luke had been brewing in the basement this whole time. Fiora, who'd been curious about it for a while, stepped closer to inspect it. Is that the beer you were talking about? Luke checked the heat with his hand over the grill and said, perfect. Grab whatever you want and bring it over. The moment he said it, they rushed to the ingredient tables and picked what they wanted. When they came back, Luke took one look at what they'd chosen and went silent for a second. Could you at least bring some vegetables? He scanned the skewers. Good grief, nothing but meat. They were really planning to eat 0 greens tonight. Stop whining and grill. Lux lifted her chin proudly and shoved her skewers at him. She'd brought the most meat by far, in every variety. Chef Luke sighed and began his high-end barbecue. He brushed a layer of golden oil over the tender skewers and laid them on the grill. Almost immediately, the charcoal crackled. As time passed, the color of the meat changed, and soon the natural aroma of roasting meat rose up. Then came the important part. Luke took out a sauce he'd mixed himself, dipped a brush into it, and painted it onto the skewers in steady strokes. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The meat hissed as some of the sauce evaporated, while the rest soaked into the tightening fibers. The fragrance of meat, mixed with the rich aroma of the sauce, spread through the entire yard, instantly locking all the girls' eyes onto the grill. Lux even dragged over a small stool and sat beside him, staring with a pathetic, hopeful look. Right now she didn't want to think about anything else, she just wanted to eat. Luke scooped up a whole handful of skewers. Juices dripped onto the charcoal, making that perfect sound. Then he grabbed a handful of seasoning and sprinkled it over them casually. Lux was already waiting with a small plate. Luke set the skewers down and started working on the next batch. Before long, several plates were piled high with all kinds of skewers, steaming with mouth-watering heat like gorgeous dancers waiting for someone to come and give them attention. Then Luke picked up the wooden tankards he'd bought, walked to the beer barrel, and opened the tap. Pale golden beer surged out. He caught it in a cup. The girls watched with curiosity, noticing it looked a lot like ale. As it poured, they could already smell a distinctive aroma spreading through the air like a wheat field, with a faint fruity fragrance and even a hint of sweetness. As the beer rose in the cup, white foam bloomed like snow. When it was about to spill over, Luke shut the tap. He handed the first cup to Fiora, who had been waiting. Then he poured and distributed cup after cup. Halfway through, he caught Lux trying to slip one past him. She walked over holding a wooden cup, pretending she didn't know anything as she offered it to Luke. Luke looked at her, then pointed behind the beer barrel, grinning. "You drink that?" Lux followed his gaze and saw a small chilled cola keg sitting behind it like it had been prepared specifically for her. Miss Crownguard's face immediately scrunched up in protest. "I'm almost an adult." Alcohol wasn't exactly a luxury in Demacia, but it wasn't cheap either, and the law said minors weren't allowed to drink. And poor Miss Crownguard was still, in fact, a minor. "Almost isn't adult." Luke smiled, looking at her like she was a little kid, with all the smug superiority of a grown-up. That look made Lux even more irritated, but she had no way around it. She trudged over, sulking, and poured herself a cup of cola. She did like cola, but everyone else was drinking beer, and she was stuck holding a cola like some kind of joke. To celebrating the discovery of a hot spring. Cheers. Luke raised his mug, beaming. Then he tilted his head back and chugged loudly. The girls responded together, laughing. Fiora was just as bold, draining her cup in one go. The moment the beer hit her mouth, she felt the crisp freshness unique to fermented drinks, followed by a subtle fruity sweetness. The texture was velvety smooth, and then the rich body of the beer bloomed, wrapped in hop aroma, with that unmistakable sparkling bite. Almost instantly, Fiora decided Luke's beer was top tier. Her family ran a winery, so she knew a little about alcohol. She didn't drink often, but she could tell this wasn't ordinary. Seeing the two of them chug like that, Kahina lifted her cup, wanting to copy them. But halfway up, she lost her nerve. She'd only just become an adult not long ago, and with strict upbringing, this was her first drink. After thinking, she gave up on chugging and took a small sip instead. She tasted it, feeling the fizz almost like cola in that sense. The flavor was fresh, and since it was her first time, she couldn't tell if it was good or not. But her first impression was that she didn't dislike it. Sona wore a gentle smile and drank in small sips, nodding thoughtfully as if to say this beer was anything but simple. And it wasn't. Luke had brewed it carefully, adding several rare fruits, so it was far better than standard beer. Yurna also drank in small sips. Her face didn't show much, but her eyes stayed fixed on the beer in her cup, clearly satisfied. After finishing a cup in a few swallows, Luke felt cool refreshment spread through his whole body, his mind instantly brightening. He let out a satisfied breath and immediately poured himself a second cup. That first beer really did taste best. Chug, the hops hit just right. Fiora wasn't slower than him. After finishing her first cup, she felt the same crisp rush, wiped the foam from her lips without caring, and held her cup out at Luke, silently demanding a refill. Luke chuckled and filled her second cup too. After that, there was no need for more cheers. They were going to eat and drink at the same time. By now, the skewers had cooled to the perfect temperature. Each of them grabbed one and bit down eagerly. Lux was the fastest. Since she had cola anyway, chugging or not didn't matter. While Luke and Fiora were drinking, Lux had been stationed beside the skewers like a guard dog, waiting for them to cool just enough. The moment they weren't scorching hot, she snatched one and took an impatient bite. With one chew, juices burst across her mouth. First came a touch of salt, then the smoky roasted flavor, and finally the fragrant punch of the sauce. 3 flavors fused together, and Lux felt a thick wave of happiness. The roasted meat she'd had before didn't deserve to be compared to this. As a hardcore foodie, she realized immediately that second brushing of sauce was the soul of it. That sauce alone doubled the flavor of the skewers. And the most insane part was that while the sauce aroma dominated, Luke still preserved the natural fragrance of roasted meat. That was what made it perfect. She kept eating, bite after bite. And just as she was thinking life was beautiful, Lux noticed Luke and the others chatting while drinking beer. She stared at the mugs in their hands. Suddenly, the skewer in her hand didn't smell so amazing anymore. Luke said barbecue with beer was the ultimate pairing. If she only got the barbecue but not the beer. Didn't that mean she was only experiencing half the happiness? She looked down at her cola and sighed, took a sip, and somehow cola, which usually tasted incredible, felt less satisfying now. Even though she could see Luke and the others just a short distance away, Lux felt like she was separated from them by two different worlds. So she sighed again and took another sip, forced to drown her sorrow in cola. Luke didn't notice Miss Crownguard's gloomy tragedy at all. He and the duelist just kept drinking, cup after cup, as if time had disappeared. Neither of them had had alcohol in a long time, and after a few cups, both Luke and Fiora were lightly buzzed. Yerna took over at the grill, roasting food in Luke's place. With the sauce already made, barbecuing itself wasn't hard. At this point, Luke had lost track of how many cups he'd had. He only knew the buzz felt great. Smiling faintly, he leaned back and looked up at the sky, enjoying the night. Beside him, Fiora's cheeks had flushed. Her deep blue eyes, usually so cold, looked softened now, as if thawed, carrying a tenderness you rarely ever saw. That cool, sharp aura around her had brightened, gaining a faint, alluring warmth. With her stunning features under the night sky, she looked breathtaking. She'd kept pace with Luke. Not as competition, just because their drinking rhythm happened to match. Fiora rarely drank like this. Normally she avoided alcohol, because feeling tipsy could affect her judgment. She didn't hate it, but she didn't like it either. Yet right now, the only thought in her head was, one more cup. She glanced toward the sky. Without noticing, the stars had already filled the night, and a bright band of the Milky Way stretched across it dreamlike. Then she turned her gaze to the side. Luke was leaning against the table too, also looking at the sky. His face was clean and handsome, his eyes clear, his expression lazy in a comfortable way, relaxed, almost carefree. The more she looked, the more Fiora's lips curled upward. She'd never imagined she'd one day sit and drink like this with a man. Leaning against the table together, mirroring each other, watching the night, she smiled and said, "In all of Demacia, you're the person I've seen who knows how to enjoy life the most." Luke smiled back. "I've never had some lofty, heroic dream. I've always wanted a life like this: drink, laugh, and enjoy the moment. So I spend my time figuring out how to live comfortably. In life, the first thing you should learn is how to enjoy it. Because life is long, and there's so much packed into it: joy and anger, sorrow and laughter, sweetness and bitterness, birth and death. It's complicated enough already. If you can't even learn to enjoy it, then you came into this world like some suffering monk, trudging through misery for no reason." Luke didn't want that. So whether tomorrow was cloudy or clear, what mattered most was always the present. 1 second of happiness right now was 1 second of happiness. Why pile up worries for yourself all day long? Fiora listened and laughed softly. She lifted her eyes to the sky. "If only I could be like you. Drink, laugh, enjoy the moment." What an incredible 8 words. Luke glanced at her, puzzled. "Aren't you doing exactly that right now?" Fiora froze, then laughed helplessly, realizing she'd forgotten she was already living that moment. Right now, she really was happy. If only it could stay like this forever. Luke looked at the duelist beside him. She didn't speak, but a faint trace of sadness flashed through her eyes, so quick it almost didn't exist. He looked away and went back to watching the sky. He knew that even for him, if he wanted this kind of life to last, he'd have to do something to protect it. Fiora stood to refill her cup. Maybe the alcohol had caught up to her, because her first 2 steps wobbled a little. Without meaning to, she bumped lightly into Luke. The brief contact cleared her head a bit. She steadied herself and instinctively glanced at him. He was watching her with a faint, amused smile. Her heart skipped in a way she didn't expect. Fiora pretended not to care, turned the tap, and poured another cup of beer. Luke raised his mug, and the two of them finished one last cup together. After that, Luke felt his stomach grow hungry, so he went over to the grill, picked out a few skewers he liked, and handed them to Yerna. Then he realized something felt strangely quiet. He frowned. It felt like something was missing. The feeling grew stronger. He looked around and found Kahina sitting back to back with her sisters, a little drunk. Kahina was talking non-stop, clearly one-sided. Sona listened quietly. Everything seemed normal. Except where did the blonde go? Where's Lux? He asked Yurna. Normally, while they were refilling cups, Lux would be refilling skewers like her life depended on it. She was usually the loudest and the one who ate the most. Why wasn't she here? Miss Crownguard went inside a little while ago, Yurna answered. Luke blinked. Lux went inside. That wasn't right. Not right at all. He stood up and headed into the house. He searched the living room, nothing. Went to the kitchen, still nothing. Then he felt it. He looked toward the basement stairs. After a brief pause, he walked over, went downstairs, and saw the basement lit by a single torch. And sure enough, Lux was there. Miss Crownguard was sitting in front of a stack of barrels, her back to him, acting suspicious as hell. A few skewers sat beside her too. Luke's eyebrow twitched. He didn't let Lux drink, and she'd actually snuck off to the basement to drink alone while he wasn't paying attention. He looked at the side so she could pair barbecue with beer, she'd even brought a few skewers down. But she hadn't started eating yet. Luke walked up, planning to catch her red-handed. Before he could even speak, Lux lifted her head and looked up at him. Her face was bright red, absurdly cute. Her big eyes stared straight at him without blinking, glittering like a starry sky, foggy at the edges, with a dazed softness. Recognizing it was Luke, she giggled stupidly. Luke looked down at the cup in front of her. There was about half a cup of beer left. So she was definitely drunk. Lux lowered her head, lifted the cup, and tried to drink again. Luke snatched it away. Lux immediately puffed her cheeks, glaring up at him. After that back and forth, Luke expected her to lunge at him. Instead, Lux just looked unhappy, lowered her head, and sat there quietly. Like a little kid sulking. Luke tested her by moving the beer cup toward her. Lux instantly brightened, lifting her hands to take it. Luke pulled it back again. Lux shot him an offended look, lowered her head again, and then suddenly hiccuped, her whole body bouncing. Her face turned even redder. Not embarrassed red, drunk red. More drunk than before. Luke stared at the cup in his hand, suddenly unsure how much she'd actually had. Was it only half a cup? Or had she already drunk a lot, and there was only half left? Either way, one thing was certain, Lux was drunk. After thinking, Luke asked, "Can you stand up?" Lux looked up at him, nodded. Then shook her head. Luke blanked. "So can you or can't you?" Her reply was a dumb grin. "Whatever. I'll carry you upstairs." Luke sighed. Turning his back and crouching, he immediately felt weight settle onto him, two slender arms draping over his shoulders. He stood up with her on his back. Lux wriggled a little, adjusting until she found a position she liked, then shouted, "Hiya." Luke's face went flat as he carried her upstairs. On his back, Lux happily swung her legs, surprisingly obedient. Drunk Lux was basically a different person from sober Lux. Before getting drunk, she was bright, energetic, playful, and mischievous. After getting drunk, she got quiet and docile, more the type to just sit and stare into space. She didn't cause a scene. Luke told her to do something, and she did it. So he carried her to the living room and set her on the couch. Lux just sat there. There was hot water in the house, so Luke poured her a cup of smoky Earl Grey tea, hoping it might help. When it cooled a little, he handed it to her and said, "Careful. Drink slowly." Lux took it obediently and sipped carefully. "I finished." When the cup was empty, she held it up to Luke like she was asking for praise. Luke smiled. "Want more?" So Luke poured her another cup. After she finished that one, he asked again, "More?" Lux shook her head this time. 2 cups in, and she didn't look any less drunk. Luke sighed. "Wait here." Then he walked to the kitchen to make a hangover soup. Lux nodded obediently. Sitting on the couch, she swayed lightly, her legs swinging too. After a bit, she seemed uncomfortable and started taking off her shoes. A few quick motions later, her shoes went flying somewhere across Luke's living room. Then her thin socks followed. Not long after, Lux's pale bare feet were out in the open, slender and small, white as snow, toes delicate like little flower buds. She looked more comfortable, and went back to gently swaying. She waited and waited, but Luke still hadn't come back. So Lux stood up and decided to find him herself. She didn't put her shoes back on. She ran barefoot through the house, feet thudding against the floorboards. Luke was simmering soup in the kitchen when he heard the noise. He turned and saw Lux standing prettily at the doorway. He glanced down at her bare feet and frowned. "Where are your shoes?" Lux giggled. "I threw them." Her cheeks were still red, her eyes dreamy. She didn't look any less drunk at all. She probably just felt better without shoes. Sometimes when Luke drank, he thought it felt better to strip down completely too. Thankfully, Miss Crownguard hadn't done that. She'd only taken off her shoes. Luke said, "Go wait in the living room." Lux refused this time. She padded into the kitchen on little bare feet, walked up next to Luke, and spread her arms. Luke looked at her weird behavior, then sighed like he already knew what she wanted. He turned, crouched slightly, and felt her hop onto his back again. Lux's voice rang out, bright and delighted. Being carried up from the basement must have felt fun to her, because she'd run here just to make him do it again. So Luke carried her back to the living room, and put her on the couch again, putting on a stern face. "No more being stubborn." Lux nodded like she was completely satisfied. Women who drank too much were a pain. Luke silently vowed that from now on, he would never let this brat touch alcohol again. With that thought, he turned back toward the kitchen. A bit later, he came out holding a bowl of hangover soup, something he was absolutely sure worked. He handed it to Lux, who was watching him with wide, hopeful eyes. "Drink this and you'll feel better." Lux took it without doubt, trusting him completely. But after one sip, she immediately spat it back into the bowl, frowned, stuck her tongue out, and looked up at Luke with watery, pitiful eyes. "So bitter." Luke chuckled. "Bitter is the point. Drink it all and you'll see what you look like right now. When you sober up, I'm going to laugh at you so hard." Lux puffed her cheeks like she hadn't understood a word. This time, no matter what he said, she refused to drink. Luke thought for a moment, then said, "Finish it, and I'll give you a candy apple." Lux hesitated. She stared at the hangover soup, wrestled with herself, and finally lifted the bowl again, trying to bring it to her mouth. Halfway there, she set it back down. Between the candy apple and not drinking bitter soup, she chose not drinking. Luke tried again. "It's only the first sip that's bitter. After that it's super sweet." Hearing that, Lux picked up the bowl, held it out to Luke, and said, "Then you drink first." So she was this sharp when she was drunk, huh? Luke was absolutely not drinking it. As the person who made it, he knew exactly how bitter it was. When he brewed it, he gave up entirely on flavor. He only cared about the effect. It was made purely to sober someone up. Realizing he couldn't talk her into it, he didn't have a good solution. Lux set the bowl aside, leaned over and flopped down onto Luke's lap. After wriggling into a comfortable position, she closed her eyes happily, clearly intending to sleep. Letting her sleep was also a solution. So Luke didn't move. He quietly watched her sleeping face, watched her breathing even out, and soon she started making soft, adorable little snores. Then Luke looked up and saw Tiana standing at the living room doorway, her expression dark as a storm as she stared at him. Luke went silent for a second. "Aunt Tiana, let me explain. This is absolutely not what you think." Tiana smiled without any warmth. "And what exactly do you think I'm thinking?" As she spoke, she walked over. She quickly smelled the alcohol on Lux and frowned. You gave this girl alcohol. Luke sighed. She stole it herself. With that expression, Tiana judged he was probably telling the truth. Lux stealing alcohol did sound exactly like something she'd do. Tiana stared at Luke. What kind of alcohol? On her way back, she'd caught a delicious smell, so she came down to look. The moment she stepped into the yard, she saw a few girls lightly buzzed. Then she walked inside and found her precious darling sprawled on this boy's lap. For a second, she'd honestly wanted to erase him from existence. She only restrained herself because it was Luke. Luke felt like his aunt's gaze was a little too dangerous, and gave an awkward smile. Homebrewed beer. Inside, he made the same vow again, next time no matter what he was not letting Lux touch alcohol ever again. // check out my P at tray 0 and for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 109. Chapter 109, Miss Crownguard, you don't want what happened when you got drunk last night. 2,886 words. Since when do you know how to brew alcohol? Hearing that, Tiana narrowed her eyes at Luke. This kid seriously had a new skill popping out of nowhere every so often, always leaving her with a small surprise. Like some treasure-packed underground vault, you could keep digging forever and never hit the bottom. I know a little, Luke replied, still modest as ever. Tiana didn't press him for details, but she really was interested in the beer. She walked forward 2 steps, then grabbed Lux, who was sprawled across Luke's legs, by the back of her clothes, and lifted her up like a chicken. Even so, Miss Crownguard slept like a rock and didn't wake at all. She only let out a couple of uncomfortable little hums. Once Tiana shifted Lux onto her back and carried her properly, Lux settled down again. She drank a lot, Tiana said with a small laugh. Looking at her niece resting against her shoulder, Tiana's eyes softened with clear affection. Then she looked at Luke. I'm taking her back first. Luke nodded quickly and stood to see her off. Sure, Aunt Tiana. Take care on the way. Seeing how eager he looked to usher her out the door, Tiana shot him an annoyed glance, and didn't bother responding. She headed outside. In the courtyard, Fiora, Sona, and Kahina all looked over. At a glance they spotted Lux asleep on Tiana's back. Lux was sleeping sweetly, a silly smile on her lips like she was having the best dream. Luke followed out behind them. Before leaving, Tiana took a cup, poured herself a serving of beer, and tipped her head back, downing it in a few big swallows. When she exhaled a refreshed breath, her eyes lit up. She turned back and looked at Luke. This is good. Send me a few barrels later. As someone who knew her drinks, she could tell immediately this was quality, exactly her kind of flavor. Luke immediately looked pained. There are only a few barrels total. If I give them all to you, what am I supposed to drink? You don't have to send any, Tiana said with a casual smile, completely unconcerned. It's just that when I can't get a drink, I tend to talk too much. And if I accidentally tell your mother you let this girl drink, that would be unfortunate. Luke's mouth twitched. He sighed. I'll send them over. Tiana's mother was Lady Agatha Lux's actual mom. If Agatha found out Lux had been drinking, just imagining it made Luke's spine go cold. Even though he could swear on his conscience he never forced the little blonde to drink, she'd snuck it herself. But looking at Tiana's smile, Luke had zero doubt she would twist the story into something else entirely. And if the facts got twisted, the consequences would be brutal. I don't need much, Tiana added, still smiling. Half is fine. You can keep brewing the rest later. Before she left, she even ruffled Luke's hair, looking thoroughly pleased. Luke let out another sigh. Half was acceptable. The remaining half would still last him a while. And during that time, he could brew more, especially since he'd bought extra barrels when he went out today. This time, it wasn't just beer. Luke's head was full of other types of alcohol, too. After gaining medical knowledge, he'd also picked up plenty of methods for making all kinds of medicinal liquors. Honestly, it wasn't a bad bonus. Lux, still on Tiana's back, made a small sound and slowly woke up. Her eyes fluttered open, still hazy with that drunk, unfocused look. She clearly wasn't sober yet. But the moment she saw Luke, she started squirming behind Tiana's back, making dissatisfied little noises. At first Tiana thought Lux was just uncomfortable, but she quickly realized that wasn't it. "I'm taking you home." "I don't want you." Lux struggled as she spoke, her pitiful little eyes looking over Tiana's shoulder at Luke. It was obvious she wanted him to carry her instead. Tiana realized it immediately, and her expression turned stern. "You do want me." Even drunk, Lux's instincts screamed danger. She instantly behaved, slumping her head onto Tiana's shoulder with a pout. "I'm leaving." Tiana shot Luke one last look, then turned and walked away. Luke stayed where he was and watched her go. After Tiana helped Lux into the carriage and laid her down, she discovered Lux had fallen asleep again. So Tiana let her lie flat. She quietly studied Lux's sleeping face, then gently stroked her cheek, her gaze full of fondness. After a long moment she sighed. "I don't know if that kid can really protect you." Thinking back to how affectionate Lux had been toward him, Tiana had already noticed what was happening. Truthfully, she'd sensed it even earlier. And Agatha had noticed long ago as well. Neither of them had said it aloud, and neither had stepped in. Because Lux had never had a close male friend like Luke, never mind the fact that, before, they wouldn't have allowed it. But time passed. Lux was growing up. If she were an ordinary girl, that would be one thing. But she wasn't. When she was very young, Lux had already shown something different, something no one else had. It was her secret. And for her, that secret was dangerous. Even Tiana and House Crownguard might not be able to protect her completely. Then Luke appeared. As a prince of this kingdom, he could stand like an umbrella shielding Lux's secret from the worst of the storm. So if things could develop naturally between them, that would be ideal. Tiana and Agatha had made a tacit decision: they wouldn't interfere with the business of kids. Looking at Lux's sweet sleeping face, Tiana smiled softly. Though with Lux's personality, by the time she realized what she felt, who knew how long it would take? "Grow up soon, Lux. That kid, your aunt might not be able to keep him in line for you." As the Crownguard carriage rolled away, Kahina asked curiously, how much did Lux even drink? Just looking at her, it was obvious Lux had gotten completely wasted. Luke shook his head. "When I found her, she was already plastered." Thinking of Miss Crownguard sneaking off alone to drink and getting herself that drunk, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Lying back in a rocking chair, Fiora casually picked up a cup from the table, a faint smile on her lips, and took small sips. Her pale face had a rare flush to it now. The light buzz from earlier had grown stronger. She wasn't to the point of confusion, but the world felt like it had a thin veil over it, a strange, dreamy sensation. But she didn't hate it. She felt more relaxed than she had in a long time. The night had only just begun. It wasn't time to break things up yet. Luke walked over to the table, mildly puzzled. "Did I leave my cup here?" Hearing him mutter that, Fiora looked over, then the hand holding her cup froze slightly. She lowered her gaze to the cup in her hand, like she'd just remembered something. The cup sitting by the barrel, that one might have been hers. So then whose cup was this? She glanced around. Everyone else still had their own cup nearby. Only Luke, who'd been up and moving around, didn't. She remembered the earlier moment. After Luke got up and left, she'd set her cup down too, and wandered over to the food area to grab a few skewers she wanted. While waiting, she'd stretched out in the rocking chair Luke had been using before. Looking at the night view, she'd absent-mindedly treated the cup left on the table as her own. And now, her eyes drifted to the rim. She couldn't even remember how many sips she'd taken. Meanwhile, Luke didn't think much of it. He honestly didn't remember where he'd left his cup. Now everyone else had theirs and he didn't. So the cup in front of him had to be his. Fiora watched as Luke picked it up and took a few big gulps of beer. Her heartbeat stuttered twice, almost against her will. Those cool, sharp eyes of hers flickered. She couldn't help thinking, was she the one who got the advantage, or was he? After a moment, Fiora arrived at a conclusion. At the very least, she didn't lose out. She laughed softly and shook her head. She really was a bit drunk. Why was her mind full of thoughts like this? Then she stopped caring. She lifted her cup and kept drinking as if nothing had happened. The barbecue went on until late into the night. Eating, drinking, playing, and chatting all at once, it ended up being a great experience for the girls. The only pity was that Miss Crownguard hadn't made it through the second half. When it was finally time to leave, Fiora planned to take Sona's carriage home, since it was on the way. She actually wasn't that drunk. After realizing a certain something later, her head gradually cleared, almost like she'd sobered up. Sona had only had a few cups too, but she didn't look tipsy at all. Clearly, she could hold her drink. As for Kahina, she'd only had 1 cup. With her low tolerance barely better than Lux's, she'd felt a little dizzy after that and switched to cola instead. But even sitting in the carriage, still heading to her sister's place to sleep for the night, Kahina only belatedly realized something and immediately regretted it. She sat there and let out a long, gloomy sigh. Kahina thought. She should have been like Lux and drank more. If you drank more, you had the courage to do things you'd never dare to do normally. But thinking of it now was too late. The next day. Clear skies. Because it had rained yesterday, there was a thin layer of mist across the world this morning, giving everything a soft, dreamy haze. Luke yawned as he came downstairs from the second floor. A maid who'd already been cleaning early thoughtfully poured him a cup of hot tea. Sitting on the sofa, he drank his smoky Earl Grey tea quietly, feeling it was still early. Most people slept longer after drinking, but Luke was the opposite. He slept less. Last night, he'd only managed about 6 hours. Science said people should get at least 8 hours a day. But if he couldn't sleep, there wasn't much he could do. Lying in bed might have been nice, but he decided to find something to keep himself busy. Like brewing alcohol. Early in the morning, he was already moving around in the kitchen. After a while, Miss Crownguard trudged into the living room like her soul had been drained. One look and Luke already knew why. Lux dropped onto the sofa and sighed. My head feels all swimmy. Yurna walked over with a cup of smoky Earl Grey tea, and set it down on the table in front of her. Lux picked it up and took a careful sip. Feeling the warmth settle in her stomach, she finally felt a little better. She couldn't remember a single thing from last night. All she remembered was feeling stubbornly unwilling to lose, so she'd snuck down to the basement and drank a few cups of beer. After that, total blank. A blackout. But that was fine. Luke would help her remember. Luke came out of the kitchen and sat across from her, smiling. You forgot what happened last night, didn't you? Lux nodded, curiosity flickering in her eyes. What did she even do when she got drunk? It wasn't much, Luke said lightly. You just got all clingy, acted cute, begged for hugs, and then you went running around everywhere barefoot like a lunatic. Begged for hugs. Lux's face froze on the spot. Just imagining it a little brought back a few blurry fragments. Begged this jerk for hugs. A full-body shiver ran over her. Lux ducked her head and covered her face, completely unable to look at Luke. She could practically guarantee he was wearing the most smug expression imaginable. Drinking too much wasn't scary. The scary part was having someone walk you through the replay afterward. And right now, Lux was living that nightmare. Even if the memories were fuzzy, those fuzzy pieces alone were already enough to ruin her. How much more humiliating stuff had she done? Lux didn't even want to think about it. She peeked up at Luke and sure enough, he was looking at her with that teasing, amused gaze. Cringe history, one of the few true black marks in her life. And the one person she least wanted to witness it had witnessed it. Lux was silently screaming inside. Luke calmly took a sip from his teacup and smiled. It's fine. You were really cute last night, Miss Crownguard. He dragged out the word cute on purpose. Lux shuddered. She was right on the edge of a breakdown. She clapped her hands over her ears and shouted, "Stop talking." Being praised was usually a good thing. But right now, she wasn't happy in the slightest. If anything, she could clearly hear the mockery in Luke's tone. She wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. And making Luke shut up was obviously impossible. He wasn't going to miss an opportunity like this. He'd remember this for the rest of his life. Some time later, when Fiora and the others walked into the living room together, they saw Lux sprawled on the sofa with hollow eyes and a dead expression, like her soul had left her body. Fiora asked, puzzled, "What's wrong with her?" Luke, in an excellent mood, said happily, "Nothing. I just helped her unlock the password-protected memories." Fiora immediately understood. She glanced at Lux on the sofa and laughed softly. Miss Crownguard was really cute when she got drunk last night. She meant it. Last night, the little blonde had looked so adorably different that even the coldest heart would have warmed up. But hearing those words now was like getting shot by an arrow straight through the chest. Seriously, totally different from usual, Kahina agreed, nodding. She crouched down to look at Lux's pale face and said with a grin, "She looked so well behaved." Another arrow. Drinking too much wasn't scary. The scary part was everyone helping you remember at once. Lux was finished. Only Sona, who could sense what Lux was feeling, crouched down and gently patted her shoulder in comfort. Unfortunately, it didn't help much. By breakfast, Lux had recovered a little strength, but her eyes were still unfocused, like she'd been cut off from the world. After breakfast, she returned to the sofa and continued brooding in silence. Luke came out holding 2 sheets of paper and set them on the table in front of her. "Didn't you want something to do?" Lux's dim eyes finally regained a tiny bit of light. She sat up and looked at the 2 pages, completely confused. "What's this?" "A speech for the newspaper," Luke said. "Your job is to memorize it." He looked at her. "I stayed up late writing it for you." That part was true. He'd spent a long time writing it last night. Lux shook her head so hard she looked like a bobblehead. She stared at Luke with her whole face screaming resistance. "I'm not memorizing it. I want a different task." She was the classic type who was allergic to studying. Over the years, she'd been tortured by too many texts and poems already. Now she finally had a few days off, and he wanted her to memorize something. That was basically trying to kill her. So Luke said calmly, "Don't forget your credit leave is already used up. These extra days off are something I got approved for you." Lux only had enough credit for 3 days of leave. Today was already the 4th. Because of the newspaper, he'd specifically asked Tiana for a few more days, otherwise, Lux would be trapped in a classroom right now. Even so, Lux stayed stubborn. "I'm not memorizing it." She'd already decided no matter what Luke said, she wasn't doing it. After last night, her dignity was already in pieces. What did she have left to lose? Normally, Luke might have tried to sweet-talk her or trick her into it. But thinking of how Tiana had threatened him, Luke looked at the delicate, cute little blonde in front of him and smiled. "Miss Crownguard, you wouldn't want other people to find out what happened after you got drunk last night, would you?" Lux instantly shivered, staring at Luke with terrified little eyes. He would do it. This man would absolutely do it. Lux could already imagine stepping outside tomorrow and discovering that the entire great city of Demacia knew exactly what she was like when she got drunk. It felt like the end of the world. Lux clenched her fists, grinding her teeth. "I'll memorize it. Now that's more like it." Luke stood, looking down at her with a smug, superior gaze. I expect you to be able to recite it before we leave this afternoon. // Check out my P at tray 0 and for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 110, Ah. I really want to slack off 2786 words right now, Luke's contemptuous look was basically saying. Miss Crownguard, I'm holding this over you for the rest of your life. Lux kept her head down. Even in the heat, she felt like she was shaking with rage and humiliation, but all she could do was swallow it. She swore to herself that one day, she'd take back everything she'd lost. After Luke finished speaking, he was already in a great mood, humming a little tune as he headed for the kitchen. He kept working on brewing, with Yurna helping him on the side. Out back, Fiora was practicing her sword. Sona and Kahina, the two sisters, played Connect 4 to pass the time. All morning, Luke stayed busy with the brewing process. Moonshine was more of a hassle than beer. The fermentation time was the same, but the prep took more work. Checking the progress, Luke clapped his hands and said, "That should do it. Let it sit for 5 hours, then we'll add a little something." Then Luke went to prepare lunch. He'd been busy all morning, but he didn't feel tired at all. If anything, it felt satisfying. After all, he was working for his own enjoyment. Once the work was done and he looked at the results, the sense of accomplishment was real. It was the same as cooking. These days, whenever Luke cooked and saw the dishes he'd made with his own hands like little works of art even without anyone praising him, he still felt proud. After lunch, Luke checked how Lux was doing with memorizing her speech. And then he discovered she'd memorized every single word, without missing a thing. That was fast. Those 2 pages were easily 500 or 600 words. Could it be that Teacher Moores wasn't wrong? Maybe she really was smart, she just refused to put in effort. Seeing Luke's surprised expression, Lux felt a little smug. Her mood improved a lot, too. "We're heading out," Luke said, glancing at the sky. Noon had passed. It was already afternoon. Lux, having memorized the speech, seemed to understand her mission now. She nodded. As for Luke, he was ready to execute the first step of his marketing plan, celebrity marketing. In the great city of Demacia, House Crownguard's popularity was sky-high. Every member of the family had immense name recognition. And Lux was at the very top of that. As House Crownguard's cherished jewel, her status shone everywhere she went, just as bright as her appearance. She was, without question, a celebrity. Of course, Luke qualified too. As the kingdom's second prince, his name carried serious weight. But this time, Luke didn't plan to put himself out front. It wasn't that he didn't want to show his face. It was that Lux, despite her huge popularity, was still far from ordinary people. So far she felt untouchable. That distance had been decided the moment she was born. And Luke wanted that distance to quietly disappear, little by little. Before leaving, Luke looked at Fiora and Sona, who were staying behind to watch the house, and said, "I had Yurna contact Novice this morning. This afternoon, people should come by to dig the hot spring pool. Keep an eye out. Doing the hot spring pool alone would be a pain, and it would take forever." So he simply called in a few Royal Academy workhorses to help. With their skills, they could finish it in less than a day. Why would Luke do it himself? Free labor was free labor. Fiora and Sona nodded to show they understood. So Luke climbed into the carriage and set off with Lux and Kahina. The sun was brighter today, and the air was a bit hotter than yesterday, though it wasn't the blistering kind of heat from early June. The streets were bustling. The royal carriage rolling through drew plenty of attention. When they reached a square with a large crowd, the carriage came to a stop. Lifting the curtain, Lux took a look outside, drew a deep breath, and stepped down. The moment she appeared, she attracted attention. She walked to a slightly elevated spot, climbed up, and took out the megaphone she'd prepared. "I'm Lux Anna Crownguard. I'd like to borrow a little of your time." Her clear, bright, pleasant voice rang out through the amplified megaphone, and even more people looked over. The crowd slowly gathered beneath the platform. Is that the young lady from House Crownguard? She's so pretty. I saw her once on the street before. She's even prettier now. What's she going to tell us? Everyone craned their necks, looking up at Lux on the platform. As Lux watched the crowd grow, she saw that they'd filled nearly half the square. A few hundred people, at least. Without meaning to, she got nervous. Even her heartbeat sped up. This was the first time she'd ever appeared before people like this. On the way here, Luke had already explained what she needed to do, and Lux had prepared herself mentally. Now her gaze shifted toward the carriage and met Luke's eyes. In that instant, it was like a surge of courage welled up inside her. Facing the crowd, she gave a bright, innocent smile. Next, I want to tell everyone about a new kind of information source called a newspaper. Far away, across almost an entire continent from Demacia, there's a city called Piltover. There, newspapers have already become the main way people get information in their daily lives. As Miss Crownguard's confident voice continued, the murmurs below gradually faded. People stared up at the girl on the platform, growing more and more focused. Luke sat in the carriage, smiling as he watched. Her brilliant blonde hair seemed to shimmer under the sunlight. Her eyes were especially bright, and the sweet smile on her face felt like a cool breeze in the hot afternoon. She stood on the platform with confidence and poise, and every little movement seemed to carry an effortless charm. As she reached the end, Lux bowed slightly to the crowd. That's everything I wanted to say. I hope you'll all support the Royal City Bulletin in the future. If Miss Crownguard says so, I'm definitely supporting it. Yeah, Royal City Bulletin, I'm in. Our own Demacian newspaper. That sounds great. No need to say more. I'm buying 10 copies myself. I'm buying a ton. A wave of applause erupted immediately. Men and women alike looked at the young, lovable girl on the platform with the kind of smile a proud parent might wear. Lux's beauty alone was unforgettable, never mind the kindness beneath it, which made her even more appealing. People still remembered the great city years ago. Every morning, a blonde little girl would come bouncing along, cheerful and lively, greeting everyone she met. Her smile was so infectious that anyone who saw it in the morning would stay happy all day. Hearing the applause, Lux beamed. Then she looked toward Luke's carriage and gave him a playful blink. Luke gave her a thumbs up. He'd assumed that for Lux's first public speech, she'd probably mess up a word or two from nerves. But he'd been completely wrong. From start to finish, Lux didn't make a single mistake, and the speech was practically perfect. Back in the carriage, Lux leaned toward Luke, smug as can be. Was my speech so amazing you just stared the whole time? Luke sighed dramatically, as if disappointed. How did you not embarrass yourself? I was looking forward to laughing at you when we got back. Lux instantly glared at him, then lifted her chin and huffed. With something that easy, you thought I'd mess up? Not even close. Luke laughed. Then I hope you can keep it up. That was only our first stop. Lux, getting a little inflated with confidence, said, piece of cake. And so the speeches across the great city began, stop after stop. By the time the afternoon sun started to lower, it was already nearing evening. After finishing yet another speech amid applause, Lux returned to the carriage. Luke handed her a prepared cup of hot tea. Good work. That was the last one. Lux took it, drank it in 2 quick gulps, then let out a long breath. Finally done. I am exhausted. Her small face showed clear fatigue now. She wasn't the same energetic firecracker she'd been earlier. Even her voice came out weak. An entire afternoon she'd repeated the same speech to who knew how many different crowds. Luke smiled. For today, it's done. Hearing that, Lux looked at him blankly. For today? What do you mean? Luke sipped his own tea, casual as ever. I mean tomorrow and the day after. This kind of thing will probably take about 2 more days before it's really finished. Lux froze, her eyes full of disbelief and confusion. Luke chuckled and explained, the great city is huge. In one afternoon, we didn't even cover a third of it. They'd traveled a lot, sure, but compared to the whole city, it was still nowhere near enough. No choice, this era didn't have phones. Otherwise, they could have recorded a video and sent it out. So for now, they had to run it stop by stop. After Luke explained, Lux's face fell. She looked at him with big pleading eyes, blinking rapidly. Can't we just? Luke smiled, patted her shoulder, and said gently, Miss Crownguard, since you started, don't give up so easily. Obviously, quitting wasn't allowed. Right now, that normally warm, handsome face looked like a demon to Lux. She slumped weakly, staring at the carriage ceiling with pure despair in her eyes. She'd thought the suffering was over. Turns out the suffering had only just begun. I really just want to tap out. But the worst part was, that jerk still had blackmail on her. Thinking about it only made her feel more hopeless. Beside her, Kahina thought for a moment and tried to comfort her. Lux, don't lose heart. Everything's hard at the beginning. Lux's mood improved a little, thinking maybe tomorrow and the day after wouldn't be so tiring. Luke, still drinking tea, added calmly, and then the middle is hard. And the ending is hard. Lux, when the carriage finally stopped outside Luke's house. Lux stumbled down, completely drained, and trudged into the courtyard. The first thing she did was flop straight into the rocking chair. She looked exactly like a dead tired couch potato, just like Luke had yesterday morning. Luke and Kahina came in after her. Fiora, who'd been playing games nearby, glanced over. What did you make her do? How is she this exhausted? Luke said casually, nothing much. I think it was fine. We only ran around half the city. Hearing him talk like that, Lux didn't even have the strength to glare. She shot him a resentful look, then went right back to lying there like she'd given up on life. Fiora smiled at her, already understanding how someone could tire out an energy monster like Lux. Half the city wasn't small, especially when you had to stop and give a speech at every single spot. Then Fiora added, oh, by the way, the Royal Academy people are out back. Want to take a look? Luke had heard the noise from the backyard anyway. After thinking for a moment, he headed back there. A group in Royal Academy uniforms was working with various tools, building the hot spring according to Luke's blueprint. The pool was already dug out. They'd reused the old fish pond, dug it deeper, widened it, improved the circulation system, and just like that, it became a ready-made hot spring pool. The floor inside was already laid with pale blue-gray stone, and it looked great. Around it, several tall wooden posts each a few meters high had been linked together into a circular privacy wall, wrapping the hot spring pool inside. That was Luke's requirement. After confirming everything looked fine, a few of the Royal Academy workers came up. One of them reported, Your Highness, as instructed, we've finished improving the hot spring pool. We also ran a check. We found a geothermal pocket roughly 200 meters beneath your home. The water storage space down there is also quite large, so we made a small modification to the pump pressure pipeline and changed it to a model you can shut off at any time. If you want to start the water circulation, just turn the switch to the right. If you don't, turn it to the left. When the water pressure is full, the switch will open automatically. As the report went on, Luke's expression grew more satisfied. These Royal Academy people really were talented, fast, and efficient. They got it done in a single afternoon. If Luke had done it himself, it would have taken 2 or 3 days at least. Each of you go to my maid and collect 20 gold. Knowing he'd be able to soak in the hot spring tonight put Luke in a fantastic mood. With a big wave of his hand, he rewarded everyone present with 20 gold each. That instantly made the Royal Academy workers' faces light up in surprise and joy. They'd assumed they'd just be working for free for the prince, never expecting a 20 gold bonus. Their monthly pay at the Royal Academy was only a little over 10 gold. Working one afternoon and getting 20 gold, especially when the job itself was easy for them, was an incredible deal. His Highness was truly generous. "Thank you, Your Highness." The workers bowed happily, then ran off to find Yurna and collect their reward. Luke didn't care about that small amount of money anymore. Whether it was the printing press or the bicycle, the most expensive phase was already past. In a few days, he'd be stuffing money into sacks. After checking the hot spring pool all around, Luke was honestly tempted to soak right now. But remembering he still had things to do, he reluctantly left the backyard and returned to the front. By then, the Royal Academy team had already taken their leave. Lux was still lying in the rocking chair, wilted. Kahina had dragged over a small chair and was sitting there watching Fiora and Sona play. Luke started dealing with the many barrels of alcohol he'd left sitting earlier that afternoon. After glancing over them, he waved at Fiora. "Hey, Sword Princess, come work." "Sword Princess?" Fiora's mouth twitched. She lifted her eyes, clearly displeased, and glared at Luke. But soon she remembered something. Still annoyed, she stood and walked over. "What do you want me to do?" She'd almost forgotten she still owed Luke more than 20 days of work time. Luke tossed her a shovel with a grin. Fiora caught it, looking confused. "Dig for what?" "To bury the booze," Luke said, giving her a look. "These barrels are best left underground for a while. Dig until you can fit them in." The front yard was huge, so there was plenty of space to stash barrels. Fiora didn't ask more. She silently started digging. Kahina and Sona came over to help on their own, and Luke directed them to move the other barrels down to the basement. As for Lux, she'd been drained all afternoon, so Luke didn't order her around anymore. After placing the remaining barrels in the basement, Luke went back out front. He and Yurna each grabbed a shovel and joined Fiora. All three of them were strong enough, so the work went quickly. Before long, they'd dug a large pit. They lowered several barrels into it, then started shoveling the dirt back in, burying them. While shoveling, Fiora briefly thought that if they could bury Luke too, that would be even better. After a lot of work, they finally packed the soil down flat. That was it. Now they just had to let the alcohol ferment for a while. By then, the sky had darkened, though it wasn't fully night yet. Only the moon hung above, there wasn't a single star in sight. So Luke started preparing dinner. But before cooking, he looked at Lux's miserable, droopy state and decided to make dessert first. Today's sweets weren't just candy apples, he also made her favorite, cake. Since they'd bought plenty of fruit, he made extra in one go fruit cakes in all kinds of flavors. The instant Lux saw the cake, she revived on the spot, snapping right back into her lively, playful self. She hugged the cake and ate happily, praising again and again that Luke's baking was way better than anything outside. Only then did Luke start preparing dinner. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 111. Chapter 111, Luke, your image just collapsed. 29:05 words after dinner. Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, a deep, whole-body sense of relaxation settled in. Moments like this always made people feel a certain kind of happiness. Lux was back to full energy, staring at Luke with bright eyes. She couldn't wait to finally win a hand for once. But Luke just shook his head lightly and smiled. "In a bit. I've got something to handle first." With that, he stood up and headed upstairs. Having her invitation rejected again made Lux's little face twist with suspicion. Something was off. This guy was seriously off. What could he possibly have to do at a time like this? Luke returned to his bedroom, lit the lamp, and sat down at his desk. He straightened the paper and pen, dipped the nib in ink, and began to think. After only a few seconds, ideas started flowing. He lowered the pen to the page and began writing. A while later, the door was suddenly shoved open with pure brute force. Luke's train of thought snapped. He looked up, startled, toward the doorway. I knew it. This guy's been secretly studying behind my back. Lux stood there with the expression of someone catching a cheater red-handed, glaring at the paper and pen on Luke's desk like they were the smoking gun. She looked downright furious. Behind her, Kahina, Fiora, and Sona hovered like a caught you squad she dragged along as witnesses. Lux stormed into the room. Everyone, take a good look at his true face. He acts like he's totally carefree, but he's secretly grinding in private. This kind of behavior is downright unforgivable. She'd felt something was wrong for ages. Back then, they had clearly agreed to slack off together, so why did this guy know so much? Now she had the answer. He'd been secretly working hard behind the scenes. Luke, your whole vibe is ruined. Hearing Miss Crownguard's indignant rant, the other girls stared at Luke in disbelief. Their eyes practically said, "Who would have thought you were that kind of person?" Luke slowly typed a question mark in his soul. What did he even do? How was this unforgivable? Studying. What are you even talking about? Luke frowned. Was Luke the kind of man who studied voluntarily? You've been caught in the act and you still want to argue. Lux shot back. She marched to the desk, snatched up a few pages, and scanned them, then paused. The little newspaper girl. What's this? She looked closer. It seemed like a short story. Luke said, just something I wrote for fun. When the newspaper launches, I'm planning to print it. Lux looked up at him. You can write stories? Luke smiled. A little. The girls had heard that line from him more times than they could count. You can do a little of everything. At this point, they were numb to it. I'm going to see what you wrote. Lux dropped her gaze back to the pages. The other three leaned in as well, their eyes following the lines. The story opened with a drunken father stumbling through the door with a bottle in hand. He took one look at the bare, broken home, and the sick mother on the bed, barely clinging to life, and started shouting about how unfair the world was. When he finally collapsed into a seat, he noticed a little girl crying quietly in the corner. From the title alone, the girls could guess what kind of story it would be. They just hadn't expected an opening like this. Less than 200 words, and a desperate, impoverished household was already painfully clear. A mother bedridden with illness. A father who lived for alcohol. And the main character, a little girl. It made them genuinely curious about what came next. No one spoke. Their eyes moved down the page. After seeing the girl, the father ordered her out to sell newspapers. The girl tried to protest, worried about the heavy snow outside, and wanting to stay and care for her sick mother, but instead she received a savage beating. Then he brutally threw her out the door. In the end, the little girl stood helpless in the freezing snow, hugging a stack of newspapers, wearing her mother's oversized slippers and ragged old clothes. That second section was longer, and the girls' emotions were already rising with the story. They were furious at the father and aching with pity for the child. They kept reading. The little girl wandered the streets beneath thick, swirling snowfall, lifting the newspapers in her arms. Newspapers. Newspapers. Does anyone want a newspaper? She begged with her eyes, but passers-by ignored her. She stopped in front of a house. Inside, adults were celebrating a child's birthday. The room was bright with warm light. A child about her age smiled happily, dancing and singing surrounded by family. Grandma. Tears slid down the little girl's face, but she quickly wiped them away and forced herself to keep going. Newspapers. Would anyone buy a newspaper? Again and again she was ignored, but she still followed the crowd with stubborn determination. In the third section, the poor little girl's resilience and goodness shone through. Watching her suffer only deepened the girl's sympathy. Then came the fourth section where it got truly cruel. A carriage raced past the little girl. She panicked and scrambled away, and both slippers slipped off in the middle of the street. One was crushed to pieces beneath a second carriage. The other was kicked away like a ball by a mischievous boy. Around her, street vendors kept shouting their sales pitches as if nothing had happened. The little girl stood barefoot in the icy snow. Tears rolled down her cheeks and froze almost instantly. By this point, Lux and the others were so angry they practically wanted to hit someone, but they forced themselves to keep reading. Soon, the girl passed a father and daughter holding hands. The daughter saw the little girl's bare feet, and wanted to give her coat, but the father yanked her away in disgust, acting like the girl was too dirty to touch. The wind grew sharper. No one bought the newspapers. The little girl tore some pages and stuffed them into the holes in her clothing, and only then did she feel a little warmer. After a few more steps, hunger and cold finally overwhelmed her. She leaned against a wall and slowly slid down, exhausted. She rubbed her red, swollen hands together, blowing warm breath onto them again and again, trembling violently. Then she noticed a few discarded matches nearby. She struck one and used it to light a newspaper page, holding it in front of her. She hurriedly warmed her hands near the flame, flexing stiff fingers until she could move them again. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she stared at the little fire without blinking. The flame felt as warm as a stove. She stretched her feet toward it and the fire went out. The little girl quickly lit a second newspaper page. In the flickering light, she saw roasted chicken and fresh bread, and her eyes widened. The second flame was dying too. She didn't want to waste another page, but she was freezing. So she added one more. This time she saw a birthday cake, candles glowing, and people around her singing "Happy Birthday." Only then did she remember. Today was her birthday. The fire threatened to go out again. She kept feeding it page after page until warmth finally seeped back into her body. When she ran out of newspapers in her arms, she tore out the pages she'd been using to patch her clothes and tossed those into the flames too. When the last page was gone, the fire finally started to die. And then she saw her grandmother walking toward her. The little girl couldn't believe it. She rubbed her eyes hard, then sprang up and threw herself into her grandmother's arms. Her gentle, kind grandmother had come to take her home. Her grandmother stroked the girl's head with a warm, steady hand and told her she would bring her somewhere with no cold and no hunger. As the story reached its ending, the page ended with 2 final paragraphs. The scene shifted to a warm room. The little girl, finally eating roasted chicken and birthday cake, lay in her grandmother's arms beside a glowing fireplace. Listening to her grandmother sing, she smiled sweetly and drifted into sleep. Completely absorbed, Lux finally exhaled in relief. That poor girl, but at least the ending is happy. Fiora, Kahina, and Sona all nodded along. Honestly, it was a good story. From beginning to end it wasn't long, yet with simple descriptions it made the little girl feel real and alive. Other children had birthday cake, a loving family, and more new clothes than they could ever wear. This girl had nothing. On a night of heavy snow, she still had to go out and sell newspapers just to keep the household alive. The contrast made her suffering hit even harder. Anyone who read it would hate that awful father. Anyone would pity the little girl. By the time they reached the latter half, they'd almost believed Luke was going to make the girl suffer all the way to the end. Thankfully, he had at least a little conscience. He let her grandmother come for her. At that point the girl's eyes softened when they looked at Luke. This guy was not completely terrible. There's more? Lux flipped down further and made a small sound of confusion. She raised her eyes to the next lines. Fiora, Kahina, and Sona leaned in too, seeing that there were 2 more short paragraphs set the next day. The next morning, people found a little girl sitting in the corner by the wall, cheeks flushed red, a smile on her lips. She was dead. The new day's sun rose and shone on her small body. She sat there with a smile, beside a heap of ashes frozen into ice. In truth, there was no roasted chicken. No birthday cake. No warm fireplace. No gentle grandmother. It had all been nothing more than a dying child's final illusion. Lux instantly broke. The pages slipped from her fingers and drifted down to the floor. She stared at Luke, and anger slowly rose in her eyes. Then she slammed her small hand on the desk. Does your conscience not hurt? That little girl was already suffering so much, and he still made her die at the end. It was too cruel. Luke just smiled faintly. This story is purely fictional. Lux didn't care whether it was fictional. She glared. Change it. I strongly demand you change the ending. That is the real ending. A little kid in rags, out in a blizzard all night. If she doesn't freeze to death, that's the strange part. But you wrote it. You can change it however you want. Why does it have to be realistic? If it isn't harsh, how is it going to stick in people's minds? And didn't you read the title? This is advertising for our newspaper. Luke looked at the girls still glaring at him, completely unwilling to budge. He smiled. Seeing your reaction, I'd say the story's a success. All of them reacted strongly to the ending. The emotional swing hit its peak with that last twist. That kind of short story was made to force people to think. The point behind it was obvious. Luke had simply borrowed the structure, swapped in the newspaper angle, and adjusted it to fit Demacia's current reality. The core didn't change, but the effect he wanted was already there. What he wanted was simple. When people saw the newspaper later, the first thing they remembered would be that poor little girl. If that happened, then the marketing worked. It was moral marketing targeting people with a conscience. And in Demacia, people like that were everywhere. Living in a country like this, how could Luke not make money? Hearing him say that, Lux deflated. She bent down, picked up the pages she'd dropped, and reread a few lines before sighing. Even she understood. That was reality. Even in Demacia, things like this happened all the time. Just look at the orphans in the churches. Some had been abandoned, others had lost their parents. If there were no illuminators, those kids wouldn't end up much better than the little girl. To help them, Luke really had put a lot of thought into it. Maybe it had something to do with his past. These days, his status as the second prince looked dazzling and glamorous, but don't forget that before he ever came to the capital, he and his mother had lived in grinding poverty. Maybe this story was closer to his own life than anyone realized. The reason he worked so hard for those children. Could it be because, when he looked at them, he saw his past self? And that was why, so the same tragedy wouldn't happen again. He poured so much effort into everything, from printing presses to bicycles. Thinking about it that way, his image grew taller in the girls' hearts. The looks they gave him softened with a hint of tenderness. Luke saw those expressions and seemed to guess exactly what they were thinking. His lips curled into a perfectly natural grin. I'm just that great. Go on, praise me. The second he said it, all that tenderness vanished. Seeing how shameless he was, they suddenly felt like they'd been overthinking everything. Their expressions turned flat with instant disinterest. Checkers. Lux turned to Kahina. Kahina nodded. The two of them walked out together. Fiora also turned to leave, and none of them bothered paying Luke any more attention. Luke stared after them, baffled. What is that supposed to mean? At least say something nice. Lux glanced back with a look of pure contempt, snorted, and walked off. Kahina followed. Luke looked at Fiora, who hadn't left yet, and couldn't help asking, "Can I interview you? How do you see me?" He suddenly got curious what he looked like in their eyes. Fiora thought seriously for a moment, then answered with complete sincerity. An edgelord. That was basically calling him an insufferable jerk. Seriously? Luke clenched his fist, trembling with rage. Even though it was the middle of summer, he felt chilled to the bone. Having answered, Fiora walked out. Luke turned to Sona, giving her a look that clearly asked, "Am I a jerk?" Sona covered her mouth and smiled. She neither nodded nor shook her head, then stepped away with light, graceful footsteps. Sometimes, when Luke got smug, he really did have that edgy, aggravating vibe. But Sona didn't dislike it. In the blink of an eye, the lively room was empty, leaving Luke alone. He looked at himself in the mirror and huffed. This tall, sharp-jawed, handsome, icy male lead, how could that possibly have anything to do with being a jerk? Clearly the problem was their eyesight. After admiring his face for a few minutes and regaining his composure, Luke finally headed downstairs. From now on, he would not smile. He was going to change their impression of him no matter what. The moment he got downstairs, he saw the girls seated around the poker table. Lux turned her head, glanced at Luke coming down, and invited him. A few rounds. Luke looked at her and gave a cold laugh. In his eyes, it was like a pie chart appeared out of nowhere, 30% cool detachment, 30% icy aloofness, 40% careless indifference. He didn't say a word. Not knowing what new condition he was having an episode of, Lux rolled her eyes. Fiora frowned at him. Are you playing or not? Use real words. I suppose I can spare you 2 rounds. Luke's voice was short and clipped, radiating an aura of do not approach. He walked to the table and sat down slowly. His whole body gave off a proud, cold air. His sharply defined face looked unusually aloof. The girls couldn't help staring at him a little longer. Honestly, he looked pretty good like this. Had what happened upstairs actually gotten to him? This was nice. When he didn't open his mouth, he was just a cool, handsome guy. And sometimes you really do need a handsome guy at the table for your eyes. In this moment, Luke's new personality was exactly what satisfied them. As they played, their eyes kept drifting from their cards to Luke's face. Their impression of him was genuinely starting to change. But it only lasted a few hands. After drawing a card, Luke didn't even look at it. He confidently slapped it down on the table, then fanned his cards out with swagger, the corner of his mouth lifting into an obnoxiously smug grin. I've got it. No wilds, closed hand, 3 hidden sets, single card finish 82 points total. 8 gold and 2 silver from each of you. He clicked his tongue. No one's going to be broke by the end of today, right? Honestly, taking the whole table every time, it's almost embarrassing. // check out my P at Tray0N for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, wasn't it you guys who were mocking me just now? 2691 words. Luke was basically running the table at full trash talk power now. Who cared about being cool and aloof when you'd just pulled a god-tier self-draw like that? And seeing that familiar, obnoxious, punchable grin return to his face crack. It was like a mirror shattered in the girls' hearts. Their looks went flat again. One by one, they pulled out their money. Meanwhile, Luke had no idea he'd just missed a golden chance to improve his image. He was still riding the high of that self-draw, smug as could be. This was all terminals, and I self-drew it with 3 concealed pungs too. If you ask me, even the spectator should have to pay for a hand like this. Self-drawing a 3 concealed pungs all terminals really did feel even better than someone else dealing into a 13 orphans. Hearing that, Sona's big eyes were full of confusion. Just ignore him, Lux said, glaring at him with irritation. Can you play normally for once? Losing money already put her in a bad mood. Having to listen to him gloat non-stop made her feel like biting someone. Sure I can, Luke said, still hyped. Just watch, I'm going to win you so hard you'll be left without underwear. He was so excited he completely forgot he was sitting with 3 women. Fiora raised an eyebrow, looking genuinely interested. If you win our underwear off us, what exactly are you planning to do? Lux looked at Luke with open disgust. Kahina lowered her head and pressed her thighs together. Sona blinked. Luke froze. A second later he sucked in a sharp breath, and gave an awkward laugh. Pretend I just farted, okay. Any cold, untouchable male idol image was officially gone forever. Talking trash in mahjong was normal. The not normal part was that everyone at the table except Luke was a woman. Thankfully, none of them took that line too seriously. After a few rounds, the sky outside got darker and darker. Then, on the final hand, Kahina discarded a tile, and fed Fiora the winning tile, officially ending mahjong for the night. For Luke, it was another day of raking it in. That 1-3 concealed Pung's all-terminals self-draw alone basically outweighed the swings of several rounds. This is a reward for you. Spend it carefully, Luke said in high spirits, tossing each of the girls a gold coin. Seeing his arrogant face, every one of them wanted to whip the coin right back into his forehead and spit, like I want your stupid money. But thinking about the last couple days' losses and their not-so-fat little stashes, they swallowed their pride and pocketed the coin. Silently, they began to brew their revenge for next time. With this single gold coin, they'd take back everything they'd lost. Bath time, Luke said, humming to himself as he headed for the backyard. At that, the girls all lifted their heads. They remembered the hot spring pool in Luke's backyard had apparently been finished today. They exchanged glances and all saw the same temptation in each other's eyes. No woman could resist the pull of soaking in a hot spring before bed. Luke had already reached the backyard. He went to the valve, turned it left, and at once a stream of steaming hot spring water burst from the outlet. As time passed, the pool filled higher and higher. Because of the stone's color, the water looked faintly teal. With heat steadily rolling off the surface, a thin mist soon rose over the pool and the surrounding area. Luke crouched and tested the water with his hand. It was around 40 degrees Celsius. Hot springs came in different temperatures, but the closer to body temperature, the better the effect. And natural hot springs had plenty of benefits, boosting metabolism, improving circulation, easing skin tension, and more. Fall and winter were the best seasons for a soak, but summer worked just fine too. When he saw the water level continuing to rise, Luke turned around and went back into the main house to get things ready. Inside, the girls watched him go back and forth until this time he came out with a pile of herbs, heading toward the backyard again. They looked at each other once more, then stood up in unspoken agreement. Luke sensed a few people sneaking along behind him. He stopped, turned around, and looked. Caught, Lux, Fiora, Kahina, and Sona stepped out without a hint of panic. Luke eyed them. What, you want to spy on me while I bathe? Lux spat immediately, glaring at the guy who somehow managed to be irritating the moment he opened his mouth. Who wants to watch you bathe? Then why are you following me? Luke asked. Lux stared at the herbs in his hands, curious. That medicated bath you mentioned before, what does it do again? The day Luke checked their pulses, he'd mentioned medicated baths. And from the look of it, he was obviously getting ready to soak now. Lots of effects, Luke said. Relieves fatigue, brightens skin and fades scars, helps with a sensitive stomach, improves digestion, soothes the nerves, things like that. He said a whole list, but the girls only heard one part, brightens skin and fades scars. Even Fiora couldn't resist the lure of skincare. And Lux, Sona, and Kahina had even less chance of resisting. Just from the way their eyes lit up, it was obvious what they wanted. Luke's lips curled. He didn't bother dragging it out. So you want to soak, right? Lux nodded immediately, her eyes screaming, not just want, desperately want. Fiora hesitated a second, then nodded too. Sona and Kahina nodded as well. Luke's grin turned even more insufferable. Each of you says one nice thing about me, and you can go in. His eyes were practically dripping with mockery. Oh, now you need me. Weren't you just calling me a jerk a minute ago? The girls' expressions tightened with frustration. On one hand, they really wanted to soak. On the other, they didn't want to flatter this guy against their conscience. So they were stuck. Not talking. Luke snorted. Now it's 2 nice things each. That's the admission fee. You're going too far. Lux snapped. Forget it, this hot spring isn't worth it. She turned and marched off. She made it 2 steps before spinning right back around. Stopping in front of Luke, she dropped her gaze and forced the words out. Your Highness is handsome and... Luke nodded, satisfied, and stepped aside. Lux walked past with her cheeks puffed in humiliation. Second was Fiora. Her cool eyes fixed on Luke as she sighed in resignation. Distinguished looking. Luke let her through too, then looked at the last 2. I'm sick of compliments about my face. You should appreciate my inner beauty more. Anything about looks doesn't count now. Lux curled her lip. Kahina, who'd already prepared something in her head, instantly panicked and started scrambling for inner beauty compliments. After a long pause, she finally squeezed out 2 words, approachable. Broad-minded. Luke considered it. Barely counts. Last was Sona. Luke glanced at her and simply stepped aside without making it hard for her. Sona smiled at him and walked through truthfully, she could have come up with plenty. They continued toward the hot spring pool. Watching Lux and the others sulk in silence, Luke felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. The sweet, sweet joy of payback. At the pool, the water level was nearly spilling over. Mist floated in a layer above the surface, along with that clean, natural hot spring scent. Luke shut off the valve and went to the edge to prepare the medicated bath. First, he took out pre-ground herbal powder and flung it across the pool, scattering it over the surface. Then he tossed in the rest of the herbs whole, and even threw in a few rare exotic fruits. The girls watched from the side, curious and fascinated. They'd soaked in hot springs before, but this was their first time trying a medicated bath. They saw the water slowly deepen in color. Strangely, there wasn't a bitter herbal smell at all. Instead, a light, fresh fragrance drifted toward them, surprisingly pleasant. They'd already prepared themselves to soak while breathing in medicinal stink. Finding out it wasn't like that was genuinely good news. All right, Luke said, straightening and dusting off his hands after tossing everything in. Seeing he had zero intention of leaving, you're not seriously planning to soak with us, are you? Lux asked, instantly alert, backing up a step like she'd just spotted a wolf. Fiora, on the other hand, looked more amused than bothered. Kahina got tense again. Sona blinked her smiling eyes, clearly thinking about something. What else would I do? Luke shot back. It's a medicated bath. If I don't soak too, you'll absorb all the medicinal essence. What am I supposed to absorb, your leftovers? Lux opened her mouth, then shut it again, her face turning a shade redder. That actually made sense. Seeing them all act like they were guarding against a predator, Luke scoffed. Good thing I saw this coming. I had Yurna prepare a curtain. Right on cue, Yurna arrived, a bamboo pole tucked under her left arm, and a curtain bundled in her right. She set the pole into a pre-made slot a few steps from the pool, then hung the curtain and stretched it to the other side, splitting the hot spring into 2 halves with a sheet of white cloth so neither side could see the other. Now you either let me soak first and you refill later, though it won't be as effective, Luke said, or we soak together right now. This batch of medicinal effect lasts at most an hour. Luke had predicted they wouldn't miss a chance to soak. So he'd prepared in advance. And he wasn't about to lower his own standards. He'd tossed in plenty of rare exotic fruits. Even if he had a lot of them from his daily pickups, if he soaked every day going forward, the supply still wouldn't last forever. Plus, by himself he couldn't absorb everything in the whole pool. Anything left over would lose its effect after time and go to waste. So soaking together was the best outcome. Otherwise, it would be him first, then them afterward. With the curtain in place, Lux and the others found it much easier to accept. Because it was Luke. If it were any other man, they wouldn't be here at all. They'd only ever used women's baths before. Now it was suddenly mixed bathing. Even with a curtain, just thinking about sharing a pool with a man made them feel embarrassed. Seeing them still hesitate, Luke stopped waiting. He walked to the left side and leaned his head back out to warn them, "Don't peek." Luke's cheeks red, glared at the curtain. "Like I'd want to." Luke chuckled. He didn't really believe the only person who might get taken advantage of here was them. He was still a pure, innocent young man too, okay. Then he said to Yerna, "You should soak with them too. Shake off some fatigue." Yerna bowed slightly and nodded. Luke went behind the curtain to the left side. A moment later, the girls heard rustling. Their hearts jumped for no reason. They could tell Luke had started undressing. The hot spring mist was thick and they weren't trying to look, but with the slightest turn of the head, the white curtain showed a blurry shadow. Right now, Luke was stripping on the other side of a single thin sheet of cloth. Without meaning to, tension rose in their chests. This scene felt wrong no matter how you looked at it. Fiora looked straight at the curtain and openly watched for 2 seconds only to then forced her gaze away, heat rising behind her ears. She'd spent her life focused on swordsmanship. She'd never once imagined a day would come when a man taking off his clothes would throw her mind into chaos. The backyard went quiet. No one spoke. Listening to the soft rustling, Lux secretly lifted her chin a little and glanced at the curtain. At the perfect moment, the shadow showed Luke pulling off the last top layer, then placing his hands at his waistband. Lux saw it for a single heartbeat, then snapped her head down again. The tips of her ears turned red at a visible speed. And Kahina and Sona, who had never encountered a situation like this, grew nervous too. Part of them wanted to look. Part of them felt too ashamed to raise their heads. In the end, they both stole a quick glance and caught the motion of Luke taking off his pants. Before they'd even stepped into the hot spring, their faces had already flushed. At this point, what twisted the girls up inside wasn't even the idea of sharing one hot spring with a man. Fiora steadied herself, exhaled, and walked to the right side. She placed a hand at her collar and unfastened it. In a couple of motions, the first layer came off. She hung it on the prepared rack and started removing the second. From the beginning, she hadn't really minded soaking with Luke, especially with a curtain between them. If anything, with how carefree he was about it, the ones overthinking it were them. Seeing Fiora start, Lux shook her head, stopped spiraling, and followed. Soon, the right side filled with the soft sounds of clothing being removed. On the left, Luke had already finished undressing. Without hesitation, he stepped into the pool. A slightly scalding warmth climbed up from his feet. Then he lowered himself all the way in. The moment the water wrapped around him, goosebumps rippled across his skin, and he let out a long breath. So good. It had been too long. In that instant, his entire body relaxed like never before. Not long after, a sound of someone entering the water came from the right. Then Fiora's satisfied voice, "It really is nice." Even her usual icy tone softened under the heat of the water. Luke leaned back against the pool edge, eyes closed, voice lazy with comfort. "Told you. When winter comes, snow falling outside while you soak like this, that's what you call living." Fiora smiled a little, unseen. "When you pictured it like that, it really did sound beautiful." Yerna got into the pool as well. Fiora could see a hint of warmth in Yerna's usually cool face. Then Lux entered. She tested the temperature with 1 foot first, and only after confirming it wasn't too hot did she ease herself in bit by bit. As the water enveloped her, Lux, who hadn't soaked in a hot spring in ages, slowly relaxed into a blissed-out expression, lounging against the pool edge almost exactly like Luke had. Every inch of her body felt better, and she'd completely forgotten her earlier embarrassment. The thought that she could soak like this every day from now on put her in a genuinely good mood. 2 more splashes sounded as Kahina and Sona entered the pool. Once their bodies were fully submerged, that deep, overwhelming sense of relief loosened the last of their tension. Not long after, Lux felt a faint coolness spreading through her body. She opened her eyes, puzzled. "Do you guys feel kind of Kahina looked confused. I still feel like it's a little hot. Fiora and Sona glanced her way too. Then Luke's explanation drifted over from the left side. That's because your body's absorbing the medicinal essence faster. Lux's eyes lit up. So that means I'm getting the best brightening effect too. Luke answered casually, you can understand it that way. Lady Crownguard's constitution really was something. Luke had expected it would take at least 10 minutes for anyone in this pool to start absorbing the medicinal essence. He hadn't expected Lux to start after only a minute or two. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 113. Chapter 113. Didn't expect you to be hiding a deadly weapon too. 2713 words. Then don't blame me when I absorb all the medicinal essence in this pool. Lux laughed smugly. The next second, she took a deep breath, sank down, and dunked herself completely under head and all. A moment later, splash. She popped back up, panting in quick little breaths. Her cute face was flushed bright red from holding it in, but she looked ridiculously pleased with herself. Seeing her being so goofy, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Before long, they all started to feel a cool sensation blooming inside their bodies too. It wasn't an uncomfortable kind of cold, more like a clean, internal chill that paired with the hot spring's warmth and somehow made everything feel even better. The girls all narrowed their eyes, savoring the moment. Their bodies gradually softened, a lazy looseness settling into their bones. Lux drifted back to the edge of the pool and leaned her head against it, letting the water's buoyancy hold her up. Eyes closed, she allowed herself to float with the gentle ripples drifting. Her face was full of smiles. She felt unbelievably light. Then she bumped into something. She opened her eyes and saw Sona watching her with a gentle, warm smile. After glancing once at what she'd bumped into, Lux looked like she'd taken critical emotional damage. Her voice even quivered like she was about to cry. She flipped over and dove back under, paddling a few strokes only to collide with a lush, full thigh. She lifted her head and found Yurna looking down at her too. Lux stared, then her eyes snapped to Yurna's chest, and she widened them in disbelief. No way. Yurna, you've been hiding that kind of firepower too. At that, Fiora and the others looked over as well. And yeah, there was definitely something there. Yurna usually didn't draw attention to herself at all. Who would have guessed she was not small? She looked only a little less than Sona. Then Lux turned and looked at Fiora. And after that, her gaze shifted to Kahina, eyes watery. Kahina, you're the only one who's truly my sister. Kahina let out a long, mournful sigh. In that moment, she really didn't want to accept that responsibility. So she sank herself into the water, pretending she hadn't heard anything. Lux lowered her head and sighed too, but then she remembered she was still growing, and her mood improved a little. Sona sighed as well. She glanced down at herself, looking oddly troubled. But unlike Lux, Sona's problem was that over the past few days, her chest seemed to have gotten bigger again. It was all the prince's fault. She'd already decided she was going to slim down, and now not only had she failed, she'd gained weight. Every girl there had her own worries. They soaked and chatted, their clear, bright voices carrying laughter through the night, painting a beautiful scene. But after a while, they noticed something strange. Lux frowned. Why does it feel like we haven't heard that guy in forever? It's not just a feeling, Fiora said. We haven't. Ever since he'd lazily explained one thing earlier, he hadn't said a single word again. Even if he was alone on the other side, it didn't make sense for there to be absolutely no sound at all. Curiosity stirred. What was Luke doing over there? A thin veil of mist drifted above the pool. Looking at the white curtain in the middle, they couldn't really see anything. That only made them more suspicious. If he was quiet while they were talking, fine. But now that they'd all noticed he was quiet and there still hadn't been any movement, then he had to be doing something sneaky. "This is so nice." Only then did Luke's satisfied voice finally drift from the left side. Water rippled. Then, right in front of Luke's stunned eyes, the curtain was lifted. Holding up one corner stood Fiora, calm and unhurried. Even with the mist curling around them, at this distance it was still easy to make out the clean lines of her balanced figure. Her collarbones were delicate, and her smooth, pale shoulders were framed by two black straps, making what was covered beneath them feel frustratingly half-revealed. She was wearing undergarments. That didn't surprise Luke. The problem was he wasn't wearing anything. Staring into those cool eyes looking at him, Luke shrank down a little in the water and said weakly, "Isn't it kind of shameless to peek so openly?" Fiora ignored that completely. Her gaze dropped to the water near Luke, and she smiled faintly. "What were you drinking behind our backs?" Floating there was a wooden tray. On it sat a small cup and something like a little flask. So that was it. No wonder he'd been quiet, he'd been sneaking drinks. Because it was a medicated bath, the hot spring water had darkened quite a bit, and there was no way to see what was happening beneath the surface. But Luke's upper body was above water, bare. His skin looked smooth, and his build was surprisingly good, lean muscle that wasn't overly bulky, with a kind of clean aesthetic to it. Then a few heads popped out behind Fiora. Lux, Kahina, and Sona all peered over too. "I knew it, why you were so quiet." "Exactly, your highness, good stuff should be shared." Lux and Kahina fired off one line each. Sona nodded along, and the three of them condemned Luke's secret drinking with righteous indignation. Since he'd been caught anyway, Luke said with complete shamelessness, "There isn't much of this medicated wine. Of course I'm going to prioritize myself. Most alcohol took time to brew, sure, but it wasn't like Demacia didn't sell regular wine." Luke had bought some, mixed and diluted it himself, and turned it into something more nourishing. After diluting it, though, it was only one flask, really not much. Now that he'd been found out, there was nothing to do. He sighed. Then he lifted his hand, and pushed the wooden tray toward the right side. The tray glided like a little boat, and came to a stop in front of Fiora. Luke leaned back against the pool edge, and closed his eyes again. "There's not much left. Drink it however you want." After a beat, he cracked one eye open and glanced toward a certain little blonde menace. "Minors aren't allowed to drink." Lux's smile vanished instantly. She huffed, shot Luke a glare, turned toward the center of the pool, and sank herself down again. "Then I won't drink. I'll just absorb every last drop of medicinal essence in the whole pool." Meanwhile, Fiora studied the tray that had drifted to her. There was only one cup. And it was obviously the one Luke had been using. She glanced up at Luke, eyes closed, enjoying himself, and realized he'd probably forgotten about that little detail. After thinking for a moment, she picked up the flask and tilted it gently. A thin stream of pale purple medicated wine flowed out, filling the cup with a soft, rising sound. 2 seconds later, the cup was full. Fiora lifted it and drank it all in one smooth motion. The delicate mouthfeel made her eyes brighten slightly. Then she caught a mellow fragrance unlike beer, richer, rounder. After swallowing, the aftertaste lingered pleasantly on her tongue. "Very good." She handed the flask to Kahina beside her. Kahina poured herself a cup too, copying Fiora, and downing it in one go, only to find it wasn't nearly as harsh as she'd imagined. It was gentle and smooth. Definitely wine, but surprisingly easy to drink. "I can taste a hint of grape," Kahina said, pleasantly surprised, "and something floral." Sona's movements with the cup were soft and elegant. The moment the wine hit her tongue, she narrowed her eyes. The flavor really was excellent, sweet and fragrant, easily the most pleasant wine she'd ever tasted. Afterward, they didn't forget Yurna. Kahina took the flask over to her side as well. There wasn't much left in the flask, and the cup itself wasn't large, so the four of them simply took turns drinking. Before long, they noticed the cool sensation from the medicated bath fading, replaced by a gentle heat spreading through their bodies, a warm, cozy glow. Kahina looked around, confused. "Do you still feel that coolness?" Fiora, Sona, and Yurna all shook their heads. Only Lux, who had everything below her neck submerged, still felt cool. Then Luke's explanation drifted over from the left side. "That wine is meant to go with this medicated bath. Once you drink it, it helps you absorb faster." "So that's why," Kahina said, nodding in realization. They kept taking turns, wrapped in that warm comfort. But it didn't take long before they noticed Lux's resentful little stare. She was watching with wide, pleading eyes, clearly wanting a sip. Seeing her look so pitiful, Fiora beckoned gently with one hand. Lux's eyes lit up. She glanced toward the left side once, then slowly floated over. Fiora smiled. She poured a cup and handed it to Lux, then raised one finger telling her not to make a sound. Lux nodded furiously, understanding immediately. Then, eyes sparkling, she stared at the pale purple wine in the cup, and lifted it carefully to her lips. "By the way, this wine also helps keep you alert." Cough cough. Luke's voice suddenly popped up from the left side. Lux jumped so hard she instantly choked on the mouthful she'd just taken. She coughed in panic, covering her mouth, so she wouldn't make the sound too loud. After a few muffled coughs, her face was even redder. She glanced toward the left, and when it didn't seem like she'd been caught, she finally relaxed. The girls couldn't help laughing under their breath. After finishing the cup, Lux looked completely satisfied. She blinked happily at Fiora. Watching the blonde girl perk right back up, Fiora's lips curved into a small smile, her gaze softening. She'd already judged the alcohol content low enough that one cup wouldn't get Lady Crownguard drunk. Over on the left, Luke didn't even need to look. From the very obvious coughing, he knew exactly what had happened. He didn't say anything, just kept resting with his eyes closed. The alcohol content really wasn't high. It had been designed to support the medicated bath more function than intoxication. With this kind of drink, if Lux wanted to end up like she did yesterday, she'd need at least 5 cups. Anything under 5 was basically fine. Normally, people weren't advised to drink while bathing. Some folks had weaker constitutions. Alcohol dilated the blood vessels, hot water dilated them further, blood pressure dropped, and in a poorly ventilated space you could faint. But Demacians generally had sturdier bodies. So here, you can't drink while bathing, wasn't really a rule anyone cared about. And just like that, the hot spring gradually fell quiet. The bright moon hung in the sky, scattering light as white as snow. With mist drifting and the night unusually still, their bodies wrapped in a gentle warmth, everyone relaxed, completely so relaxed they didn't even feel like speaking. After a while, Luke finally opened his eyes and stood up out of the water. Hearing movement, Fiora's voice came from the other side, lazy now from soaking. "Getting out?" Luke stretched and hummed in agreement. Even out of the pool, the warmth in his body still hadn't faded. "Soaking is best in moderation," he said, stepping toward the clothing rack. 30 to 40 minutes is ideal. Too long and your skin will start to swell. The medicinal essence in this bath was only really enough for about half an hour for this many people. After that, it was just plain soaking. Hearing that staying too long could make their skin puff up, the girls got up one after another. The moment they left the water, it was like some kind of seal had broken instantly, a lot of their sluggishness vanished, and their minds felt bright and energized. It was probably the medicated wine. They stepped out, hair wet and dripping, the undergarments they'd worn into the bath soaked through. After a few dozen minutes, every one of them felt thoroughly refreshed. Sona noticed her shoulders didn't feel as heavy anymore. Fiora felt lighter all over. She rolled her arms, and her joints even gave off a few little loosened pops. It felt amazing. The exhaustion Kahina had built up over these days at the academy was wiped clean in less than an hour. As for Lux, she was lively before, and she was still lively after. But since she'd absorbed the most medicinal essence, her cheeks were rosy red like she'd been steamed, which somehow made her look even cuter. The girls all felt the benefits clearly. They looked at one another, eyes bright. Their skin looked pale yet flushed, soft and supple, dewy and hydrated. If it was this effective after just one time, what would happen after a few more? Then, hearing the sound of someone drying off on the other side of the curtain, they all unconsciously perked up their ears. "Oh, right," Luke's voice followed. "Since the effect is basically the same, let's do acupuncture again in a few days." Fiora replied. Then she accepted a towel and a change of clothes from the ever-considerate Yurna. Not long after, Luke finished getting dressed and sat down on a stone seat, appreciating the night. It was summer, so he didn't have much to put on. Now he just had to wait for them. Hearing the sounds of them changing, he glanced over. Between the mist and the curtain, of course he couldn't see anything. Women's clothing took a bit longer, but not by much. Soon, the girls filed out one by one, looking refreshed and radiant. Up close, their faces were warmly flushed. After the soak, their skin looked even more hydrated. Their hair was still damp, but no longer dripping. At a glance, the 5 women each had their own charm. Even dressed again, it was hard not to remember the brief, stunning curves glimpsed in the pool. Now, looking again, it was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Noticing Luke's gaze, they all smiled, not making a big deal of it. And Luke, after appreciating it openly for a moment, calmly withdrew his eyes and stood. "Let's go." Under the night sky, they walked along the backyard path. With moonlight spilling over them, their hearts felt unusually peaceful. Luke looked up at the hanging moon, then at the women walking beside him. In the moonlight, he couldn't tell whether the moon was prettier or the people were. He smiled, then checked the time. "Anyone want a late-night snack?" "Speak now." A chorus of voices answered at once, all eyes turning to Luke. "I'm guessing you've never had warm vanilla dumplings before." Luke quickened his pace and returned to the main house. He got busy in the kitchen while the girls sat in the living room chatting. After a while, several steaming bowls were set on the table. Inside were little white, pearl-like dumplings, smooth and glossy. A set of beautiful eyes lit up instantly. After a bath, eating a cozy late-night snack, there was nothing happier in the world. When they finished, they went to the front yard, some sitting, some lying down. In that moment, no one spoke. They simply admired the night, enjoying this rare sense of ease. Ding, a soft, gentle melody rang out. They looked over to see Sona sitting in a chair, her etwal instrument resting in her arms. A serene smile sat on her face as her fingers moved, sending beautiful notes dancing into the air. Most of her music was improvised, the melody never exactly the same twice. Like the one she played now, born from the quiet night, from this warm, soothing moment. The clear, agile music continued in the courtyard. No one spoke. Everyone just listened. The night was intoxicating. Only when it grew late did the carriages finally begin to depart, one after another, reluctant to leave. Watching the yard empty out, Luke stretched, feeling pleasantly soft all over, and sighed in contentment. "Looks like I'm going to sleep well tonight. // check out my P at tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 114. Chapter 114. The Boss's Hardship is My Happiness. 2,816 words. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. July 1, supposedly a lucky day for making wishes and hitting the road. With the calendar rolling into July, the morning sunlight had softened a lot, and the temperature wasn't nearly as harsh. In the capital that morning, the streets were packed and lively. And the hottest topic on everyone's lips was the newspaper that had been making waves lately. "Hey, did you hear? Tomorrow's the first day the paper goes on sale. I also heard there's a short story written personally by the second prince. And I heard tomorrow's issue is going to feature a big-name, hot topic figure as the main story. You didn't pre-order? If you pre-order in advance, they'll have someone deliver it right to your door. You can pre-order. Of course. Tomorrow morning I won't even have to step outside, I'll be reading the paper at home. With Lady Crownguard spending the last few days giving speeches all over the capital, word about the Royal City Bulletin spread like wildfire, one person telling 10, 10 telling 100. By now, it was hard to find anyone who didn't know about it. And naturally, people in the capital found this kind of publicity incredibly novel. They were full of anticipation for a brand new way to get information. Most importantly, it wasn't as expensive as everyone had expected. One paper cost only 2 copper coins. And if you paid 2 more each day, someone would deliver the paper straight to your doorstep. How thorough. How considerate. Even though there was still a day to go, people were already looking forward to tomorrow. At the Crownguard estate, Luke sat in the living room, smiling casually at the men sitting across from him with perfect posture. Garen, you've heard what the capital's been saying about this newspaper lately, right? Garen was Jarvan Ivy's close friend. He was 4 years older than Luke, so calling him casually like this wasn't a big deal. Still, hearing the odd way Luke addressed him, Garen's mouth twitched slightly. He nodded with a steady expression. I've heard. How could he not? His own sister had been promoting it all over the city. Who hadn't heard by now? Luke took a sip of tea and kept smiling. Then do you know who founded the paper? Garen couldn't stand the circling anymore. Your Highness, just say what you want to say. He didn't believe his sister had the brainpower to create something that had the entire city buzzing like this. And with a few overheard conversations, plus the prince's behavior today, if Garen still couldn't guess the truth, he might as well slam his head into a wall. He just didn't know what Luke was aiming for, dragging the conversation around like this. So Luke went straight to it. I'm planning to make you the featured figure of the first issue. I want to know whether you're willing. You're a rising star of the dauntless vanguard in the capital right now. There's a lot people want to talk about. I'm planning to publish some of your growth and background in the paper. Garen paused, slightly surprised. After a second of thought, he answered in a low, firm voice, if your Highness needs it, I'm willing to do what little I can. That's perfect. Luke grinned. Then it's settled. The man in front of him, handsome in a sharp, rugged way, calm and mature beyond his years, was an ideal choice for the first issue's spotlight. Luke had decided it long before the printing press was even finished. Garen had entered the dauntless vanguard while still young, purely on his own strength. And what did the dauntless vanguard represent? Demacia's strongest legion. Wherever they went, enemies trembled at the name. It was also Demacia's hardest unit to qualify for. But Garen had shattered every assessment record during selection, proving his ability beyond any doubt. Back then, he'd been the same age Luke was. And now, he was already a captain in the dauntless vanguard. His achievements weren't just because of House Crownguard. More than anything, they came from his own talent and relentless work. These days, when people thought of Garen, the first thing that came to mind was his strength, not the name Crownguard behind him. That was the result of his effort. So whether it was fame or hype, Garen had it all. Luke interviewed Garen with a few questions. Once he had all his answers, he stood to leave. But after taking a few steps, he stopped. Turning back, he gave Garen a warm, harmless smile. You wouldn't mind if I flesh out your public image a little in your growth story, would you? Garen didn't think much of it. A smile appeared on his resolute face. Do as you see fit, Your Highness. After their talk, he understood what the newspaper was, essentially a way to publicize him, to help Demacia's citizens know him better. But Garen had never cared about reputation. No matter how others saw him, his resolve to defend the nation would never change. So he left it to Luke. From these brief interactions, he'd formed a fairly good impression of the prince. Luke was easy to get along with. When he smiled, he showed bright white teeth, and his clear eyes looked gentle and warm. He seemed like a good person. Garen simply didn't know that this opinion would be completely destroyed within the next day. Luke kept that kind smile. Then I'm relieved. I wish you a pleasant day. After saying goodbye, Luke left the Crown Guard estate under Garen's gaze. Outside, Lux was leaning against the wall, waiting with boredom written all over her. When she saw Luke come out, she asked how'd it go. He agreed, Luke said, already walking toward the carriage. Lux fell into step beside him. So where to next? Luke thought for a moment as he climbed in, then said to Yerna, to the palace. Yes, Your Highness, Yerna replied. Once Lux climbed in as well, Yerna started the carriage, and they headed toward the palace. After a while, they arrived at the base of the palace grounds. The two of them got out and went inside, walking straight through until they reached Jarvan III. Father, Luke said, bowing slightly. Lux greeted him with a bright smile. Uncle Jarvan, good morning. Seeing them, Jarvan III's face softened into a kindly smile. What brings you here? Lately, he'd often heard about Luke from Tiana. Thinking of how Luke had moved out of the palace barely over a month ago and, yet had already accomplished so much, Jarvan III felt intensely proud. At first, he'd thought Tiana's decision was too rushed. But now, it was clear she'd been right. Letting his youngest son roam free was the correct choice. Recently, he'd also heard the Crown Guard girl got along very well with Luke. That was a good thing. Jarvan III had watched Lux grow up. He'd always been extremely pleased with her. At one point he'd even considered making her his goddaughter. It never happened, but over the years he'd still treated her no differently than a daughter. Looking at the two young people in front of him now, Jarvan III's eyes were gentle. Luke spoke up. You still remember the newspaper matter I mentioned when I came to you recently, right? Jarvan III nodded with a smile. It goes on sale tomorrow, doesn't it? Yes, Luke said. I'd like to ask you to give a brief comment for the first issue. My comment? Jarvan III considered for 2 seconds. I believe newspapers are part of a new tide of the times. I hope people will treat them with greater importance. Setting Luke aside, that truly was his honest view. A new model that could change the very way information traveled. Its significance was immense. Even the entire government now had to rely on Luke's printing press. Thank goodness this talent belonged to his own son. The thought made Jarvan III grin wider. 30 minutes later. Then, Father, I'll be going, Luke said. Goodbye, Uncle Jarvan. Lux added. Take your time on the way, Jarvan III said. He watched them leave, smiled, then lowered his head, and returned to his work. After leaving the palace, Luke and Lux got back into the carriage and headed to their next stop. This time, their destination was Jarvan IV's residence. The carriage rolled for a while before stopping in front of a fortress. It was much smaller than the palace, but it was still more than 10 times the size of Luke's home. Jarvan IV lived here and trained himself, and his personal guard here as well. Now that Luke was an adult, he could also go to the army and pick a group of personal guards of his own. But he'd always been too lazy. Once chosen, those guards would follow him out of the army. Wherever Luke went, they'd go. Too much hassle, and Luke hated hassle. So he'd decided he'd deal with it whenever he actually felt like it. The two of them stepped down from the carriage. A few soldiers who had already noticed it approached. One of them bowed. Second Prince. Lady Crown Guard. Luke glanced at him. Go tell my brother I'm here to see him. The soldier answered, then turned and sprinted through the gate. Second Prince, Lady Crown Guard, please come in, another guard at the entrance said, guiding them inside. They followed him into the fortress. Luke looked around as they walked. Even here, he could hear the blood-hot shouts of men training on the drill grounds. They passed through a corridor and reached an open area. In the distance, Luke spotted Jarvan IV in training clothes, striding toward them. From far away, Jarvan IV's face had already broken into a smile that came straight from the heart. Luke hadn't seen him in a long time, and a surge of excitement hit him. He quickened his pace. They walked toward each other, and halfway there both threw their arms wide like they were about to hug. Brother. Little brother. Brother. Little brother. Lend me some money. Farewell. Jarvanfor slammed on the brakes mid-walk, spun around without hesitation, and started leaving. Luke hurried after him. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Only then did Jarvanfor stop. He turned back, exhaling in relief like he'd just survived a disaster. Little brother, don't joke like that next time. Luke stepped forward, grabbed Jarvan Ivy's arm, and put on a pitiful look. Actually, it wasn't a joke. I really am here to borrow money. Jarvan Ivy's expression froze. He looked down at Luke's iron grip on his arm, sighed, then wiped at imaginary tears. If there's anything in this fortress you want, just take it. Last time they met, his little stash had been completely cleaned out. What money did he have left? But then another thought followed. Even if he had to suffer, he couldn't let his brother suffer. If he sold some things in the fortress, he could probably scrape together a little. Luke looked around. Honestly, there didn't seem to be much in here worth selling. His brother really was pitiful living such a hard life. Luke released his arm and smiled. All right, no more joking. Last time I took a bit of money from you. This time I'm here to pay you back double. Jarvanfor blinked. Luke directly pulled out 2 money pouches and placed them into Jarvan Ivy's hands. Jarvanfor weighed them twice. The crisp, bright clatter of coins inside made his eyes turn emotional when he looked at Luke. Little brother, why go through the trouble? Your brother doesn't lack this money. Then give it back to me. Jarvanfor calmly slipped the 2 pouches into his own pocket with dignified grace, then looked confused. What did you say just now? Jarvanfor raised a hand solemnly, cutting Luke off. We haven't seen each other in ages, and it's your first time here. Let your brother show you around. With that, he warmly latched onto Luke's arm and started touring him through the fortress. And along the way, Luke gradually abandoned his original thought of giving Jarvanfor 1,000 gold coins as extra support. A man with money tended to go bad. His brother was growing strong in this hard environment, working, training, staying diligent. If Luke gave him money and Jarvanfor immediately turned into the same kind of laid-back slacker as Luke, what then? That absolutely could not happen. The harder Jarvan Ivy's life was, the more he worked, the more diligent he stayed, the more Luke could laze around with a clear conscience. If Jarvanfor started slacking off, and Luke also slacked off, then who would carry Demacia's future? His brother's hardship was Luke's happiness. This is where I usually handle my work, Jarvanfor said, stopping at a door and pushing it open. Inside was only a wooden bookshelf and a plain, simple desk. Stacks of documents were piled on the desk. Jarvanfor already held a post in the army now, and he handled various matters on a regular basis. Luke scanned the bare room and couldn't help admiring his brother even more. The royal family's conditions weren't bad at all. But after leaving the palace, Jarvanfor had insisted on living independently. Before adulthood, he'd enjoyed the highest royal treatment: food, clothing, housing, travel, everything. But once he came of age, he moved out of the palace without hesitation and chose this kind of life. If he wanted, even now, he could get his old life back with a single word. But Jarvanfor had never once asked. By the way, Jarvanfor said as he walked into the room, seeming to sense Luke had another purpose. Is there something else you came for? Luke followed him in. There is. As he spoke, he glanced back at Lux, who was about to follow. Lux looked at him, confused. Luke smiled. This next part is private brother-to-brother conversation. Unrelated personnel, please avoid. Lux pouted. What private conversation could you two possibly have? Let me listen too. Luke kept smiling. Keep your secrets, Lux said, turning away and strolling off to the right. With a soft click, Luke closed the door. Still smiling, He looked at Jarvan for. It's not a big deal. I came to ask you about Garen. Jarvan and Garen had known each other since childhood in the army. They were as close as brothers, real ironclad friends. Hearing Luke wanted to ask about Garen, Jarvan perked up with interest. I know way too much about that guy. Luke started from the beginning. To flesh out someone's image properly, you needed a lot of background. And as Jarvan said, there probably wasn't anyone who knew Garen better than he did. When Jarvan learned Luke planned to feature Garen as tomorrow's headline figure, he had endless stories to tell. Garen wasn't that old, but the things he'd lived through were enough to fill an entire book. So for the next stretch of time, Jarvan talked non-stop. Luke listened carefully. Only when Jarvan Ivy's mouth went dry did he finally stop and ask, that should be enough, right? Can your paper even fit that much? It can't, Luke replied, frowning slightly. And not everything needs to go in. I'll just pick the best parts. Then he added, carefully, it's just that all these stories are a bit too spotless. They're missing some realism. Even though he phrased it gently, Jarvan understood immediately. Oh, I get it, Jarvan said, realization dawning. You want some of Garen's little secrets, things people don't know. Luke smiled and nodded. I'm sure you know plenty. Plenty, Jarvan said, puffing out his chest. I even know the guy's got a mole on his butt. Luke's eyes gleamed with expectation. Jarvan Ivy's expression turned righteous as he refused on the spot. But if you think you're getting those secrets out of my mouth, that's basically impossible. Garen and I have been closer than blood since we were kids. We've been through life and death together more times than I can count. Calling him my brother wouldn't be wrong at all. So there is absolutely no way I'm betraying him. Luke spoke calmly. 200 gold. Jarvan froze, then clenched his resolve. I don't know what you're talking about. He's my beloved friend, my brother in arms. 250 gold. Back then, he took a fatal arrow for me. He still has the scar on his shoulder. 300 gold. Our bond, 500 gold. Which story would you like to hear first? // check out my P at Tray0 for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 115. Chapter 115. Why did the tone suddenly go off the rails? 2764 words a moment later. That's more than enough. I won't bother you any longer, brother. I'll be leaving now. Luke stood up from his chair, looking extremely satisfied. This visit to Jarvan had been very fruitful. He'd gotten a lot of stories he'd never heard before. Jarvan stood as well, beaming as he saw him off. Not staying for lunch. I'll put together something hearty for you. Given his current living situation, Luke really couldn't imagine how hearty it could possibly be. And he had no intention of lingering, so he shook his head. I should head back and prepare the draft. Then I won't keep you, Jarvan said. Take your time on the way. Luke opened the door and was about to step out when Jarvan Ivy's voice sounded again behind him. Hey little brother, hold up. Luke turned back, questioning with his eyes. Jarvan cleared his throat. Make sure you don't say I told you any of this. He shot Luke a meaningful look. Luke understood immediately. Don't worry, brother. Leave it to me. So what, just blur the identity a bit? Hearing Luke's promise, Jarvan finally relaxed. He waved again. Take your time on the way. Once the door shut, Jarvan began strolling around the room, in an excellent mood. This bookshelf could use more books. Would a potted plant look better over here? There should be a rug by the entrance. That'd make the place look more dignified. The training equipment out on the drill ground is a bit too limited. We should add more. Standing on the balcony with his hands behind his back, Jarvan gazed out the window, smiling as he sketched a wonderful future in his mind. As for any so-called brother-in-arms loyalty, he'd forgotten it completely. Who's that? Not familiar. Outside, turn right. After only a few steps, Luke spotted Lux at the corner, leaning against the wall, and idly kicking a small pebble. Let's go. What did you two whisper about? Tell me, Lux said, catching up, curiosity burning. Luke glanced at her. You'll know tomorrow. Lux frowned. Then why can't you tell me today? Luke gave her a subtle, loaded smile but said nothing, continuing forward. Always being mysterious. Lux puffed her cheeks at his back, annoyed. Her curiosity was completely hooked now. And thinking about how she had to go back to the academy tomorrow and probably wouldn't see anything until midday, she sighed. After leaving Jarvan Ivy's fortress, Luke and Lux got into the carriage and returned home. By the time they arrived, it was already around noon. Sona and Fiora were locked in a back-and-forth game of 5 in a row, too focused to greet the two of them. As Luke walked past, he glanced at the board and snorted. Just two rookies flailing at each other. The moment the sound left his mouth, Fiora's hostile gaze snapped over. What a beautiful day, Luke said, looking up at the sky as if he'd said nothing at all, and casually walked into the kitchen to prepare lunch. At the table sigh. Lady Crownguard kept sighing, wearing a gloomy, miserable expression, like her whole mood had dropped off a cliff. Fiora looked at Luke, puzzled. What's wrong with her? Luke glanced over, amused. Ignore her. It's the back-to-school crash. Fiora nodded and continued eating. Lux, thinking about having to return to classes tomorrow, felt her appetite vanish on the spot. A meal where she normally could have eaten enough rice for 3 people today, she only managed enough for 2. Her appetite had taken a serious hit. Luke had no such problem, because he still had 1 more day off tomorrow. That was the benefit of having 1 extra day's worth of credits. Thinking about how Lady Crownguard would be going back to prison tomorrow, he was in a pretty good mood. After lunch, Luke went straight to his room. He started drafting the first issue for tomorrow. Since it was the launch issue, he was writing the draft personally. Later on, other people would handle it. He'd also already established a newspaper office in the capital. The name was Royal City Bulletin, and everything was basically ready. Once the draft was done, Luke got up again and went downstairs. In the yard, the person playing 5 in a row with Sona had switched to Lux. Recently, there were more fun activities to pass the time, but the girls never stopped playing this game. After a few painful lessons, though, they rarely challenged Luke anymore. I'm heading out for a bit, Luke said to the two of them, walking toward the gate. Okay, bye-bye, Lux said without even looking up, fully focused on the board. Luke got into the carriage and headed for the workshop. In the afternoon, he arrived and handed the draft to Novice. That's a lot of content, Novice said, taking it. Her eyes moved across the pages as she read. This draft had far more than the earlier trial version. The sections were clearly much larger now. Luke lounged in a massage chair nearby. This is already a reduced version. Going forward, the layout will basically follow this model. His newspaper office had recruited plenty of staff, and its information channels were now tied into official sources. The reporting naturally couldn't stay at the earlier small-scale, neighborhood level. That kind of thing only stayed novel for a moment. Expanding content and adding more sections was necessary. Got it, Novice said, nodding as she read. After resting in the massage chair for a while, Luke wandered around the workshop. The bicycles were still in mass production. He'd already sunk a lot of money into it, and right now it was still a bottomless pit. He'd have to wait a few more days before bicycles could start turning a profit. And the printing presses were another huge expense. In a little over a week, they'd built 6 improved presses. In testing, each press could print 80 newspapers per minute without any problem. 6 presses running together meant 28,800 papers per hour. The true money burners were the paper and the ink. Given the capital's population, the presses were expected to run about 4 hours a day. At a price of only 2 copper coins per paper, Luke's profit margin was razor-thin. But the upside was obvious: he had 0 competitors. He had the entire market to himself. And the customer base was massive. Now everything was ready, just waiting for tomorrow. Weather, clear. At 6:30 in the morning, before the sky had fully brightened, bicycles began flowing through the capital's streets. Like ants swarming out of a nest, they departed from 3 major cathedrals in different directions, quickly spreading through every road and alley. Following assigned addresses, they carried out their work with orderly efficiency. When the day finally broke, early rising residents opened their doors to find a newspaper delivered right to their doorstep. Half an hour later, the newspaper office opened and the nearby roads were jammed solid with eager crowds. 1 copy of Royal City Bulletin. Everyone line up properly. If I'd known it would be this packed, I would have paid to pre-order yesterday. I saw a ton of people riding these 2-wheeled things this morning. They were fast gone in a blink. Yeah, I saw that too. What are those 2-wheel things? I heard they're called bicycles. A few days ago I saw a bunch of people practicing near the Illuminator's chapel. That's amazing. I want one too. It'd make going anywhere so much easier. Even while waiting in line, people kept talking. Early that morning, 2 things had already exploded across the capital. Everywhere you went, you heard people discussing them. First, the launch issue of Royal City Bulletin. Its quality was shockingly good. When people focused on the content and saw the featured figure was Garin Crownguard, and the main piece covered his growth and background. Whether they already knew him or not, everyone read with interest. Beyond that, there were plenty of other pieces people could talk about at the same time. Discussion about the second prince, Luke, also started spreading. The story about the little girl who sold newspapers caused an enormous reaction the moment it was published. It didn't use many words, but it was so painfully plain and sincere that after you finished reading, it felt like a needle had been shoved straight into your heart. That little girl had it way too rough. And that was a story written by the second prince. Absolutely infuriating. If it's already a story, why couldn't he give it a better ending? Topics like that popped up non-stop. And whether people liked it or not, the story really did make you think. And when people saw kids in the street, each carrying a stack of newspapers and shouting as they walked, "Paper. Paper for sale. Anyone want a copy?" A lot of people who had already bought one silently walked up and bought another. Just like that, Luke's marketing had worked perfectly. Second, the bicycles racing around the city that morning. In many parts of the capital, fast riding on horseback was forbidden. Even carriages had to keep their speed under control, so inside the city those vehicles weren't always convenient. But the bicycles people saw this morning showed them a new way to get around. A bicycle took up little space, less than half the footprint of a horse, not even a quarter of a carriage, but when you rode it, it wasn't slow at all. After seeing them with their own eyes, many people immediately wanted one of these convenient, effortless vehicles. And they soon learned from the paper that bicycles would go on sale before long, and the price wasn't as outrageous as they'd expected. Only 1 gold coin, and you could own a bicycle permanently. Time ticked by. Soon it was almost noon, and the newspaper frenzy still hadn't cooled in the slightest. I heard things aren't calm over in Coastport. What's going on? Not sure. I heard a group of pirates showed up, and they're pretty well equipped. The locals couldn't handle them. But the commander already sent the 4th Shield Battalion over. It should get resolved. After finishing a morning of dauntless vanguard training, Garin rode a plated warhorse at a slow pace through the streets, chatting with his squad. But as they talked, he started noticing something. Way more people were looking at him today. Soon, he heard the whispers. "Look, doesn't that look like Garin? I've seen him once before. That's Garin Crownguard. The man who led a squad to defeat the Centennial Witherworm. That's right, the youngest hardcase in the dauntless vanguard. Oh, you mean the Garin who wet the bed and blamed it on his sister. Hearing that last line, Garin's body tilted hard in the saddle. He nearly fell off his horse. Everything before that sounded normal. How did the tone suddenly derail into that? For a moment, he honestly wondered if he'd misheard. But then a squad mate beside him chuckled. Didn't think you'd done something like that, Captain. A female squad mate laughed too. Captain looks so upright in public, but behind the scenes you're that devious. Garin's gaze slowly turned dangerous as his squad started discussing it. He looked at them one by one. They shut up instantly. And though Garin's face stayed calm and composed, inside he was absolutely losing his mind. What the hell is happening? Just then, a paperboy holding a stack of newspapers came from the other direction, shouting with all his strength. Paper for sale. Secrets about Garin Crown Guard you've never heard. Royal City Bulletin takes you inside the Rising Star's unknown side. 2 copper, 2 copper. Only 2 copper. The paperboy's shouting rang through the street. Garin's face darkened. He swung down from his horse and blocked the kid. Without another word, he tossed a gold coin, snatched the entire stack of newspapers from the boy's arms, and immediately looked down. At the very top, in a prominent spot, was a piece about His Majesty. July 2nd, King Jarvan III of Demacia issues important remarks regarding national development and construction. Jarvan III pointed out that the nation remains in a critical period of growth. At this stage, all departments should fulfill their duties while also maintaining awareness of the bigger picture and enforcing discipline upon themselves. He then delivered personal remarks, stating that since the nation endured major conflicts in the past, external unrest has fully stabilized over the last few years, and the domestic situation is currently favorable. He also emphasized that for the sake of national construction, the people should unite as one of one heart and one mind. Regarding Royal City Bulletin, Jarvan III offered his personal view. We should treat Royal City Bulletin as a signal that we are entering a new era. It will be a driving force that pushes the nation forward. Finally, Jarvan III added, to realize a grand vision, we must continue to strive. After reading every line, Garin's gaze shifted lower. And soon, he saw his own name. Garin Crownguard, age 22, currently serving as captain of the 2nd Shield Formation of the Dauntless Vanguard. After the basic introduction, it went into his growth and experiences. It even covered hardships he'd faced, like the time, 2 years after joining the Dauntless Vanguard, when he and his squad were trapped in a valley. A powerful magical beast had awakened there, the Centennial Wither Worm. A large portion of the article described how he led his squad to defeat it, packed with detailed scenes. In the story, he was wise, brave, resolute, and strong. Even Garin, reading it, remembered that life-or-death ordeal, and felt a surge of emotion. So far, the tone was still normal. But as he read further down, the tone went completely off the rails. According to an anonymous prince, Garin. That guy looks honest and straightforward on the surface, but inside he's sharp as a knife. I still remember one day when he came to me, smug as can be, and told me he'd blamed Lux for wetting the bed. He was 8 years old at the time, right? 8 years old and still wetting the bed. Ha my ass. Garin roared inside his head, and before he realized it, he'd torn the newspaper clean in half. His mouth twitched violently. His hands trembled as he gripped the paper. And his eyes went so cold they looked almost empty of emotion. Just reading the words, he could picture the prince's expression while saying them. The noise around him slowly dragged him back to reality. He looked around and felt like countless pairs of eyes were locked onto him. For the first time in his life, Garin truly understood what public humiliation felt like. That battle-tested heart that had survived countless brushes with death was now shaking like it had been stabbed. And when he saw that nearly every person on the street was holding a newspaper, despair flashed in his eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, then everyone in the capital now knew he'd still wet the bed at 8. Wetting the bed would have been bad enough. But he'd blamed it on his sister too. In that moment, Garen finally realized something. So-called reputation. He actually cared about it. "Look, Captain," a squad mate said, seeing Garen stand there in a daze for several minutes. He walked up and patted Garen's shoulder in comfort. "Everyone's got things they don't want to remember. Let it go." "Let it go my ass," Garen snapped. He turned and saw the guy trying to hold back laughter. Even with his excellent discipline, Garen still cursed. Then, without thinking, he took a few quick steps, vaulted onto his horse, and shouted, "Hiya!" He tore off at full speed toward Jarvan Ivy's fortress. Behind him dash, ha 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 ha. His squad burst into shameless laughter. Garen's mental state detonated. At the same time Jarvan Ivy's fortress. What the hell? Jarvan 4, leisurely sipping a hot tea he'd just bought, saw the newspaper content and instantly sprang up like a kicked spring. According to an anonymous prince. You've got to be kidding. How many princes does Demacia even have? Little brother. His mind was equally not calm anymore. A creepy chill crawled up his spine. Jarvan 4 didn't waste a single second. He immediately began packing up his office and fled his fortress at top speed. // check out my P at Tray0 and for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www.com/Raziel0810 Chapter 116. Chapter 116. I knew it. A thick-browed, big 3062 words at noon. The capital's weather was unusually bright, clear skies, a gentle breeze, the kind of day that put everyone in a better mood. Luke sat in a chair out in the courtyard, sipping iced tea and sounding almost poetic. Today's breeze won't shut up. A soft wind drifted through the air, teasing his hair so it swayed back and forth. Hearing that, Fiora lowered the newspaper in her hands and smiled. In a bit, the only thing getting loud won't be the wind. After reading what was in the paper, she'd already had a feeling. Sure enough, before long, a carriage pulled up outside the courtyard gate in a hurry. Then a figure climbed down, moving fast, like he'd been chased the whole way. Luke glanced toward the entrance and called out cheerfully, "Brother, good afternoon." "Good my ass." Jarvan 4 strode into the courtyard, looked around, then fixed his eyes on Luke and let out a bitter laugh. "You've ruined me, little brother." Luke's smile only deepened. "Sit first. Whatever it is, we can talk it through." As he spoke, he flicked a look toward Yurna. Yurna immediately picked up a cup, poured a glass of iced tea, and set it in front of Jarvan 4. "There's no time to talk it through." Jarvan 4 let out a heavy sigh. He really was thirsty, though, so he took the cup and drained it in one go. Then he paused. "This is good." The moment it went down, the frantic edge in his chest cooled off. His mind felt clearer, like someone had poured cold water over a fire. And the taste, clean, rich, and smooth, was excellent. Luke said, unhurried. "I'll send you some another day." By now, the smoky Earl Grey tea he'd gotten from the system's check-in rewards was almost gone. But the tea shrubs growing in the courtyard were coming in fast. In a little while, they'd be ready to pick, so he wasn't worried about running out. "I couldn't possibly take your things," Jarvan 4 said at once, putting on a stern face and waving both hands. Then he coughed and added, completely straight-faced, "But we're brothers, so don't make it complicated. £1 or £2 is fine." He turned, wandering around the courtyard, eyeing everything with interest. "Your place is nice. Little fan, little shade umbrella. You can soak up the sun when you're bored. Not bad at all." Jarvan 4 kept looking here and there, clearly fascinated by the strange little gadgets scattered around. Luke took another sip of tea, let it wet his throat, then asked, "So what did you come to see me for?" Jarvan 4 froze. "Why did I come again?" He stared at Luke for a second, then the memory hit him, and his expression tightened. "Forget the newspaper, there's no time. I'm laying low for a while. I have to get out of sight." Like he'd just remembered a sword hanging over his head, he started talking faster and moving toward the gate. He'd originally come to complain, he'd wanted to grumble about how the paper was setting him up to die. But once he saw Luke, he swallowed it back down. In the end, that was still his little brother. And right now, this was not the time to chat. Staying alive came first. "Little brother, I'm going," Jarvanfor said, already halfway back to the carriage. He turned and waved before climbing in. Luke raised a hand lazily. "Take care." Then Jarvanfor vanished the same way he'd arrived, fast enough to look like he was fleeing a nightmare. And honestly, he had good instincts. Because not long after he left, a rider came tearing down the street on a horse at full speed. With a sharp whinny, the horse skidded to a stop. The mane on its back swung down in one smooth motion. It was Garen. He stepped into the courtyard with urgency, spotted Luke, opened his mouth, and after a long, painful pause, forced out a single sentence. "Your Highness. Is this what you meant by filling out my image?" Garen's mind flashed back to yesterday. Right before Luke left, he'd said, "You won't mind if I flesh out your public image a little, right?" At the time, Garen hadn't thought much of it. Today, he regretted everything. If the heavens gave him one chance to redo it, Garen would refuse on the spot, and he'd tell that man exactly what he could do with the idea. Because before, when people saw him in the street, at worst they talked about his victories, his deeds, the honorable stories. Now somehow everyone knew his name so much that even little kids could say it. And the worst part was, whenever people recognized him, they wore that strange, knowing smile. Their eyes practically screamed, "Oh, that's Garen Crownguard, the guy who's still wet the bed at 8, and blamed it on his sister." Every time Garen caught those looks, he felt like coughing blood. His reputation, his entire reputation, was getting dragged through the mud. "Isn't it more three-dimensional?" Luke said, looking at Garen's dark expression. He walked up, slung an arm around Garen's shoulder, and spoke with the earnest tone of a man delivering a sermon. "I know you think those last parts made you look bad. But you're wrong. And I mean spectacularly wrong." Luke turned, eyes bright with conviction. "A hero, a truly great person, can't be built on shining stories alone. That's not enough." Before Garen could respond, Luke answered himself, voice firm. "Not enough. If people only ever hear the glorious parts, then everything they know about you stays distant. One-sided. Untouchable. Now you feel real to them. Like you actually live in the same world they do. The dauntless vanguard rising star turns out to be a person, not a statue. Before, your heroic deeds traveled every street and alley, and people admired you from far away, like you were out of reach. Everyone in the capital knows your name. And they realize you're like them, ordinary at your core. Not some unreachable legend. You can't just stare at the surface. You have to look past appearances and get to the truth. Try flipping the perspective." Luke leaned in, voice lowering slightly. "Do you really think people see you and immediately think, Garen Crownguard with the bed at 8? Garen's eyes went blank, unsure where this was going. Luke's expression hardened, and his words dropped like a hammer. "What they actually see is this: a kid who's still wet the bed at 8, who grew up and became a warrior of the dauntless vanguard. Think about it. How many people can you inspire without even trying?" It hit Garen like a thunderclap. A kid who wet the bed at 8 became dauntless vanguard. If you stripped away the humiliation of it being his story, and looked at it from the outside, it really was kind of inspiring. So this was your Highness's true intent. Look past appearances. Get to the truth. That line alone suddenly felt like it carried weight. Garen had thought it was just a careless scribble in a paper. But it had. And Luke, seeing Garen frozen in place, kept going. "Maybe you lost something. But while you lost that, you gained something too, didn't you? Kids will look up to you. People will take you as a role model. They'll want to become the kind of man who protects his home just like you. In a way, you've pushed the nation forward again. Luke drew himself up like he was standing on a stage. Thank you for what you've done for Demacia. By the time Luke finished, Garen looked like he'd just been hit with a lecture he wasn't emotionally prepared to receive. Wetting the bed at 8 was that important. It could be a contribution to national morale. Garen truly had not seen this coming. Off to the side, Fiora, who'd been playing chess with Sona, lifted her eyes and gave Luke a quick glance, equal parts impressed and exhausted. This man could talk his way out of anything. He'd managed to connect bedwetting to patriotism. Luke looked at Garen. Anything you want to say? Garen. For a moment, he genuinely didn't know what to say. He'd come for justice. He didn't get justice. And now he somehow needed to pee again. What was happening to him? A furious shout exploded from outside. A second later, a bright, furious figure stormed into the courtyard and stopped right in front of Garen. Lux pointed a finger at him, eyes blazing, and snapped, I knew it, someone who looks that clean-cut is always hiding something. Her chest rose and fell with anger. Her pale finger and her whole body shook slightly, the kind of trembling that only came from being absolutely, completely furious. After reading the paper at the Royal Academy, the Crown Guard girl's mood had gone somewhere beyond bad. No wonder Luke hadn't wanted her to know yesterday. If she'd found out then, she would have charged straight at Garen on the spot. She didn't remember much from when she was 4. But she had never forgotten that day, getting hit for no reason at all. She couldn't remember why she'd been punished. She only remembered how hard she cried, how it felt like her whole world shattered. And now she finally understood why. Because Garen had blamed her for his bedwetting. Just thinking about it made Lux feel like she could explode. Right now, she genuinely wanted to bite someone. Garen stared back at her. On the outside, he stayed silent, face unreadable. On the inside, his toes were digging into the floor from sheer embarrassment. This was supposed to be a secret Lux would never learn in her lifetime. He'd buried it for years. And now Jarvanfor had dragged it into the sunlight. Garen didn't blame Luke for this. He blamed Jarvanfor, that loudmouth bastard. If he could keep his mouth shut, none of this would be happening. Do you have any idea how much damage that did to a 4-year-old? Lux demanded, voice shaking. Garen, I was wrong about you. And I even shared my candy apple with you that day. You owe me my candy apple. Lux gritted her teeth, furious and hurt at the same time. Luke cleared his throat and tried to step in, doing his best to play peacemaker. I mean, it's been years. Maybe he didn't even get to finish. Lux grabbed his arm and bit down hard. It was summer. Luke was wearing short sleeves. That bite landed right on bare skin. Luke felt like his soul spasmed from the pain. He sucked in a sharp breath, then stared at the little blonde in disbelief. What the hell? Garen was the one who framed you. Why are you biting me? Garen looked over with pure sympathy and sighed silently. Your Highness was still young. Even Garen knew this much. When a woman is fully enraged, you do not step into the blast radius. Lux finally released him. Luke yanked his arm back. It wasn't bleeding, but 2 crisp rows of teeth marks were stamped into his skin. He glared. Are you a dog or something? Lux flicked him a look, and somehow she seemed even a little pleased. She'd been furious for ages, and he walked right up to her like an invitation. If she wasn't going to bite him, who was she supposed to bite? Luke pointed at her, lips trembling, so angry he couldn't even get words out. He spun around and marched to the faucet, shoving his bitten arm under cold running water. As the chill washed over the marks, it finally hurt a little less. He wiped his face like a man who'd been wronged by fate itself. Never again. Next time, he was letting them fight it out. Lux turned back to Garen, still not fully cooled down. I don't care. You're giving me an explanation, or we're not done. Even if it was years ago, it still felt awful to remember being wrongly blamed and punished. Garen didn't know what explanation could possibly fix this. After a long sigh, he finally said, "You have one wish coin." Lux's expression softened immediately. The wish machine was a game they'd played as kids. Whoever won got a wish coin. Then they could make a wish to the wish machine and the loser had to carry it out. Once, Lux had wished that Garen would take a beating for her. So Garen actually did it. But as they grew up, they stopped being as close as they were in childhood. The wish machine got shoved into the corner and forgotten. And now, after all this time, it had been dragged back into the light. Garen sighed again. He knew his sister well. This was absolutely going to be some unreasonable, ridiculous wish. But he had no choice. Childhood sins had a way of coming due. Lux tilted her head and thought for a long time. Then she said, "I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I do." With a wish coin in her hand, she could squeeze Garen whenever she wanted. So obviously, she was going to use it carefully. Seeing that smug little look in her eyes, Garen's mind flashed back to Jarvan for again and anger surged. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. Garen turned and walked over to Luke. "By the way, I know a lot of things about Jarvan for that people don't." Luke's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected a bonus. He smiled like a man opening a present. So the usually quiet Garen started talking. And talking. He dumped every dirty little story about Jarvan for he could remember. He even vividly recalled how, when they were kids, Jarvan had secretly killed one of Tiana's pets, roasted it and ate it. Luke loved this kind of mutual destruction. He forgot all about his arm. He nodded along, listening with open delight. Looks like he wouldn't be short on material for the next issue. A little later, "That's all," Garen said at last. "I'm leaving." He gave a crisp farewell and turned to go. He vaulted onto his horse, and the murderous aura rolling off him made it pretty obvious. He was about to go hunting for Jarvan 4. Luke had wanted to keep him for lunch, but Garen was already gone horse-pounding the street, getting farther by the second. Fiora, who'd enjoyed the show from start to finish, lifted her eyes toward Luke and reminded him, "It's lunchtime." Normally, by now, Luke would have already wandered into the kitchen and started cooking. But today, he glanced at the crown guard girl, said nothing, and flopped onto the rocking chair nearby. Then he closed his eyes like a king refusing to rise from his throne. He didn't say a word. But the three women in the courtyard all felt it instantly. Luke was in a mood. Fiora understood it, honestly. Getting bitten for no reason would sour anyone's temper. So she and Sona both looked toward the culprit Lux and kept signaling with their eyes. Do something. Because if Lux didn't fix this, nobody was eating. Lux realized it too. Biting him had felt amazing in the moment, like releasing a whole backlog of anger. But right after she did it, she regretted it. She should have waited until after lunch. Now she had to go soothe this dramatic lunatic. With Fiora and Sona staring her down, Lux walked over and sat beside Luke, putting on a forced little grin. "Your Highness, did I bite you too hard just now?" Luke rolled over like she didn't exist, eyes still shut. Lux kept her smile, fighting to keep her temper steady. "That was my fault. Don't be mad, okay?" That was all she got. Lux took a deep breath, crushed down the rising irritation, and tugged up her sleeve to bare her own pale, slender arm. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself. "If it'll make you feel better, you can bite me back. Then we're even." When she said it, she fully prepared herself. Because Luke absolutely looked like the kind of man who would do it. But she misjudged him this time. Even after she offered, he still didn't move. So Lux leaned closer and started kneading his shoulders, forcing out sweet words through her teeth. "Someone as generous and magnanimous as you wouldn't hold a grudge against a helpless little girl like me, right?" No matter what she said, Luke kept his eyes closed, chin tilted like a proud cat refusing affection. Fiora and Sona both sighed, almost feeling sorry for Lux. Luke was harder to comfort than most women. After a while of massaging with zero results, Lux's patience finally started cracking. "What do you want from me? At least say something." Being ignored like this was unbearable. Luke opened his eyes at last and gave her a cold, sharp smile. "You don't understand me at all." Lux blinked. "If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to understand you?" Luke stared at her. "Real understanding doesn't need words." Lux looked even more confused. "If you say it out loud, then I'll understand." "What's the point of saying it? If you understood me, I wouldn't have to say it. I'm not a mind reader. How am I supposed to know what you mean?" "I don't mean anything." Lux got so twisted up by the loop that she just sighed. "That's true. This is meaningless." Luke let out another cold humph, eyes turning even icier. "So now everything I say is meaningless, huh?" Her face went blank, like she'd just been hit by a full combo she couldn't block. Seeing stars. When she finally recovered, she stared at Luke, words stuck in her throat. "Can you be normal? You're scaring me." Thankfully, Luke snapped back to normal pretty quickly. Seeing Lux's helpless, bewildered expression, his mood improved a lot. Running her through that whole relationship argument playbook felt incredible. No wonder so many people fought so viciously over it. // check out my P at Tray0N for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 117. Chapter 117. Only you can hear my voice. 2741 words. With his mood restored, Luke headed into the kitchen to make lunch. After the meal, the Crown Guard girl had to leave. She'd snuck out from the Royal Academy. If she didn't get back soon, she'd be in for a beating tonight. That afternoon, with nothing pressing to do, Luke stretched out in the rocking chair in the courtyard. Compared to a month ago, the weather now was almost unbelievably comfortable. After noon, the sunlight spilled down gently, soft and warm, beneath a wide sky of blue and drifting clouds. Every so often, a flock of birds crossed overhead, the view pretty enough to look painted. He stared at the blue sky for a while, and a light breeze brushed his cheeks, carrying the fragrance of the courtyard flowers. Nearby came the soft, steady sound of Sona and Fiora placing pieces tap after tap like a hypnotist's metronome. Luke slowly started to feel drowsy. He yawned, his mind going pleasantly blank, as if every cell in his body had decided to become lazy all at once. Then his eyes drifted shut. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon, when the sun was no longer as bright as it had been at midday, that Luke finally opened his eyes again, unhurried. He also seemed to sense someone beside him. Sure enough, when he blinked awake, he saw Tiana sitting in the chair next to him. She was tucked under the shade of the parasol, looking relaxed as she sipped her tea. "Aunt Tiana. How long have you been here?" Luke's voice was still thick with sleep, and he yawned again as he spoke. "Not long." Tiana glanced at him with an amused smile. "You've gotten pretty good at enjoying yourself. Aunt Tiana, listen to you." After a few breaths, the heaviness in Luke's limbs faded a bit. He slowly sat up, picked up the cup of iced tea beside him, took a sip, and continued, "I've always been good at enjoying myself." Tiana couldn't help laughing and shaking her head. With him saying it so boldly, there really wasn't much she could argue. Besides, he'd earned this comfort with real ability. In the beginning, the royal family had only given him 250 gold and this house as seed money. And that money was already almost gone. Calling it starting from nothing wouldn't be an exaggeration. A lot of people in the palace had assumed that Luke had gone from commoner to prince overnight, and let it inflate his ego, spending wildly and throwing money around. Some had even complained loudly, insisting a strict tutor be assigned to properly discipline the second prince. Tiana had pressed the issue down. She decided to give him space so long as she didn't step in to help. And just like she'd suspected, this kid was like a treasure chest. Open it, and it was all good stuff. Before long, he'd be in Demacia's Richmond circle. With how hot the capital's newspaper craze was right now, it wasn't going to cool off anytime soon. And with that, every second was money. Tiana couldn't deny she was a little jealous. Not to mention the grand finale still waiting in the wings, the bicycle. Just the printing press and the bicycle alone were enough to guarantee Luke would never have to worry for the rest of his life. Tiana looked at his easygoing face and reminded him, almost casually, "Don't forget Yuri's supposed to go to the academy tomorrow too." Luke paused, then flopped back down. That's tomorrow's problem. He knew it was coming sooner or later. Just like Lux, he'd eventually have to face the Royal Academy. And thinking about that put a faint, unavoidable gloom in his chest. After he finished the tea in his cup, Luke looked at Tiana and asked, "So did you come for something?" Tiana's eyes narrowed slightly, half smiling. "The entire capital is spreading all kinds of nonsense about my nephew. Things like, 10 years of hard work, and no one knew your name, one bedwetting incident, and the whole world knows you. And the classic, is this the distortion of human nature, or the collapse of morality?" She studied Luke from head to toe. "Those lines are yours, aren't they?" Luke put on an innocent face. Who knew the capital was full of geniuses? They're really good at coming up with stuff. He finished speaking and Tiana didn't say anything, just stared at him. So Luke gave up and admitted it. "Fine, it was me. I was just trying to boost the hype. A good hook made good hype. And hype meant money. Boosting the hype is fine," Tiana said calmly, lifting her cup and taking a measured sip, "but you're boosting it using my nephew's name. Not long ago you used that girl to advertise all over the capital. Today you're using my nephew as bait. You're about to use up the entire Crown Guard family. What, tomorrow you'll set your sights on me and my sister?" Luke blinked, testing the waters. Would that be allowed? A High Marshal headline would be incredible. He could guarantee it if he printed it tomorrow, sales would jump another 20%. Tiana smiled and didn't answer. But her eyes did. It was the kind of look that promised Luke would regret it. "Haha, just kidding." Luke laughed awkwardly and immediately changed the subject. "I've brewed a few barrels of wine lately. It's called Immortal's Drunk, and it's seriously something else. I'll send a few barrels to your estate another day. Today I didn't come for anything." Tiana finished the last sip in her cup and stood. "I just wanted to see you." Still smiling, she reached out and rubbed Luke's hair. She especially loved ruffling it until it looked like a bird's nest. After a moment, she finally pulled her hand back, satisfied. "That's much cuter. Nothing else, keep lying there." With that, she headed toward the gate. At the doorway, Tiana stopped and looked back at Luke. "And about that newspaper, rein it in a little." Only then did Luke grin, lifting a hand in farewell. "Take care, Aunt Tiana." Tiana left with a satisfied smile. Luke stood up from the rocking chair, stretched lazily, and looked around the courtyard, empty now, except for himself. There was a faint sound coming from the back courtyard. Clearly, Theora was practicing her swordplay. After thinking for a second, Luke decided not to bother her. He went into the main house. In the living room, Sona sat on the couch with her instrument resting across her legs, her etwal. From Luke's angle, he could see her beautiful profile, focused and serene, as her pale fingers plucked lightly at the strings. Now and then, a single note drifted into the air. It seemed like she was tuning it. "When you're alone, is this what you do to pass the time?" Luke asked, casually, as he walked in. Sona had already heard his footsteps. She looked up, her ocean blue eyes turning toward him, and smiled as she nodded. Most of the time, yes. But she never found it boring. Sometimes it was just her and the instrument for an entire day, and that was enough. Luke sat down nearby, watching Etwal with interest. "Can I try?" To be honest, he'd always been interested in music. He'd even learned an instrument before, a saxophone, though learned mostly meant he could blow notes out of it. He'd heard of Sona's etwal too. It was ancient, mysterious, and carried a long history. It had been with Sona since she was born. And what lay behind that instrument might even connect to Sona's true origins, though because of Noxus's invasion of Ionia, she'd been separated from her homeland for a long time. Sona didn't hesitate. At Luke's request, she lifted etwal and handed it to him. Normally, she didn't like anyone else touching it. And etwal didn't like it either. As a relic from a distant age, it had at least to some degree its own will. When anyone but Sona touched it, it resisted. Sometimes it snapped its own strings. Sometimes it produced harsh, ugly, grating sounds. Sona had seen it happen. But whenever etwal snapped its own strings, once it returned to Sona's hands, it would repair itself not long after. As for Luke wanting to try, Sona had no objection, she just didn't know whether etwal would like him. Luke had already taken etwal fully from her. And he couldn't help noticing, it was absurdly heavy. At least 200 pounds. Sona could lift it casually, which said a lot about her strength. As for Luke, he could lift it without effort. He placed his hand on the strings experimentally. A cool sensation, smooth, like jade, spread across his fingertips. He looked up at Sona. "What do I do?" Sona tilted her head and thought hard, truly trying to figure out how to teach him. After a long pause, she sighed and looked troubled. "Don't even know how to explain." Luke could usually read what she meant from her expressions, but music theory was too complicated. This wasn't something a look or a gesture could communicate. That was the part Sona found hardest. They weren't truly connected mind to mind. And yet a soft, gentle, melodic voice suddenly sounded in Luke's ear, sweet and flowing like a song. Luke lifted his head in shock. "What did you say?" Sona looked confused. "I didn't say anything." But Luke had heard it clearly. It was like the voice had sounded beside his ear and also like it had echoed directly inside his mind. Light, airy, pure. Beautiful in a way that didn't feel real. Luke stared at Sona, eyes wide. And Sona, seeing the possibility in his expression, tried again. "You can hear me?" Her voice, her real voice, trembled with nervousness and a little panic, but there was more hope than fear. Her watery eyes fluttered. Luke nodded. Sona covered her mouth in astonished joy, her eyes instantly glossing with tears. "Why can you suddenly hear me?" Her voice shook with excitement, her eyes damp and shining, making her look heartbreakingly vivid. Luke looked just as bewildered. "I don't know." Even he didn't know what was happening. One moment he couldn't hear anything, and the next he could. He lowered his gaze to etwal in his hands. If there was a reason, it had to be this. Sona looked at it too. Etwal. Luke had never touched it before today. He'd only just put his hand on it and almost immediately he could hear her. So there was really only one explanation. Sona had always known she had a voice. She just couldn't make it come out. In the past, people had touched etwal, strangers, even her mother, her father, her sister. But never once had anyone been able to hear her through it. For a long time, she'd even wondered if she was imagining it, if, because she couldn't speak, her mind had fabricated a voice to fill the silence. But today, Luke proved she wasn't imagining anything. Tears fell in big, clear drops, sliding down her pale cheeks, tears of overwhelming relief and joy. Her eyes trembled as she looked at Luke, and her voice kept spilling out. "I'm so happy. This is the first time anyone has ever heard me. Only you, Your Highness." She smiled sweetly and wiped at her tears as she spoke. Luke's expression turned into genuine regret on her behalf. A voice this good should be heard by everyone. Sona's voice was truly beautiful, like her music. He'd heard her in the game before, sure. But compared to this, it didn't even come close. The voice in his mind right now was purer, more ethereal, like something that shouldn't exist in the mortal world. To have something so lovely trapped inside her, it felt unfair. Sona's cheeks flushed slightly. She looked at Luke, happiness shining right through her. If only you can hear me. I'm already satisfied. Her voice was filled with joy, and then she asked nervous, hopeful, vulnerable - is my voice. She could imagine how she sounded, but she couldn't judge it. Luke answered immediately, smiling. Of course it's nice. In my whole life, your voice is the second best I've ever heard. Sona could tell he meant it. And she hadn't expected to rank that high. Second place alone made her delighted. She blinked, curious. Can I know who's first? Luke grinned. Sona laughed softly, cheeks turning even redder. Hearing that bell-like laughter, Luke said, teach me. Sona nodded quickly and scooted closer. They were close, very close. A faint fragrance drifted from her as her lovely hands settled on the strings. Her voice came again, warm and bright with excitement. Etwell seems to like you, Your Highness. Luke asked, intrigued, why do you say that? Sona answered, Etwell doesn't like anyone touching it except me. But you touched it, and because of that, you can hear my voice. If Etwell didn't like him, this wouldn't be happening. Then I guess that's true, Luke said, looking down at the instrument in his arms, amazed by it. Sona kept speaking in his mind as she taught him how to play. Then she lifted her head. Her shimmering eyes locked onto Luke's face so close that if either of them exhaled, they'd feel it on their skin. She looked nervous and worried, hesitating as she asked. Your Highness, don't you think this is too strange? Her heartbeat picked up as she spoke. It's not strange, Luke said, smiling at the worry in her eyes. A privilege that only I get to enjoy in this world. Honestly, I'm happy about it. He understood what she was afraid of. Something like this had to be connected to magic. And this was Demacian era when anti-magic laws were enforced harshly. Magic was a word that made people tremble just hearing it. Sona was afraid of how Luke would react once he realized Etwell, or even she herself, might be tied to magic. But now, feeling what was in him, feeling the sincerity, Sona's fear drained away. Her sweet face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with a soft, moving light. My voice, it's enough if only you can hear it. She smiled as she said it. In her heart, she wanted Luke to be the first person who heard her and the last. Luke smiled gently. Then let's keep going. Close beside him, Sona's voice continued, steady and bright. After a while, she suddenly realized that if she lifted her head, Luke's face was right there, close enough to touch. That's basically it. Your Highness, try playing a little. She spoke with a hint of fluster as she finished. Luke lowered his gaze, his handsome face filled with focus, his clear eyes pulling at her like starlight. Etwell's music sounded in the room. Yet in Sona's ears it felt like it vanished. She just kept watching him. Her face warmed, a blush spreading, and somehow a surge of courage rose up inside her. Slowly, inch by inch, she leaned forward, her lashes trembling. And then footsteps sounded behind them. Tap tap tap. Sona jolted like she'd been startled by thunder. She'd fought so hard just to move forward a fraction, and in an instant, she snapped back. She even shifted farther away, sitting bolt upright, fingers clenched tightly in her lap, her face turning red at a visible speed. What are you two doing? Fiora's voice came from behind, faintly puzzled. Luke stopped moving his hands on the strings and looked up. Sona's teaching me how to play. Fiora's eyes shifted to Sona. Sona nodded so fast it looked like her head might fall off. She forced a smile, panicked like a little cat caught sneaking food off the counter. If someone put a hand over her chest right now, they'd hear her heart pounding wildly. Fiora nodded, not particularly interested. Then keep going. I'm going outside to lie down for a while. She turned and walked out. But just before she left, the corner of her mouth lifted in a faint, knowing smile. Only after Fiora was gone did Sona finally exhale in relief, pressing a hand to her chest. Luke looked at her, confused. Why did she scare you that badly? Even he could tell. The second Fiora appeared, Sona's emotions had shifted violently. She didn't, Sona said, shaking her head. But the voice in his mind still carried lingering nerves. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. Suddenly I have the urge to pay extra, EC, 2,733 words by early evening. After a round of experimenting between Luke and Sona, they could basically confirm it. The reason Luke could hear Sona's voice was Etwal. When Luke wasn't touching Etwal, he couldn't hear her. The moment he made contact with it again, her voice returned. It was fascinating, but also a little inconvenient. Luke couldn't exactly carry Etwal around all day like a permanent accessory. So for now, if either Luke or Sona wanted to talk, they'd have to rely on Etwal as the middleman. Sona said she was already more than satisfied. She'd never been the demanding type honestly, even if she could only exchange a single sentence with Luke each day, it would make her happy for a long time. After talking to herself in her own mind for so many years, someone could finally hear her. And that someone was Luke. It made her feel unbelievably lucky about the decision she'd made back then. That single moment at the banquet had stayed in her thoughts for a long time until one day, she finally gathered the courage to step into this courtyard. If nothing had happened at that banquet, then what happened today might never have happened at all. Right now, watching Luke, who had already learned a simple little melody, and was playing it, Sona's face softened into a gentle smile. When the piece ended, Luke looked up and asked, "So? How was it?" "Really good. You're talented, Your Highness," Sona replied in his mind, nodding as she did. Etwal had let Luke touch it for so long without rejecting him. That alone said it recognized him, maybe even liked him. And that made Sona curious. Did that mean Luke was the second person chosen after her? Plenty of people had touched Etwal before, and all of them had been rejected. Luke was the second person, after Sona, who could handle Etwal without anything going wrong. Etwal had been with Sona since she was born. But aside from finding out through research that it was at least 1,000 years old, she didn't have much more information. So she didn't understand why Etwal had decided to accept Luke. The whole thing felt strangely. She also wanted to know what Etwal truly was, what lay behind it, and what her own origins really were. She just didn't know whether she'd ever live to see those answers. Luke, meanwhile, studied Etwal in his arms too. If he said he wasn't curious, he'd be lying. But he didn't know much either, only that it was Sona's bonded instrument, and also a weapon with powerful magical force. If there was ever a chance later, maybe he could take Sona back to Ionia, and explore what was behind this instrument. With that thought, Luke handed Etwal back and said with a smile, "Let's stop here for today. Teach me something else tomorrow." Sona nodded happily as she took Etwal. And the moment she did, the connection snapped, her voice vanished from Luke's mind again. Luke paused, thoughtful, eyes landing on Etwal. It really did feel like some kind of signal device. Just then, footsteps sounded in the hallway outside. A moment later, Lux walked into the living room looking exhausted. She collapsed onto the couch and didn't move, like her bones had melted. Even the little tuft of blonde hair that always seemed to stick up on her head drooped sadly, and she radiated exactly zero vitality. Luke looked at her with sympathy. Yesterday, he would have laughed in her face without hesitation. But right now, he couldn't even find it in him. Seeing her like this made Luke feel a wave of gloom about tomorrow too. Turns out moods were contagious. And right now, Luke could feel his own back-to-school blues starting to kick in. Why do I feel like I've lived this exact day 1,000 times already? Lux rolled over onto her back, staring at the ceiling with the bleakest expression on her face, murmuring to herself. Sometimes I wonder. Did we really live 365 days, or did we live one day and repeat it 365 times? At the moment, she was basically a black hole of negativity, with enough pull to drag everyone else down with her. Sona blinked her big eyes and looked at Luke like she was silently asking, "What's wrong with her?" She could feel a deep sadness spilling out of Lux. "That's what back-to-school blues look like," Luke sighed. Then he stood up and walked out. If he stayed 2 more seconds, he was pretty sure he'd start doom spiraling on the spot. Out in the front courtyard, Fiora was leaning back in a rocking chair, calmly reading a book. Her heels were placed neatly off to the side. One long leg was stretched out along the chair, no stockings. It looked like, and at a glance, you could see her slim, elegant foot. Her pale skin looked smooth and luminous, and the curve of her foot was refined and graceful, almost too pretty to be real. Her other leg was bent, and the corner of her lips lifted slightly on that cool, delicate face. The relaxed pose added a hint of allure to her usual sharpness. Hearing Luke's footsteps, she set the book down and turned her head to look. Then she noticed his gaze wasn't on her face at all. He was staring straight at her foot. Fiora's brows knit immediately, only for her to realize Luke was frowning even harder than she was. Luke finally lifted his eyes and looked at her. "Your foot, you've got the start of a pretty high arch going on." Fiora paused. "High arch? You can think of it as a kind of abnormal development," Luke said, explaining simply. "It might look pretty, but it's basically a deformity." Then he added, "Stretch the other one out." "Let me see." What Luke meant was the kind of issue you got when you forced your feet into unnatural shape over time. In the bad old days, some people treated tiny, delicate feet as the ideal, and they'd do cruel, stupid things to train them, smaller things that looked elegant from the outside but were damaging as hell in reality. Fiora's feet had a hint of that same problem. They looked beautiful, but Luke could tell at a glance that the structure wasn't quite normal. After hearing his explanation, Fiora drew back the leg she'd had stretched out and lowered the other. The other foot looked the same, refined and elegant on the surface, but with a subtle flaw if you looked closely. Luke sat down on a chair beside her and asked after a brief look, "Your arches are too high. Did you ever wrap your feet tight when you were younger?" With the kind of medical knowledge in his head, Luke spotted the issue immediately. No matter how pretty someone's feet were, if they would eventually cause harm, that was unacceptable. Fiora hesitated, then nodded with a little difficulty. "I used to wrap them with cloth for a while." Luke frowned. For some reason, seeing Luke frown made Fiora feel a flicker of panic. Her eyes shifted, and she lowered her head. "Because I wanted to learn my family's swordplay. If my feet grew too large, it would be inconvenient." House Lawrence fencing style was unusual. The first head of the house had supposedly taken inspiration from a dance step like a waltz. And that first founder had made a name for himself across Demacia with that sword style. Later, as the techniques were refined, people realized foot size could affect certain movements to different degrees. Smaller feet made it easier to execute some of the footwork cleanly. So within the family, they often used special soaks and treatments to guide the feet toward the ideal size. But because Fiora wasn't allowed to learn swordplay as a child, she'd trained in secret for years. When she learned about all this, she'd wrapped her feet with cloth privately, trying to keep them from growing. Luke pressed a hand to his forehead, annoyed. "You idiot. You think the family's special treatment is the same thing as wrapping your feet?" Fiora, who looked so sharp and composed now, had apparently gone through a truly ridiculous phase as a kid. Luke had never seen someone do something that stupid to themselves voluntarily. It was all harm and no benefit. Fiora's brow twitched at the words "you idiot," but when she met Luke's eyes, she couldn't summon anger at all. After a moment, her voice got quieter on its own. "It's not like it caused problems." "Of course you can't feel it right now," Luke snapped. "Give it a few more years and you'll regret it. And you, who claim to care about swordsmanship that much?" He looked straight at her lowered head. "You don't even take your own body seriously. Do you have any idea how far-reaching one careless childhood choice can be?" Faced with Luke being this relentless, the proud duelist lowered her head like a scolded girl, and didn't dare argue. Luke continued, "Good thing I caught it early. If you wait a few years and your progress suddenly slows, you'll have nobody to blame but yourself." The moment she heard it could affect her swordsmanship later, Fiora's head snapped up. The calm in her cool eyes cracked, her gaze trembled as she looked at Luke, urgent now. "Do you have a way to fix it?" She'd once learned swordplay out of rebellion trying to defy her family. But now it was something she genuinely loved, something she treated like her life itself. And if there was a chance that in a few years her swordsmanship might stop improving because of this. Even Fiora panicked. "I literally just told you I caught it early," Luke said, then smiled. "Even if you waited a few years, I'd still have a solution." Only then did Fiora exhale in relief. And then she saw the amusement in his eyes and realized he'd deliberately scared her just to see her lose composure. Annoyance and embarrassment flared together. She took a slow breath, steadied herself, and asked, "So what's the solution?" "If the development's off, you correct it back," Luke replied. As he spoke, he dragged over a small chair and sat down in front of the rocking chair like a professional therapist. Then he reached out and took Fiora's right foot in his hand. Her skin was soft and fine beneath his fingers. The warmth of his palm made an electric sensation shoot up from her foot through her entire body. She shivered instinctively, and her first reaction was to yank her foot back. "Don't move," Luke said. So Fiora. Head lowered, she let him hold her foot. She shifted slightly, adjusting into a more comfortable position, face flushed pink. Having someone hold her foot like this felt strange and embarrassingly intimate. Luke, meanwhile, had no extra thoughts. He was using a technique from his medical knowledge, measuring, checking the bones and structure and confirming that the development really was off. Feet affected strength. There was truth to that, because your feet carried your body weight. Good arches acted like shock absorbers, helping disperse force when you landed. Visually, the arch was like an arched bridge, and what did an arched bridge do? It absorbed impact, adapted to terrain, and stayed stable. So the better the arch, the better those effects. But extremes caused problems in two directions. One was flat feet, obvious strain, reduced shock dispersion, and stability issues. The other was an overly high arch, pain in the sole, tightened tendons, unstable walking, balance problems, and over time, abnormal stress that could warp development. Fiora's feet looked exceptionally beautiful, but she was edging toward high arch risk. Even if she couldn't feel it now, it would catch up to her eventually. "Is it serious?" Fiora asked, watching Luke touch and press along different parts of her foot, seeing his frown deepen. She couldn't help worrying. And every time he moved his hand, that strange sensation made her even more unsettled. "It's not extremely serious," Luke said casually. "But correcting it properly takes time." Then both his hands suddenly applied force. A sharp crack sounded, bone shifting into place, and Fiora startled. Before she could process it, there was another crisp crack. And strangely, the sensation that flashed through her was comfortable. Luke pulled his hands back. Fiora looked at him. "That's it. Correction isn't the hard part," Luke said, glancing at her, then, seeing the look in her eyes like she hadn't quite gotten enough, he added, "The rest costs extra." Fiora blinked. "You're charging me for this? What, you think I'm running a charity?" Luke scoffed. "My correction technique is top tier. 100 gold per foot is a bargain." 100 gold. For some reason, Fiora suddenly felt a powerful urge to pay more. She forced that impulse down, calmly set her left foot in front of him, and said, "I'll give it to you later." Luke took her left foot, both hands applying force. After the two clean snaps, Fiora felt a kind of lightness she'd never experienced before. "Try walking a few steps," Luke said. Fiora turned, slid her right foot into her heel, then the left. She stood, then walked back and forth a few times. Her expression shifted. She turned to Luke, surprise in her eyes. He'd only done a couple quick adjustments, yet the way walking felt now was completely different, like she'd swapped to a more comfortable pair of feet. Ridiculous. Seeing her stare, Luke smiled. That was only a temporary correction. You can feel the difference already. With long-term correction, it'll stay like this. Fiora nodded slowly. Luke continued, when you've got time, you can massage them yourself too. Tiptoe and rotate left 10 times, right 10 times, 3 rounds per foot. Then do foot stretches. It'll all help relieve muscle fatigue. With that, he stood and headed back toward the living room. Fiora asked, "What are you going to do now?" Luke glanced back at her. "Wash my hands." Fiora went quiet, her face reddening a little more. After Luke went inside, she returned to the rocking chair, took off her heels, and did a few foot stretches just like he'd told her. When she finished, she lifted her hand and sniffed lightly near her nose, then finally relaxed. And maybe because she'd been soaking in medicated baths every day lately, there was even a faint, clean fragrance. By the time Luke came back out after washing his hands, a carriage had stopped outside the courtyard. Kahina climbed down. When she saw Luke, she hurried in, bright with excitement. "Your Highness." Today the paper sold 150,000 copies, almost the entire batch we printed yesterday. After Luke had delivered the drafted copy yesterday, the printing work had begun immediately. It took hours, and they printed 150,000 copies. Today's sales proved Luke's marketing had worked. That number already covered a huge chunk of the capital's population. The result was exactly what Luke expected. He thought for a moment and said, "From now on, keep this model. Print 100,000 copies a day. Officially raise the price to 5 coppers per copy. And like I told you before, unlock weekly and monthly subscriptions." The price increase wasn't some sudden greed. The first day price of 2 coppers had been a promotional rate, partly to test the market response. 5 coppers per copy was the planned price from the beginning. Because at 2 coppers, Luke was basically running a charity. At the current pace, the paper could bring in around 500 gold a day. For most people, that was already a staggering amount. 500 gold a day meant 15,000 gold a month, an obscene fortune. Even after necessary expenses, Luke could profit at least 10,000 gold a month. That was practically 1 foot into the world of the ultra-wealthy. Weekly and monthly subscriptions were a service model, pay a set amount, and you'd get delivery to your home for a week or a month. It was basically a membership plan and another way to profit. And this was only the beginning. The newspaper's real money wasn't limited to sales alone. I'll never understand foot fetish, / check out my P at tray 0 and for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/raziel0810. Chapter 119. Chapter 119. He runs, she chases. 2,750 words. 10 days passed in a blink. It was now July 12, mid-month. The word scorching seemed to be slowly retreating from the capital's streets and alleyways. The hottest part of the day had shrunk down to just a few hours around noon. But none of that dampened the city's energy. At a glance, there were more and more bicycles on the roads. People rode through the market, weaving along the wide streets, as if the rhythm of the whole city had sped up. Newsboys walked the streets with a stack of newspapers tucked under one arm. With the other hand, they held a single copy up high, shouting at the top of their lungs as they walked. Today's Royal City Bulletin. A minor earthquake hit Coca Town. Multiple buildings have collapsed. The cause has been confirmed. A powerful stone giant awakened, but it was driven off by a mysterious hammer-wielding monster hunter. Want the full story? Subscribe to today's Royal City Bulletin. Coca restaurant on 3rd Street in the capital is celebrating its grand opening. Bring this newspaper and get 30% off. Today's insider scoop: the untold 2 or 3 little details between Demacia's High Marshal and the commander of the dauntless vanguard. The domineering High Marshal and the delicate commander he runs, she chases, there's no escape. The High Marshal has already secretly given her heart away, so who is the man? Everything you want to see is in today's Royal City Bulletin. Hearing that, pedestrians immediately got excited and swarmed in. One copy for me. No way, so the High Marshal and the Commander have secrets too. This is my favorite kind of story. Give me one. With the crowd buying so enthusiastically, it was guaranteed that today and for a long while after people would have yet another topic to savor in conversation. The Royal City Bulletin published one issue every 3 days. This was already the 4th issue. At first, Luke had planned to publish daily. But after thinking it through, he realized that in an era with slow information flow, a daily schedule was simply too intense. So he adjusted it to one issue every 3 days. And so far, none of the 4 issues had disappointed. Besides serious national news and short stories, the thing that captured people the most was the gossip section. The private lives of nobles, normally unreachable figures, were absurdly entertaining. One rumor after another, each more ridiculous than the last. House Menk's eldest son drinking himself senseless every day and abandoning his duties. Minister Roy's sweet little wife, who was somehow 30 years younger than him. Jarvan for secretly liking chicken butts. Some young noble lord whose type turned out to be men. All kinds of bizarre gossip, exactly the sort of thing that fed the public's burning curiosity. Of course, it wasn't only gossip. There were also highlight profiles like the very first issue's piece on Garin. And while reading all this, the people of the capital couldn't help marveling at how reckless the person behind the paper must be. The nobles being exposed weren't just anyone. One background was more terrifying than the next, yet the newspaper office was still operating normally, untouched. Today, they even dared to dig into the High Marshal's gossip. That took real nerve. Because of that, people didn't want to miss a single issue. They were afraid that if they skipped one, the paper might disappear overnight, and they'd never get to read it again. What they didn't know was that the owners of those gossip stories had indeed stormed into the palace in outrage, planning to report the paper. But every single one of them stopped in front of the High Marshal's office door, and left empty-handed. Once word spread that the paper's backing might very well be the High Marshal herself, the nobles of the capital quietly accepted the paper's existence. Besides, they thought, it wasn't like only one person got their dirty laundry aired out. Even Jarvan forgot his past, dragged into the light in the 2nd issue. Thinking that way made them feel much more balanced. And then, they noticed something else, a very real benefit. Anyone featured in the paper would gain popularity for a while. And when something heroic you'd done was printed for everyone to read, when you rode down the street on horseback, and people recognized you, and whispered, every noble's vanity swelled like a balloon. The common people got a fresh joke to chew on for a while. And in return, nobles got something they craved just as much: attention, admiration, and increased reputation. Once they realized that, plenty of nobles were willing to pay money just to secure a spot in the paper. If Luke had to describe it, it was buying clout. Of course, during the paper's early stages, Luke wasn't going to do that, even if it would bring him huge wealth in the short term. To him, it was like grabbing a handful of pennies and throwing away a fortune. But that didn't mean the paper was limited to only one business model. When sharp-eyed merchants noticed that part of the newspaper layout was often left blank, they immediately sensed opportunity. And that was something Luke had planned from the start: advertising. Merchants used newspaper ads to enter the public's view. The public used the newspaper to get discounts and convenience. The newspaper office got paid by the merchants. Everyone wins, assuming the newspaper doesn't get blinded by profit. Luke was prepared for that. No matter how rich or well-connected a shop was, if they wanted an ad slot, they would be reviewed. Only qualified businesses would get the chance to negotiate further. These days, the paper's popularity in the capital wasn't fading, it was growing. Subscriptions kept climbing. It was basically a massive vault of gold. So massive it made people's eyes turn red with envy. But anyone trying to imitate it got stuck on step 1. Because they couldn't solve the core problem: how do you print on a large scale? They couldn't. The printing press's key technology was in Luke's and Novice's hands. And by the time Luke was willing to unlock the printing press technology for the wider world, the Royal City Bulletin would already hold a massive share of Demacia's market. At this very moment, inside the palace, in the High Marshal's office, Tiana stared at the paper in her hand, her brow twitching so hard it looked like it might fly off her face. 2 or 3 little details. He runs, she chases, no escape. Secretly given her heart away. Each phrase on its own was harmless. But when you stacked them together, Tiana's anger shot through the roof. This paper, you know what? No, you really do know what dash, so this brat is finally bold enough to fleece me too. With that thought, Tiana stood up, her face coated in frost. Royal Academy. Inside a classroom. Luke sat by the window, yawning as he stared outside. The green leaves from his memories had quietly begun to yellow. The marks on them looked like footprints, time itself passing through, and leaving traces behind. Beside him, Lux was doodling on a sheet of paper, clearly in high spirits. When she finished, she jabbed the pen into Luke's side. Luke turned, looking annoyed, and asked with his eyes what she wanted. The blonde girl blinked, pointed her pen at the paper between them, and then scribbled quickly. Want to play 5 in a row? Luke glanced down. Sure enough, she'd drawn a neat board. Bored out of his mind, Luke picked up his pen and wrote back, why wouldn't I? Lux kept writing. Loser does the other person's homework tonight. Luke nodded, then couldn't help giving the little blonde menace an extra look, amused. Who told you had the confidence for this? Seeing his expression, Lux laughed arrogantly. When she laughed, a tiny fawn-like canine peeked out, making her look weirdly adorable. But after that smug laugh, she hesitated and added on the paper. Best 2 out of 3. Even though she'd been grinding her game non-stop lately, her opponent was still Luke. Playing it safe was smarter. Luke smiled lazily and wrote, as for why they weren't whispering, it was because they'd gotten caught chatting in class by Teacher Moores not long ago. After that, they wised up and switched to paper conversations. So far, they hadn't been discovered again. The moment Luke agreed, Lux drew a circle on the board without hesitation, snatching first move. Luke glanced at her but didn't comment. He drew his own mark and countered. Both of them sat upright like model students, listening to the teacher lecture while secretly battling on the paper. Honestly, Lux had improved a lot. She calmly blocked several of Luke's setups. All the girls had improved tremendously at 5 in a row lately. Back when they first started, Luke never even had to think. No matter who he played, he could win with his eyes closed. But now, when he played Fiora, he couldn't be as casual as before. And now even Lux had caught up enough to pressure him. Time really did move fast. At this point, Luke had to be careful against Lux. One careless move, and he really could get flipped. Still, after several exchanges, Luke took the win. Lux pouted, frustrated, but she also saw a glimmer of hope. The pressure Luke gave her now was nowhere near as crushing as it used to be. The previous game had been back and forth. That meant the next one truly could go either way. Lux wrote excitedly, pulling out a second pre-drawn board. Luke was about to write back, but then he suddenly felt a chill crawl up his spine from behind. It was a familiar sensation. Like he'd experienced it somewhere before. Sensing danger, Luke immediately set down his pen. Lux frowned at his sudden seriousness. He was staring forward like he was listening intently to the lecture. She poked him with her pen. Luke shot her a warning look. Lux blinked, and in the next second, she seemed to understand something from that look, her face lighting with realization. Luke thought, good. She gets it. Then she started poking him even harder. With a smug little snort, Lux began writing furiously, I saw fear in your eyes. Are you finally afraid of losing to me? Are you really that scared I'll beat you? Don't pretend you can't see this. Someone who stares out the window every class can't be listening this hard. Luke felt like he was going to pass out. He kept blinking at her, trying to warn her. What, do your eyes hurt? Stop acting if you're not scared, then start the second game. I'm winning this one for sure. Still acting, huh? Lux kept scribbling. Seeing Luke still refusing to respond, she was about to poke him again when a hand suddenly appeared, picked up the pen, and wrote on their paper, "What are you two chatting about? Having that much fun?" Lux looked at Luke's hands. Then looked at the extra hand on the paper. Her head turned, inch by inch. Her face froze. Her complexion went pale in an instant. Tiana was standing there, smiling at her. Lux stiffly rotated her head back forward again, looking like she was about to cry. Now she understood exactly what Luke had been afraid of. "Stand up." Tiana's voice was cold. Lux immediately sprang to her feet on reflex, back straight, not daring to move. Up front, the teacher's voice paused for a moment. After Tiana gestured for him to continue, he resumed lecturing. Plenty of classmates snuck a look back, saw Tiana, and instantly snapped their heads forward, sitting up straighter than soldiers. Tiana shot Lux a look of pure irritation, then shifted her gaze to the seat beside her and just stared. Luke stood up as well, expressionless, but he couldn't help cutting Lux a look full of spite. What a disaster of a teammate. So the two of them stood through the entire class. And the moment it ended, Tiana took them both away. "If you like staring at scenery so much in class," Tiana said with a cold smile as they walked, "should I set up a desk for you outside?" Luke forced a dry laugh. "Just occasionally." "Only occasionally. Most of the time I listen seriously, unlike Lux. She dozes off every day." Lux froze, then whipped around, glaring at him. "I do not. He's the one. Besides Teacher Morse's class, he spends half the day sleeping on his desk." "Like you don't sleep too," Luke shot back. "And you sneak snacks in class. You ate too. You two are the same kind of delinquent." Tiana flicked each of them on the forehead. In her eyes, this was just one nuisance calling the other a nuisance. She narrowed her eyes at the two suddenly quiet brats. "You don't want me to make an example of my own family, do you?" Luke and Lux nodded frantically. "Then don't let me see the same thing again." Tiana snorted, then turned her gaze to Luke, smiling sweetly in a way that felt dangerous. "And your nerve is getting bigger by the day." Luke immediately understood what she meant and answered without hesitation, ready with his excuse. "I was just having you set an example, so certain people can't run their mouths. If the Royal City Bulletin dares to dig into the High Marshal's gossip, other nobles won't have room to complain." Sure, the logic was there. But Tiana was still extremely unhappy. Staring at the little brat trying to talk his way out of it, Tiana asked coldly, "Who told you those rumors? Or did you just make them up?" Luke answered instantly, "My brother." "Is that so?" The moment those words left his mouth, a terrifying chill poured off Tiana's body. Just standing close to her made Luke and Lux feel cold. Lux shrank her neck, looking oddly sympathetic. "You're in trouble." "It's one thing for him to say it," Tiana said. "It's another thing for you to print it." Some of that killing aura drifted straight toward Luke. Luke immediately said, "There are 3 barrels of new wine in the courtyard, peach blossom wine. I prepared it specifically for you." In an instant, the chill mellowed into warmth. "It's not that important," Tiana said, now looking at Luke with downright gentle affection. "Go back and focus on your classes." "Yes, ma'am." Luke and Lux answered at once and bolted without looking back. Tiana watched their retreating backs with a smile, feeling much better as she headed toward Luke's courtyard. Meanwhile, the two of them returned to the classroom looking like survivors of a near-death experience. And from Tiana's reaction today, Luke could tell she and Lev probably did have a little secret. There had always been faint palace whispers, but nobody dared say anything openly. Back when Luke had gone to chat with Jarvan IV and gotten him drunk on 2 bottles of Immortal Drunk, he'd heard the rumor straight from his mouth. Supposedly, the current commander of the dauntless vanguard Lev had once been a complete nobody. He'd spent his days slacking off, doing the bare minimum, just hoping to coast as an ordinary soldier until retirement. But then Tiana discovered his exceptional talent and promoted him all the way up, step by step, until he reached the position of commander. From the day they met until now, it had been more than 10 years. After Tiana's husband died in the war, she'd remained alone. And what was strange was Lev, the man she'd elevated, was clearly a rising star. At his age, he'd already become the commander of Demacia's strongest army. With talent like that, his doorstep should have been crushed by marriage proposals. Yet to this day, he still hadn't taken a wife. He remained alone. So naturally, strange rumors started to circle around the two of them. Before, people only dared to think about it in private. But now that Luke had stabbed the whole thing into the sunlight, it became the hottest topic in the capital. After all, smoke doesn't rise without a fire. And judging by how quickly Tiana's attitude softened today, Luke would bet his life that if those two had nothing going on, then the sun was about to rise in the west. // check out my P at Tray0N for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 120. Chapter 120. Maybe this is why fools have fool's luck. 2574 words in the afternoon, during outdoor class, free practice time. Luke lay flat on a long bench with one leg crossed over the other, soaking up a lazy summer afternoon. The weather lately wasn't nearly as scorching as before. Every now and then it even rained, and the air turned pleasantly cool. He cracked one eye open and glanced toward the crownguard girl not far away. Lux was holding a long blade. Eyes closed, she stood perfectly still, not moving an inch. Seeing that, Luke couldn't help asking, "What are you doing?" "Don't talk." Lux replied with a serious little face, still not opening her eyes. "I'm sensing the wind." So Luke shut up, yawned, and watched. Lux had always kept a steady interest in wind technique swordsmanship. Most outdoor classes at the Royal Academy, she spent learning whatever she could from Luke. As for Luke, he really wasn't cut out to be a teacher. So when he shared experience, his method was basically, shove everything he knew at her in one go, then whether she learned it or not was her problem. Still, from an outside perspective, Luke could tell her proficiency was climbing day by day. She'd even grasped the core of the wind technique, wind intent. According to Lux, she'd felt it on the very first day. At first, Luke didn't believe her. But after a few sparring sessions, he'd clearly sensed the wind intent rolling off her solid and steady. At least level 2, barely through the doorway. And how long had it been since she started learning? Not to mention a decent chunk of that month had been spent slacking off with Luke. Which made it ridiculous. Luke hadn't been to Ionia, so he didn't know how common this was over there, but from what the system had told him, wind intent wasn't something you just casually picked up. It was only a step below true wind technique sword intent, basically the entry barrier. If you couldn't grasp wind intent, you might as well say goodbye to the wind technique entirely. And the sturdier and stronger your wind intent was, the more power you could bring out when you used the wind technique. Lux had reached barely through the doorway, in 1 month. That made Luke realize something. This little menace was very likely a genius. Lying there, Luke's gaze drifted to Lux's clean, innocent face. That small face was unusually focused right now. Watching her, Luke couldn't help thinking to himself, maybe this was what people meant by fools having fool's luck. It was like the heavens closed one door on her, then opened a whole row of windows. Maybe she sensed his stare. Lux slowly opened her eyes and immediately looked over, catching the exact look on his face. She instantly scowled, lifting a small fist in silent threat. Her instinct screamed that he definitely wasn't thinking anything nice. Luke just smiled, turned his gaze away, and started admiring the blue sky and white clouds. Lux adjusted her stance and closed her eyes again, returning to her wind intent. Luke's eyes drifted back to her. A light breeze happened to pass through, swaying her golden hair. Standing under the sun, she looked like a painting. In his memory, she didn't seem that different from when they first met. And yet, maybe it was because she'd been eating too well lately, plus those frequent medicinal baths. Her skin looked even paler and softer. Her petite frame seemed to have stretched out a little too, giving her a slender, budding grace, enough curves now to hint at what she'd grow into. For some reason, Luke suddenly had the distinct feeling of the neighbor's kid really had grown up. Ding ding ding, a bell rang out from the field. Not the end of class bell. A gathering bell. Luke sat up. Lux opened her eyes too. They quickly made their way to the field. Students ran in from every direction, and in no time everyone had assembled. The instructor stood at the front, expression stern. Announcement: 3 days from now, the Royal Academy will be organizing a hunting event. Anyone interested may sign up. Luke didn't have much of a reaction. Autumn was approaching, and it was the perfect season for hunting. Demacians typically enjoyed hunting. Some regions even lived off it. Demacia sat on the western edge of Valoran, with forests everywhere. If you could look down from the highest peaks, the country would seem like it was ringed and cradled by towering mountains. And within those forests lived plenty of magical beasts, some gentle, some vicious. Creatures like Gromp and Razorbeaks, those jungle monsters from the game, were just 2 examples among countless others across the continent. Naturally, these beasts ranged in strength. For instance, Baron Nashor, a creature that existed only in legend on Valoran. To this day, nobody had truly seen it. Or rather, anyone who had seen it was probably already dead. Of course, it was the kind of thing people told like a ghost story. But there was one legend that wasn't just a story. Dragons, also called the Dragonkin. These were powerful magical creatures that Demacian history had already confirmed as real. True dragons had vanished from Valoran long ago, but dragon legends never really died. Every so often, rumors would spread that someone had seen one. And beasts with even a trace of dragon blood often possessed formidable strength. Like Demacia's winged dragonbirds, natural-born predators that lived among sheer cliffs. Even so, in extremely rare cases, certain people could form close bonds with them, becoming dragonbird riders. Dragonbird riders served in the Demacian military, scouting enemy positions and disrupting battle lines. As the years passed, Demacians gradually learned how to coexist with dragonbirds, and in recent years, dragonbird riders had become more common. As for the gentle, weaker magical beasts, a famous example, the Rift Scuttler. Along Demacia's rivers and coasts, you could often find these. They moved through the water faster than many aquatic creatures, weren't aggressive, were annoyingly tough, and tasted just okay. Nowhere near as good as a proper fireclaw crab from warmer seas. The Royal Academy even had dedicated courses covering recorded magical beasts. Some beasts' hides, bones, and even flesh were valuable. One more reason hunting mattered. Still, Luke wasn't particularly interested. And beside him, Lux looked equally bored. Then the instructor added, "This hunting event will count as a small competition. Higher hunting scores earn credit rewards. First place earns 100 credits. Luke, who'd been completely indifferent, instantly lit up. "Now you're speaking my language." Credits meant vacation. Last time, winning first place in that essay contest had gotten Luke several glorious days off. And this time, first place was 100 credits. 5 credits equaled 1 day off. 100 credits meant 20 full days. At that very moment, Luke was already daydreaming about how he'd spend them. Next to him, Lux looked equally energized. So after outdoor class ended, the 2 of them went straight to the sign-up desk. Before registering, they also read the basic info for the event. Luke held the notice in his hands. Lux shoved in close beside him to read too. Both of their eyes were fixed on the page. Edessa town, up north. That's pretty far, isn't it? Luke looked at the location and turned his head only to find Lux's face right next to his. She looked thoughtful, then said, "It's not close. I remember when we went to Mithril City, we passed through Edessa. It took several days. Luke nodded, thinking. So that means we can slack off for a few days just on the road. Lux's eyes lit up to exactly the same thought. The trip itself would take days. The hunt would last a full week. Altogether, that meant at least 10+ days of not having to sit in class. It was basically heavenly. They absolutely had to sign up. But when they reached the registration teacher, they got a piece of bad news. To sign up for this hunting competition, you must first bring proof that you've passed the academy qualifying exam. Only then are you eligible to register. The qualifying exam was a gate for the hunt meant to block students with terrible grades who just wanted to go mess around. For example, a certain little blonde menace. Lux froze with a blank face on the spot. And so after the qualifying exam, Luke easily registered with his passing results. Meanwhile, Lux stared at her score sheet, 12 points, then shed tears of regret. The experience taught her a brutal lesson. When she saw Luke holding his perfect score paper and looking at her with pure disdain, Lux quietly clenched her fist. In that moment, she swore to herself, from today onward, she would study hard. She wouldn't let anyone look down on her again. That night, when Lux returned to the Crown Guard estate, she didn't even say hello, she just marched straight into her room. Agatha, confused, went upstairs. When she opened the door, she saw her daughter at her desk, writing furiously, face intensely serious. Agatha was shocked. For the first time, truly the first time, Lux was studying on her own without being told. Her baby had finally grown up. Agatha wiped the corners of her eyes, moved by emotion, backed out of the room, and gently shut the door. 10 minutes later. After scribbling a chaotic mess across several sheets, Lux wiped the sweat from her forehead, and felt the hardship and exhaustion of learning. She glanced at the clock on the wall, then at the darkness outside, and muttered as she stood up. I worked really hard today. I'll leave the rest to tomorrow's me. She flopped onto her bed, changed into pajamas, and rested her head on a soft pillow. Before long, a sweet smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she drifted into dreamland. At the same time, at a noble banquet, Fiora sat alone on a chair, eyes bored, poking at a dessert with her fork to pass the time. This dessert tasted nowhere near as good as the food that Guy made. Around her, young noble heirs and ladies chatted cheerfully like they lived in a different world. It was a business gathering. Elma had insisted on dragging her here, hoping she'd meet more people. But Elma was destined to be disappointed. Whether it was their topics or the people themselves, Fiora couldn't muster even a shred of interest. She sat there completely out of place, yet her cold, breathtaking beauty and aloof aura still made her stand out. A phonograph in the hall played soft music. A young nobleman, well-dressed and neatly groomed, with a handsome face, approached and bowed, offering his hand. Beautiful lady, may I invite you to dance? Fiora refused without hesitation. Not interested. He straightened with an awkward smile and retreated. Fiora kept her gaze on the cake. That made 8 invitations tonight. Being around that guy for too long had almost made her forget she was actually popular. So why, in his eyes, was she just that sword girl? Then she saw her mother walking over. Elma frowned at her. That was the young master of House Mills, someone fairly well known among his generation. Why did you reject him without even looking? Fiora replied, because I'm not interested. You girl, that was rude. What did I tell you on the way here? Elma's carefully done makeup couldn't hide her irritation. You're supposed to meet more people. But you've sat here all night. Have you said more than 3 sentences to anyone? Fiora thought about it. Not interested. My apologies. That's more than 3 sentences, isn't it? That's sophistry. Elma grew even more annoyed, staring at her cold-faced daughter, helpless. She couldn't exactly say, one of those boys might be your future husband. With Fiora like this, even if the most outstanding man in Demacia stood in front of her, she wouldn't spare him a second glance. How was that acceptable? A girl grew up. Eventually, she had to marry. Alma's frustration spiked. Then footsteps sounded behind them. Lady Loran. Long time no see. A woman's voice floated over. Alma's expression shifted. Fiora noticed immediately. Alma turned to face the approaching noblewoman, her face sour enough that she didn't even want to respond. In contrast, the other woman wore a bright smile and looked Alma up and down. Lady Loran doesn't look so well. Haven't been sleeping lately. Alma said coldly, Dana, I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't be so angry right away. Dana smiled, raising her glass. But I really should apologize. I accidentally stole all your business lately. I'm so sorry. Alma's anger flared instantly, written all over her face. As she was about to snap, Sebastian stepped in front of her, blocking Dana. He looked at the woman calmly. Lady Stanel. Another time. It's late and my wife and I are returning home. All right, then. Dana kept smiling. Sleep well tonight. Fiora could hear the syrupy edge under the words. But finally they could leave. In the carriage ride home, Alma vented everything she hadn't been able to unleash before. Did you see that wretch's expression? I've never seen a noblewoman more skilled at stirring trouble. I'm furious. Since when does some second-rate house get to talk to me like that? Just because her luck has been good lately, what's she so smug about? Fortunes change. One day it'll swing back to me. Alma's rant echoed in the carriage. Sebastian and Fiora stayed quiet. Once Alma's anger ran out, her expression shifted into worry. She glanced at her silent daughter. There were things she didn't want to say in front of her. But even if Alma didn't say it, Fiora had already noticed. House Loran had been running into business troubles lately. Their family's main business in the capital was wine. Over a decade ago, when they were at their peak, their sales were unbeatable. But times changed. Their wines were being left behind, no longer as popular as before. Competition had appeared, and plenty of it. House Stanel was one of the strongest competitors, and over the years the two houses had clashed repeatedly in business. In the last few months, House Stanel had developed a new recipe. Once released, it drew strong reactions and widespread praise. And just like that, House Loran, barely holding its own, was crushed. Against the new wine, they had no answer at all. Especially over the last 2 months, the losses kept piling up. They hadn't made a profit in a long time. Seeing her mother's worried face, Fiora spoke. Why don't we make a new wine too? Alma froze, then understood what Fiora meant and sighed. Wine isn't that easy to make. You have no idea how much effort it takes to develop something new. Fiora tilted her head. Then why did it feel like that guy made it look effortless? After thinking, she added, when we get back, come somewhere with me. She knew the barrels of wine sitting in Luke's courtyard. Pick any one of them, bring it to market, and it would probably explode in popularity. Of course, that depended on whether he was willing. The only thing she could do for her family was serve as the bridge. Clearly, Alma didn't understand what she meant. Fiora replied, you'll see when we get there, // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics // www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, You Call This an Ordinary Friend? 55-46 words. It was already past 10 at night. Alma couldn't help feeling even more puzzled as she watched Fiora's calm, unreadable expression. As the carriage slowed to a stop, Alma lifted the curtain and glanced outside. This place felt familiar. She had a vague impression of it, though not a strong one. After they got out, the courtyard gate was already open. Fiora stepped in first. Alma exchanged a look with Sebastian, then followed. The yard was quiet. Moonlight poured down from above. There were no lamps lit, yet everything was still bright. A light breeze passed through. It carried a faint chill, and the flowers and shrubs swayed with it, filling the air with a clean, subtle fragrance. As the two of them walked deeper into the courtyard, their eyes were drawn to a young man reclining in a rocking chair, resting with his eyes closed. The moonlight lay gently across his face. His fair features were sharply defined, handsome in a way that stood out immediately. His sword-like brows, though, gave him an oddly warm, approachable air, and the slight curve at the corner of his lips' eyes closed made him look like spring sunlight. The breeze ruffled his hair, and in that drifting motion, the whole scene felt like a painting. Just one glance was enough to leave them stunned. Among the capital's younger generation, it was hard to imagine anyone matching him in both presence and appearance. Then Elma took a second look and felt a sudden jolt of familiarity. She hadn't met him many times, but a face like this was hard to forget. Wasn't this Demacia's second prince? At that moment, Luke, sensing the visitor, slowly opened his eyes. He first saw Fiora in a formal gown, her noble, icy elegance shining under the moonlight like a gemstone. Then he saw the two behind her, also dressed formally, and their faces weren't unfamiliar to him either. "Uncle, and please come in." Luke stood at once, offering a respectful greeting befitting a junior, then called toward the house, "Yurna, pour the tea." Elma hurriedly smiled back. "Your Highness, you don't need to be so polite." As she spoke, she also glanced at Fiora, who had already walked ahead, and Elma couldn't understand why her daughter had brought them to see the prince. Sebastian, on the other hand, didn't seem nearly as reserved. He walked up with a smile. "I didn't expect your Highness moved right next door to my home. If I'd known earlier, I would have come to visit sooner." Luke replied, "I should be the one apologizing. I've failed to visit your home for so long, it's my discourtesy." As he spoke, Luke also noticed the way Sebastian's body rose and fell oddly with each step. His legs looked stiff, like he limped slightly. The head of House Loran had been close friends with Luke's father, King Jarvan III. Back in the capital, Sebastian had once been the talk of the city, praised as the finest swordsman of his generation. Unfortunately, later on the battlefield, an enemy ambush ruined his right leg. House Loran's swordsmanship drew inspiration from waltz-like footwork, so their legs were crucial to their style. It was easy to imagine what kind of blow it was for Sebastian. The rising star known as the capital's greatest duelist became crippled overnight. After that, he sank into himself and vanished from the eyes of Demacia's many swordmasters. And House Loran never again produced a genius who could stand beside him. In later years, the family pivoted toward commerce. They were still a house of swordsmanship in name, but far fewer notable duelists emerged. It was hard not to feel a twinge of regret at that. "It's all right," Sebastian said gently, looking at Luke with a warm smile. "Your Highness has been in the capital for over a month now, and I and Uncle haven't come to see you even once. That's the true discourtesy." "Then let's not dwell on it," Luke said with a small smile. He tidied the table and added, "Uncle, Aunt, please sit." The two of them sat down. That was when they noticed something else. Fiora walked into the main room with total ease, like she wasn't unfamiliar at all. A moment later, she came back out carrying a tea tray. Several cups of hot tea sat on it. She set them down one by one, then without the slightest hesitation sat off to the side. From start to finish, she didn't say a single word to Luke. But her practiced movements made it feel like this was her house. Elma stared at her daughter, confusion all over her eyes. She had questions, but it wasn't the kind of thing she could ask on the spot, so she simply smiled at Luke. "I thought you looked like you were asleep earlier. We came so late, did we disturb you?" "Not at all," Luke said with a smile, shaking his head. "I actually like lying out here around this time, just feeling the night breeze." "That's good," Elma said, finding herself more and more impressed. The prince's manners were open and graceful, his conversation refined. He was simply comfortable to be around. The couple also took a look around the distinctive courtyard. At this hour, lying back and letting the cool night air roll over you really did sound wonderful. Then Elma noticed something. there were 3 rocking chairs here. One was Luke's, so who did the other 2 belong to? As Elma was thinking that and glancing toward Fiora, Luke's voice came over. Uncle, Aunt, did you come to see me for something? Elma snapped back to herself, pulling her gaze away from Fiora. She offered a polite smile. Fiora mentioned that your highness seems to know how to brew alcohol. Our family happens to run a winery business, so we came despite the late hour hoping to see whether we might cooperate. Fiora hadn't explained much, but Elma understood her meaning easily enough. Earlier, Fiora had asked why they didn't make something new. Then she'd brought them straight here. It didn't take much thinking to see what she was implying. Staring at Luke's handsome face and youthful features, Elma couldn't quite believe someone this young truly knew how to brew. Brewing itself wasn't hard. Brewing good alcohol was. Sebastian sat quietly beside her, watching Luke with mild curiosity. I have brewed a few kinds, Luke said, suddenly understanding. After thinking a moment, he asked, which would you like to see? Now he also understood why Fiora had brought her parents. He didn't know much about high commerce, but he knew enough. After House Loron shifted into business, things had gone smoothly for a few years. But in recent years, their ventures had declined year after year. On top of that, they were still a duelist house with many family members to support, so they'd effectively been bleeding money. This past year, things had gotten especially rough. They were looking less and less like a first-tier noble house. They desperately needed someone or something that could change their situation. And clearly, Fiora wanted him to extend a hand. Yet from the moment she stepped into the courtyard, she hadn't spoken at all, acting more like a go-between than anything else. She didn't want to influence Luke's decision. But Luke wasn't a machine with no feelings. Seeing this, of course he was willing to help. Besides, he wasn't going to complain about having more money. He'd brewed these drinks for himself. Since he wasn't short on money, he hadn't thought much about what to do with them. If he could help House Loron, earn a favor, and make a profit at the same time, why wouldn't he? Which kind? Elma echoed, momentarily stunned. The way Luke said it made it sound like he'd brewed several different categories. It felt almost unreal. Seeing the look on her face, Luke could tell exactly what she was thinking. He smiled. In that case, why don't we look at every kind? With that, he stood up and headed into the main room. Fiora rose and followed. Left in the courtyard, Sebastian and Elma exchanged a glance. Both of them looked vaguely at a loss. Elma lowered her voice. Do you think this is reliable? Sebastian caught the fragrance rising from the tea. He lifted the cup and said calmly, that girl doesn't mess around with things like this. True, Elma agreed, lifting her own cup. Her daughter had been rebellious since childhood, but also more mature than most people her age. She wouldn't joke about something like this. The two of them raised their cups in unison, and took a sip at the same time. Then both of their eyes lit up. The tea was intensely fragrant, lingering on the tongue. This clearly wasn't ordinary tea. Elma was already praising the flavor, but Sebastian felt something else. He closed his eyes. A thin, gentle warmth seemed to circle through his entire body, and he sank into the mood the tea carried with it. Something in his chest loosened like a sudden clarity. Insights rose in his mind, one after another. This kind of state was rare. If he could draw his blade right now, his swordsmanship would surely advance again. But for him, it was useless. He opened his eyes and let out a quiet sigh, a flicker of loneliness passing through them. This tea is incredible, Elma said, giving it high praise. I feel more energized. Even my body doesn't feel as tired. A single cup and she felt refreshed. Tea like this had to be extremely precious. Royalty truly lived differently when even the tea was extraordinary. Just then, Luke and Fiora came back out from the main room. Before long, 5 small wine jugs and several different cups were arranged on the table in front of Sebastian and Elma. There were also 2 very conspicuous large round bowls filled with thick, dark liquid. One whiff was enough to catch the sharp medicinal bitterness. From left to right, Luke introduced, these are, malt beer, grapefruit wine, peach blossom brew, immortals drunk, and 1-cup knockout. The couple looked at the 5 drinks, curiosity surfacing in their eyes. At the very least, the name sounded appealing. Alma eyed the 2 bowls and asked curiously, and what are those? Luke smiled. Hangover cure soup. Prepared for you both. Alma blinked, then laughed. That won't be necessary. I may be a woman, but my tolerance is high. I rarely get drunk. Sebastian nodded in agreement. If it's only this much, it shouldn't be enough to knock us down. After he returned from the battlefield, he'd spent many days drowning his sorrows in alcohol. His tolerance wasn't normal anymore. A few small jugs like this did Luke think he could get drunk from that. Seeing their confidence, Fiora finally spoke. Drink first. Then talk. All right, Alma said, suddenly intrigued. She wanted to see what kind of drink could justify that level of caution. Then we'll start with the beer, Luke said with a smile. He took the first jug and poured. An orange-gold liquid flowed into the cups, immediately drawing their attention. A warm malt aroma filled the air, and both of their expressions shifted slightly. Some good alcohol announces itself the moment it's poured. This malt beer was like that. They watched the foam rise in the cups, and the earlier skepticism quietly vanished. Please, Luke said. He emptied the jug into 2 cups exactly foam-crested over the rim, but didn't spill. Sebastian and Alma picked up their cups without hesitation and drank. The cool beer and foam hit their tongues, and both of their eyes flickered with surprise. The sensation was no weaker than the tea they'd just had. It was fresh, rich, and addictive, the kind of flavor that made you want more the instant you swallowed. Alma downed her entire cup in one go, and looked at Luke differently now. This beer, you brewed this, Your Highness. Luke nodded, smiling. Does it suit your taste? It's more than that. Alma stared at her now empty cup, slightly dazed. She could easily picture it. If this beer were sold on the market, the demand would be explosive. Her heart heated instantly at the thought, and she looked at Luke again. Luke chuckled. Don't rush, there are 4 more. He poured 2 cups of grapefruit wine. I've tried a few grape wines, Alma said, not unfamiliar with the reddish-purple liquid. There were already various fruit wines on the market, and grape wine was one of the most popular. She assumed this would be similar. But the first sip immediately overturned that expectation. The first taste carried a faint smokiness, yet it wasn't bitter at all. It fit perfectly. The second sip brought the fermented grape flavor sweet and tart together, neither missing. The third sip finally delivered the clean, honest bite of the alcohol itself. The proof wasn't very high, but the flavor was the best grape wine she'd ever had. Luke added, it has another advantage: the longer it's stored, the more mellow it becomes. With Demacia's current brewing methods, many grape wines had a problem spoilage. Typical grape wines might go bad within 3 years. But Luke's, it could last 30, and the longer it aged, the better it would taste. After hearing that, Alma stared at her cup again, stunned. The aroma still lingered in her mouth. Good alcohol always left that kind of aftertaste. When she looked back up at Luke, her eyes were full of disbelief. Either of these 2 drinks, released on the market, would crush the competition with ease. And the most unbelievable part was that they came from the hands of a young man. Now, as she stared at the remaining 3 jugs, Alma felt her breathing quicken. The third, Luke said, peach blossom brew. He switched to smaller cups and poured slowly. A pale pink liquid filled the cups with a soft, alluring sound, and its unique floral fragrance spread outward almost immediately. Just smelling it was enough to make both Sebastian and Alma restless in their seats. When the cups were filled, they lifted them and without thinking sent the whole drink down in a single swallow. The peach blossom scent and the mellow bite of clear liquor expanded through the mouth, leaving an aftertaste that seemed to linger endlessly. They could also tell, the proof was higher than the first 2, and the alcohol aroma was much more distinct. Alma's cheeks grew rosier, her eyes bright. She loved this one, its fragrance even overpowered the grape wine's lingering taste. The beer and grape wine were excellent, but if she had to choose between them combined and the peach blossom brew alone, she would choose the peach blossom brew. Without noticing it herself, she was already lightly buzzed. Smiling, she said, "These drinks are delicious, but they still can't knock us down." Luke smiled as well. "There are 2 jugs left." Alma glanced at the final 2, confidence returning. There wasn't much volume overall, barely enough to warm her teeth. Luke poured out 2 cups of Immortals Drunk and set them in front of them. Again, they lifted the cups and drank them down in one go. Immediately, a strong, crisp burn surged up. This one carried less fruitiness, but a far richer alcohol aroma. Spicy, yet faintly sweet, incredibly satisfying to drink. 1 cup and warmth spread through the body. The proof was obviously higher, and after just 1 cup, both of them realized something was off. A wave of drunkenness rose. The world in their eyes shifted, shadows doubled, as if a filter had been laid over everything. Just 1 cup did that. Even so, their minds were still clear at this stage. Their bodies still moved fine. Now it was obvious the drinks were ordered by increasing strength, which meant the final 1 cup knockout had the highest proof of all. The name was bluntly simple. As Luke poured it, he warned them, "You two should be careful with this one. Even I don't dare try it lightly." Alma, cheeks flushed, took the cup from Luke with a confident smile. "This is nothing. This little amount won't even register for me." Sebastian gave a faint smile as well. The buzz from Immortals Drunk had already faded, which only made him more sure of himself. "Seems you wasted effort preparing that hangover cure." As they spoke, they raised the cup to their lips, completely ignoring Luke's warning, and drank it down without a second thought. In an instant, boom. It was like something detonated inside their skulls. Their heads spun violently. 1 cup knockout blended an extreme burn with an extreme fragrance, and those 2 sensations crashed through the mouth like tidal waves. They wanted to spit it out, but the aroma was too precious to waste, so they forced themselves to swallow. It went down like swallowing fire. 1 flame rushed into the gut, another shot straight up to the forehead. It hit hard. This was possibly the hardest-hitting alcohol they'd ever consumed. When they finally swallowed, the couple set their cups down on the table, faces still composed, and gave a dry chuckle. "Nothing special." The moment the words left her mouth, Alma's vision blurred and she toppled backward, caught by Fiora, who had been ready. Sebastian, meanwhile, was still sitting straight, eyes open and staring forward, wearing an easy, confident expression. Luke merely lifted a hand and waved it in front of Sebastian's face. With a loud clack, that stubborn man face planted straight into the table. Luke burst out laughing. "That stubborn act, you two are exactly alike." He still remembered, when the sword mistress had tried 1 cup knockout, she'd been just as stubborn. "Enough," Fiora said, shooting Luke a look and extending her hand. "Get the soup." Luke handed her 1 bowl of hangover cure. Fiora immediately began feeding it carefully into Alma's mouth. Luke took the other bowl and helped Sebastian up. Compared to Fiora's gentleness, Luke handled his uncle with considerably less finesse. He pinched Sebastian's mouth into a funnel shape and poured straight in. Cough, cough. Sebastian choked hard. Half the bowl spilled, and the other half went down. A short while later, Sebastian slowly woke up. His eyes were unfocused, and the first thing he noticed was the brutal bitterness coating his mouth. The next second, his temples pulsed with sharp pain. He knew that feeling all too well, the aftereffects of drinking too much. Looking at Luke and then at Fiora still feeding Alma, he finally remembered what had happened. And immediately felt his dignity taking a hit. Wasn't that a little too casual of a collapse? He'd woken up fast enough that he could still remember what he'd said right before going down. Over on the other side, Alma also stirred awake but kept her eyes shut for a long moment. "Stop pretending, Mother," Fiora said flatly, halting her hand. Alma had no choice but to open her eyes. Her face was full of embarrassment, so she changed the subject. This hangover cure, it's impressive. The effect was ridiculous. They'd been that drunk, and one bowl brought them back. Remembering her earlier bravado and how fast she'd toppled Elma, almost wanted to just pass out again. She'd been putting on a show in front of 2 juniors, and in the end she'd made a fool of herself. Unlike thick-skinned Sebastian, she actually cared about losing face. Exclusive recipe, Luke said with a smile. Have some cola to wash down the bitterness. As he finished speaking, Yerna handed them 2 cups. They took them and drank without hesitation. The hangover cure truly was bitter enough to make your scalp tingle. But the moment the cola hit their tongues, both of them froze again. After swallowing, Elma stared at the amber-colored liquid in the cup. This cola, you made this too, Your Highness. Luke nodded. Elma was already shaken to the core. The lingering fragrance of peach blossom brew, the absurd 1-cup knockout, the instant hangover cure, and now this cola plus the first 3 drinks. Any one of those could be called precious. And yet they all came from the hands of the young prince sitting before them. If House Lauron could obtain even one of these, they wouldn't be in their current state. Thinking of the purpose of their visit, Elma looked at Luke, hesitating, yet she felt too awkward to speak again. Because no matter how she looked at it, Demacia had plenty of wine merchants far more suitable than House Lauron. And with Luke's royal background, he could easily run everything himself. In short, House Lauron didn't really qualify to be in this deal. Luke glanced at Elma and said, if I set up my own distillery and sell these myself, that would be a great option. But I'm lazy. I like taking the easy route. Since you already have a distillery, uncle and aunt, how about we cooperate? I provide the recipes, and everything else is a 50-50 split. Elma hadn't expected him to offer first. She looked startled. But then we'd be taking an enormous advantage. If these were ordinary drinks, it would be one thing. But any one of these 5 was top tier. For House Lauron, this was like having a winning lottery ticket fall out of the sky. Not necessarily, Luke said with a smile. I only collect my share. All the costs, labor, materials, production, your family takes on all of it. If we're splitting 50-50, then in my view, you'll mostly be earning hard work money. In Demacia, the distillery industry had already been carved up among the nobles. If Luke wanted to do it himself, he'd have to build everything from scratch. It would take time. It would take effort. And he genuinely couldn't be bothered. Maybe if he were desperate for money, he'd do it. His newspaper was booming, and bicycle sales were climbing daily. He wasn't short on money at all. And he likely wouldn't be for a long time. So just like he said, take the easy route, dump the headaches on House Lauron. And for a noble house, even hard work money was still money on a completely different scale. Elma knit her brows, thinking. She didn't know whether she should accept. Fiora stayed silent at the side. Sebastian also fell quiet. Luke didn't rush them. If it were a greed-driven noble, they'd never refuse such a thing. But House Lauron really was different. After Sebastian fell into despair back then, House Lauron had started sliding downhill too. As a friend, King Jarvan III had tried to help more than once, but each time, the couple refused politely. Later, the 2 of them worked together through the worst years, and the family slowly regained some momentum. There was still a swordsman's pride in this house. But a sword house turning away from the sword, that wasn't right to begin with. And in the world of commerce, they simply couldn't compete with true merchant dynasties. With the times changing, their predicament had become difficult to overcome through willpower alone. So whether they refused or accepted Luke's goodwill, he wasn't going to condemn them for either choice. He also wasn't going to chase after them to force kindness on them. After a moment of struggling, Elma lifted her head and glanced at her daughter. In that instant, she made her decision. Then we'll do as Your Highness says, 50-50. She looked at Luke and gave a bitter smile, sighing. To be honest, House Lauron truly does need a new product to break through our current difficulties. She chose to accept the goodwill and silently recorded the debt in her heart. Sebastian, seeing his wife decide, didn't plan to object. Back then, he'd been the head of the family, yet he'd abandoned responsibility and drank his days away. During the years the family shook on the edge, Elma had carried everything on her shoulders. So now, he supported whatever decision she made. Luke smiled. Then it's settled. Do you want all of these recipes, Aunt? Elma quickly shook her head. Just 2. Taking all 5 at once would be too much for House Lauron to handle, and she didn't have the face to take that much. Getting 2 was already an enormous advantage. After discussing and weighing the options, Elma chose the beer and the peach blossom brew. She liked the peach blossom brew most and beer second. And by her experience, those 2 would also fit the market best. When everything was agreed on in detail, the couple rose to leave. Fiora went with them. Watching the 3 figures depart, Luke's gaze fell on Sebastian's right leg, his eyes thoughtful. Then he shook it off and returned to the main house. Back in the carriage, Sebastian and Elma sat down again. Even as the carriage started moving, Elma still felt a little lightheaded. The whole evening felt dreamlike. Yet the 2 top-tier brewing recipes in her hands told her it was real. She turned to look at Fiora, who still wore that calm expression, and finally asked what she hadn't been able to ask earlier. You and His Highness, what exactly is your relationship? Sebastian looked over too, and there was a hint of tension in his eyes. Fiora answered flatly, ordinary friends. Sebastian immediately let out a breath of relief. Ordinary friends? Elma repeated. She didn't say more, but she didn't believe it for a second. Ordinary friends, and you act more at home in his house than in your own. Ordinary friends, and he hands you 2 top-tier brewing recipes without blinking. Ordinary friends, and you spend all day running over there. The more Elma thought about it, the more wrong it felt. She stared at Fiora as if to say, do you think I'm an idiot? Now it made sense why none of the men at the banquet could even get a glance from Fiora. It wasn't that she was picky. It was that there was no room left. Fiora met her mother's gaze, then looked away, silently adding in her heart, for now. Elma started grilling her. How did you even meet His Highness? Fiora replied, ran into him on the street. Then ran into him at the Royal Academy. Then ran into him on the way home. One thing led to another, and we got familiar. Elma blinked at the sheer number of coincidences, then asked, so these past days, you've basically been at his place every day? Fiora nodded lightly. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Elma's eyes widened as she stared at her daughter. If you'd told me you were spending every day only 10 minutes from home, if you'd told me you were always with the prince, why was I, as your mother, worrying myself sick every day? The moment she asked, she saw the look Fiora gave her, that rebellious, unbothered little stare Elma knew far too well. For all these years, whenever this girl was being defiant, she looked exactly like that. Elma understood instantly. This brat had kept it secret on purpose just to irritate her. The anger surged up, and Elma was about to explode, but then she looked at her daughter's face, and the words died in her throat. If not for Fiora, House Lauron's crisis might not have ended anytime soon. If not for Fiora, House Lauron wouldn't have gotten this opportunity at all. With that thought, the anger dissolved. Elma started praising Luke instead. That prince really is outstanding. He's humble, courteous, proper in everything, talented, handsome, smart, and he knows exactly how to speak. They'd spent less than an hour together, and Elma had already rattled off a whole list of Luke's virtues. Fiora snorted. Just hearing that word made her want to laugh. Elma shot her a glare, then scolded her irritably. I don't even know how you managed to meet him. From now on, when you're with His Highness, learn from his strengths, did you hear me? The way she said it was practically dripping with, how are you even worthy? Fiora's smile faded, and she sighed helplessly. Truly her mother. Not one of her daughter's strengths ever seems to register, but after 40 minutes with that guy, she's ready to adopt him. What are you sighing for? Elma kept going. If you were even half as outstanding as His Highness, I'd have so much less to worry about. Listening to her mother's endless nagging, Fiora sighed again and sighed. At this rate, that guy's halo in her mother's heart wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Good thing he wasn't here. If he heard all this, he'd probably preen in front of her for days. When the carriage stopped and they returned to the living room, Elma said to Fiora, "Since you don't like those matchmaking banquets, you don't have to go anymore. I won't keep nagging you either." Fiora nodded lightly. Elma sat on the living room sofa. "It's late. Go to sleep." Fiora turned and walked toward her room. Sitting there quietly, Elma's eyes flickered. In that moment she thought about many things. After a long pause, she sighed softly. "I can't shield you for much longer, Nana. Time is running out." Calling her daughter by the nickname from childhood, Elma lifted her head. There was more helplessness than anything else in her eyes. Back in her room, Fiora flopped onto the bed. In that instant, she felt an enormous sense of relief. She hugged the blanket close, draped her long right leg over it, and the corner of her lips curved into a faint smile. At least from now on, she wouldn't have to live under that kind of pressure. Looks like dragging that guy in front of her parents for a little show and tell really did work. If that was the case, then fine. She could admit begrudgingly that he was impressive. For some reason, her mind was full of him. From the moment they met until now, scene after scene replayed until, before she knew it, she drifted into sleep. She slept incredibly well. The next day, July 13th, weather clear. It was a rare weekend, so Luke slept in a bit until the loud stomping of footsteps outside his room woke him. Thump thump thump, like someone was sprinting up and down the stairs and racing through the hallway. Luke cracked his eyes open, exhausted, and yawned. He grabbed the cup by his bed and took a couple of drinks. Once his thirst was quenched, the sleepiness faded a little. The thumping continued. Luke buried his head in the pillow, but his mind only grew clearer. Finally, unwilling, he sat up, scratched his head, and got out of bed. He walked a few steps and opened the door. Outside stood Lux, bright-eyed and bursting with energy. She jogged up from down the hall, stopped at his doorway, and greeted him with a pure, sunny grin. "You're up." Luke was still in sleepwear, face half dead from waking up too early, radiating pure misery. Unfortunately, it still somehow looked good on him. Staring at the little blonde menace, Luke took a deep breath. "Care to explain what you're doing right now?" Lux blinked innocently. "Exercising, obviously." That answer told Luke everything. No need to ask further, she was doing it on purpose. He reached out with a merciless hand, trying to pinch that obnoxious face in revenge, but she dodged with practiced ease. Then Lux darted away in a flash. Luke had no strength to chase her right after waking up. He yawned again, went back into his room, and got ready to change. He glanced at the calendar and thought, check-in. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained Beginner Skill Upgrade Card X1 of Congratulations, host, you have obtained Common Skill, Tiger Body Shudder. Detecting Learnable Skill, Tiger Body Shudder." Seeing another skill pop up, Luke's interest rose a bit. He thought, learn it. In an instant, information about Tiger Body Shudder flooded his mind. After he finished absorbing it, Luke stared blankly in disbelief. Tiger Body Shudder really was exactly that. You shudder your body, boosting your presence and intimidation-type mental skill that could pressure enemies psychologically. Luke thought, so it's basically Conqueror's hockey. And it might not even be as useful as that. This had to be from the same absurd skill tree as that flash of white light nonsense. Luke was almost sure of it. After thinking a moment, he walked to the mirror and used Tiger Body Shudder immediately. The guy in the mirror still looked exactly the same handsome as ever. So Luke stopped wasting time on it. He used the skill upgrade card he'd gotten from check-in on his Godspeed tracking arrow. A surge of energy rose from his heart, gathered into both arms. At the same time, a warm, comfortable heat spread through his eyes, and his mind filled with deeper understanding of God's speed tracking arrow. This upgrade was extremely comprehensive. Luke stood there for several minutes without moving. Beginner skill upgrade card used successfully. Godspeed tracking arrow level increased to LV5 mastery. After a while, Luke opened his eyes and felt the world sharpen. Standing by the window, he could even see details dozens of meters away clearly. Like he'd installed a small camera in his vision. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 30 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www. com/Raziel0810 Chapter 122. Chapter 122, My stomach is almost shaped like this guy, 20 chapters today. 3,600 words after changing clothes, Luke headed downstairs. He realized it was still early, barely past 7 in the morning. Seeing Lux in the living room, happily digging into a bowl of ice cream this early, irritation flared up in Luke's chest. He walked straight over and called out, "Miss Crownguard, look at me." Lux, who had the ice cream spoon pressed to her lips, lifted her head and looked his way. The moment her gaze landed on him, Luke immediately triggered heroic swagger. In an instant, his presence shifted like a gust surged off him, a full-on, main character aura bursting into the room. Lux's bright blonde hair swayed twice. Her eyes widened under that sudden pressure, and then a thread of concern slipped into her expression. "What's wrong with you this time? This early in the morning, too?" Luke. Seeing him still holding the pose, Lux tilted her head, then looked away, and went right back to her ice cream. "You don't feel anything different about me?" Luke scratched his head, refusing to give up. Lux nodded seriously. "Feels like whatever you've got is worse than usual." Luke fell silent for a second and decided he wasn't going to engage with her anymore. He figured the problem was that this blonde airhead was too single-track-minded to notice anything. So he headed out toward the courtyard, and just in time, Lady Fiora stepped through the gate. Luke quickened his pace, moved to her side, cleared his throat, and successfully drew Fiora's attention. When she looked over, he immediately triggered heroic swagger again. Another gust peeled off him. Fiora stood there, stared at Luke for 2 seconds without saying a word, like she was looking at an idiot, then turned and walked toward the back courtyard with the exact same blank expression. Luke was left standing there, slightly stunned. For a moment, the air itself felt awkward. Not long after, Sona came in as well. She saw Luke standing motionless at the entrance, curiosity flickering through her eyes for an instant. Luke immediately fired heroic swagger a third time. Sona tilted her head, completely puzzled. Then, apparently deciding the prince was doing something weird again, she only gave him one more glance before continuing into the courtyard. At that moment, staring at heroic swagger on his skill list, Luke sank into silence. He seemed to have found a skill even more useless than White Flash. What the hell was this? It wasn't even as practical as using Wuju style. And because of it, he'd turned himself into a clown first thing in the morning. After thinking it through, it was a free skill. Better than nothing. Luke turned back into the courtyard, walked up to Sona, and rested his hand lightly on her etwal as he asked, "Where's Kahina?" "She's going to the Illuminator's chapel today." "She probably won't be coming," Sona's pleasant voice answered. Luke nodded, withdrew his hand, returned to the main house, and started making breakfast. By 8, breakfast for 5 was ready. Everyone sat down on time. With a spread that looked genuinely abundant, the mood stayed warm and relaxed. Casual chatting, unhurried bites. "Oh, right. The day after tomorrow, I need to go take part in the Academy's hunting tournament." Luke mentioned it to Fiora and Sona, who hadn't known yet. Fiora asked casually, "Oh. How many days?" Luke thought for a moment. Probably at least half a month. The instant he said that, Fiora's chopsticks paused midair. Her expression stalled for a beat. 15 days. Her brain immediately hit on a crucial, life-or-death issue. If Luke was gone for half a month, that meant half a month without mooching his cooking. After so long, their appetites had been spoiled by him. Put another way, their stomachs were practically shaped like this guy's cooking at this point. And now he was about to drop a half-month gap on them. How was anyone supposed to survive that? Fiora glanced at the light, simple breakfast dishes on the table, and her eyes changed. She suddenly went quiet. But if you looked closely, you could see her eating speed had noticeably increased. If they were about to face a half-month famine, then right now she needed to eat more. Even one extra bite. And at that same moment, Sona and Lux both caught Fiora's strange behavior with razor-sharp sensitivity. Their brains turned once. They realized the same problem. At the same time, both of them sped up too, and the table fell abruptly silent. A breakfast that had been calm and breezy a second ago turned into a quiet battlefield. Luke watched the food on the plates dropping at a visible rate, and wondered if he'd accidentally made breakfast extra delicious today. He picked up a bite and tried it. It tasted the same as always. Still, seeing the three of them eat with such intense seriousness filled him with a strange sense of accomplishment. That breakfast perfectly embodied what you'd call the clean plate club. And it saved Fiora a lot of trouble with dishes afterward. Once Luke was full and satisfied, he went to the front courtyard, lay back in the rocking chair, and enjoyed the lazy calm of a weekend morning. Yerna would usually use this time to tidy the living room, then water the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Once she finished, she'd sit quietly on a stone bench in the front garden and read, ready to respond the moment Luke needed anything. Lux and Sona, meanwhile, started a match of 5 in a row. Their skills had climbed to a fairly balanced level. Wins were basically split down the middle. Fiora was still a little better than either of them. Of course, the best was still Luke. In the short term, he was undefeated. Though he could feel a little pressure creeping in. After washing dishes, Fiora headed to the back courtyard to continue her morning training. In this small little home, there was no shortage of fun warmth everywhere you looked. Luke lay in the rocking chair, letting it sway gently, listening to the soft click of pieces landing, feeling the morning breeze brush across his face. Before long, drowsiness crept in. He closed his eyes, ready to drift back into a second round of sleep. But only a moment after his eyes shut, he heard the sound of a carriage rolling by outside. With the horse's sharp whinny, the carriage stopped outside the courtyard. Luke opened his eyes. At first he thought Kahina had come back, but what he saw instead was a carriage bearing the crest of House Light Shield. Jarvanfor pulled up the curtain and stepped down, walking into the courtyard with a serious expression. But his steps were weird, limping a little, and his posture was awkward, like he was trying not to sit on something. Luke blinked, surprised. "Brother, what happened to you?" He could tell Jarvanfor had taken minor injuries. Jarvanfor looked baffled and waved a hand. "Yesterday that old woman snapped for no reason, stormed in, and demanded I spar with her." He shook his head. "Your brother here respects his elders, all right. I couldn't go all out. And then she kept kicking me right in the ass." Luke went quiet for a beat. That old woman, without question, was Tiana. Putting it together, Luke immediately understood the whole chain of events, and, with a guilty conscience, glanced at Jarvan Ivy's backside in sympathy. "Sorry, brother. That one's on me." Luke got up from the rocking chair. "I've been brewing some liquor lately. I'll send you a couple barrels in a few days." Jarvan Ivy's eyes lit up. He looked genuinely delighted and even a little moved. "I knew I wasn't good to you for nothing." Last time Luke had carried a barrel over to the fortress to drink and talk, Jarvanfor had learned one thing for sure: his younger brother could brew. That liquor had been incredible. He'd gotten so drunk that night he couldn't remember what they'd talked about, but that part didn't matter. Looking at Luke now, Jarvanfor felt it deep down this was what it meant to trade sincerity for sincerity. He treated Luke with real care, and Luke returned it. He barely got to enjoy that warm thought for 2 seconds before he remembered why he'd come. His face sobered. "I'm here because there's something important you need to know." Luke's expression sharpened too. "What is it?" Jarvan said, "My stepmother's coffin has been brought back from the border town." Luke froze. Jarvan Ivy's stepmother was Luke's mother. "It arrived this morning. I was at the palace, saw it, and came to tell you immediately," Jarvan said, eyes fixed on Luke. Nearby, Lux and Sona, who had been playing, also lifted their heads and looked over. Luke snapped back to himself. "We're going to the palace." A month and a half ago, the palace had sent people to Terran Town to bring Melly's remains back to the capital. Luke hadn't expected it to be this fast. It had taken him 2 months to reach the capital, and that was one way. But the royals clearly had faster methods. The moment Jarvan said that first line, Yurna had already started preparing the carriage, as if she'd practiced it 100 times. "I'm coming too," Lux said immediately, tossing down her piece and rushing over. Sona also moved to go with them. Luke decided to call Fiora from the back courtyard as well. All four got into the carriage and headed straight for the palace. After a short ride, the carriage slowed to a stop. They stepped down and at the entrance saw Xian Zhao waiting for them. "Xian," Luke greeted as he approached. "Come with me," Xian Zhao said, giving Luke a look before turning to lead the way. They walked for a while. Then they entered a bright, spacious hall, open and wide, with a white, sacred stillness to it. Soft sunlight poured down from above, spilling gently over a gray-brown coffin in the center. Beside it stood Jarvan III, and a number of others. Tiana was there too, along with Barrett Buvel of House Buvel, and Ward Durand Menk of House Menk. Many unfamiliar ministers were gathered in the hall as well. Hearing the footsteps behind them, they turned. Their eyes quickly found Jarvan IV and Luke at the front. Luke walked straight to the coffin and called out to Jarvan III, "Father." Jarvan III didn't speak. He lifted a hand and ruffled Luke's hair, forcing a faint smile onto his face, one that held no joy, only quiet grief. He looked like he'd cried. His eyes were red. Those blue eyes were full of pain, so heavy it made your chest ache to see. You could imagine how much it hurt to have the coffin here in front of him. Luke's gaze fell to the coffin, and he fell silent too, a distant look rising in his eyes. Just like he remembered, this was the coffin he had personally chosen. Inside lay Melly's remains. Now, seeing it again, Luke's mindset wasn't the same as when he'd left Terran Town. Toward this woman, both unfamiliar and somehow familiar, his feelings were complicated. He'd only truly spent 3 days with her. The strongest image she'd left him was lying in bed, coughing day after day, as if she were going to cough out her heart and lungs, writhing in misery under illness. After learning her story, Luke felt she had been a pitiable woman. She ran from Noxus to fight fate, found true love but was blocked at every turn, and then left that love behind, spending 18 years alone in a country where she had no one. In those 18 years, she gave birth, and she raised the child to adulthood. And the child she'd raised through hardship couldn't bear the crushing weight of life and chose to end it, yet through a twist of chance, Luke ended up living again. Without her, maybe there wouldn't be a Luke standing here now. Luke placed his hand on the coffin and gently stroked it, like he was smoothing down tangled hair. Then he murmured softly, "Mother." It was a sincere call from the heart and his final farewell to a woman who had endured too much. Jarvan quietly rested a hand on Luke's shoulder, offering wordless comfort. Behind them, Lux and the others looked at the coffin and couldn't help imagining a woman who had given everything for love. Even in death, the home she returned to felt painfully simple. A quiet sigh rose in their hearts. Luke remembered the regret and longing in her eyes when she'd said goodbye to him. And in that moment, he made a decision. Maybe it was time to investigate the truth of the past. Why had Melly chosen to leave alone, carrying an unborn baby? How had she disappeared so completely, like she'd been erased from the world? There was no doubt someone had been pushing things behind the scenes back then. Whoever they were, he needed to know. Luke pulled his gaze back and looked at Jarvan 3 beside him. Did you see her one last time? Jarvan 3 shook his head. The grief on his face made him look older, as if the years had caught up all at once. His hand rested on the coffin as he said softly, I couldn't bear to disturb her final rest. 19 years. He hadn't seen Melly's face for 19 years. What remained in Jarvan 3's mind was still the young, proud, brave girl from back then. Every time he woke in the dead of night, whenever that pure smile surfaced in his mind, the pain would hit so hard he could barely breathe. All these years, he'd wanted to see how she'd lived, what she'd become. But now that her coffin was here before him, he didn't dare lift it and look even once. He was afraid. Afraid that when the lid opened, what he'd see would be the coward he used to be. I'll let you see her one last time, Luke said. Then he gave an order to those behind him. Bring paper and pens. Jarvan 3 blinked, startled. Tiana reacted immediately and repeated the command. Bring paper and pens. Someone took off at once. Not long after, they returned with stacks of paper and pens in many colors and even brought over an easel. Your Highness, everything is ready, one of them said respectfully. Luke nodded. He took the board, set it before the coffin, fixed the canvas in place, and held the pen poised, then stopped. People watched him, confused, but no one dared make a sound. Luke was flipping through broken fragments of memory, searching for the most beautiful version of Melly left inside his mind. Seconds passed. Then Luke moved. He set ink to the blank canvas without hesitation, laying color onto the white with a sure hand. And once he started, he never paused stroke after stroke, as if he no longer needed to gather himself at all. It was like the world had narrowed down to him alone. Jarvan 3 lifted a hand, and the onlookers immediately stepped back. Then the king himself took up a place beside Luke, standing guard close at hand. Luke didn't know how to paint. He hadn't unlocked any such skill. But he had steady hands. And he had absolute focus. The seriousness on his face moved the people watching more than they expected. And something else felt strange. The sunlight that should have been falling on the coffin now seemed to pour over Luke instead. He looked wholly shining, dazzling, impossible to look away from after you'd seen him once. In that moment, everyone present felt a faint daze. Lux stared at Luke's focused profile, and without realizing it, got lost in it, unable to pull her eyes away. Sona pressed a hand to her chest, feeling her heartbeat tremble in response to the emotions surging in Luke's heart. Even Fiora didn't blink, as if she were afraid that if she did, the image would vanish from her mind forever. Time passed, minute by minute. The canvas was large, and Luke worked carefully, earnestly. It took a long time. Nearly noon had gone by when his movements finally slowed. With one last stroke, the painting was finished. On the canvas, a beautiful woman came alive, so vivid it felt as though she had stepped out of memory and into the world. Jarvan 3 stared at the woman's face on the canvas and finally broke, tears spilling over. In the painting, a young, beautiful woman wore a simple white dress. She stood in an endless green meadow, arms open, looking like she was smiling at you, like she wanted to pull you into an embrace. Her skirt fluttered softly in the wind. Her dark hair flowed with it. Gentle sunlight rested on her face. And on that beautiful face bloomed a smile so radiant it stole your breath. It was only a painting, yet somehow everyone in the hall felt an overwhelming sense of happiness from it. They could feel it at that moment. The woman in the painting must have been truly happy. Is that Queen Melly? I've seen her once. She's so beautiful. That smile, it's contagious. Because Jarvan 3 hadn't left, no one else had dared leave either. But now, everyone forgot how tired they were from standing so long. All eyes were locked on the woman in the painting. Whether they'd met Melly before or not, they were all stunned by her beauty. This is how I remember it from when I was little, Luke said, his voice much softer. Mother was standing in the meadow, calling my name. I ran to her. She opened her arms to hold me. It was only a fragment of memory, even a blurry one, yet it gave him a strange sense of reality. Seeing that happy smile on Melly's face made Jarvan III's heart tighten even harder, like an invisible hand had closed around it. He whispered through tears, so she once had happiness like this, too. Knowing the woman he loved had once smiled like that only made the pain worse. If only he'd been there then. Jarvan III lifted a hand, as if he wanted to touch her face on the canvas, but halfway there he faltered. He took a deep breath and lowered his hand. Then he turned to the ministers behind him. It's getting late. All of you, disperse. Minister Roy bowed. We take our leave. We take our leave. After the ministers spoke in unison, they filed out, scattering through the palace. Luke glanced at Jarvan III, and knew the king only wanted to be alone right now. Luke bowed as well. I'll withdraw. Jarvan III looked at him with gentleness, then nodded. Soon, the hall emptied. Luke walked out to a nearby garden where there was a pavilion, found a spot and sat down. The painting had taken a lot out of him. But this was all he could do. Jarvan IV sat beside him, staring up at the blue sky, eyes distant, thoughts unreadable. He had feelings of his own. At least Luke remembered what their mother looked like. At least he could recall moments with her. But Jarvan IV, from the day he was born, he'd never seen her at all. Everything he knew about her had come from other people, from portraits. He'd grown up missing a mother's love. Luke had grown up missing a father's love. But Jarvan IV had still lived with far better circumstances, far, far better. That was why, the first time he met Luke, he'd decided he would treat this brother well. Not because of guilt or pity, or any thought like, his childhood should have been like mine. But because Jarvan IV understood something clearly, in this world, Luke was one of the few family members he had left. The two brothers stared up at the sky together, each lost in his own thoughts. Then a soft note drifted out. Sona, feeling the currents in their hearts, began to weave a new melody. Her pale hands settled on the strings, and music flowed, touched with a little sorrow, but filled more with calm that soothed the soul. A breeze swept through the garden, rustling the flower beds like accompaniment. Everyone fell quiet and listened, sinking into the moment. The music reached into the hall. Inside, Jarvan III sat before the painting. Hearing the melody, he wiped the tears from his face. Then he lifted his hand. A figure appeared behind him, at once Xian Zhao. And now, the warmth around Jarvan III vanished, replaced by the heavy authority of a king. How is the investigation into what happened back then? He asked. Back then, there were too many people who opposed it, and too much time has passed, Xian Zhao reported. The clues we've uncovered so far are very few. Jarvan III stood, coldness filling his eyes. Few or not, keep digging. No matter how hard it is, you will find every last person who acted with ill intent back then. Xian Zhao answered sharply. Thanks for the stones. / 20 chapters today. I hope you enjoy it. The cover change is temporary, it's just to attract new readers and also show some love to Sona fans. As always, thanks for the power stones. / check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, A Roadblock on the Path to Slacking Off. 32-39 words in the afternoon. Jarvan III convened a full council meeting inside the palace. Lux, Sona, and Fiora stayed outside to wait, while Luke headed to the meeting hall side by side with Jarvan IV. The hall wasn't especially large, but it could still hold plenty of people. Jarvan IV pushed the doors open, and the two of them stepped inside. A lot of eyes immediately turned their way. Quite a few people were already gathered. In the center of the hall sat an 8-sided table. Each side had seats, 4 on the left and 4 on the right, and at the very front dead center was a broader, taller chair. Jarvan III sat there. On his left sat Tiana Crownguard, with Lev and Garen standing behind her. On the right sat Roy, with 2 people standing behind him as well. That left 6 seats. A few were familiar faces, and 3 were strangers Luke recognized only faintly. He'd seen them once, on the day he was formally presented to the entire capital. But anyone seated at this table clearly wasn't ordinary. Demacia's council system had been around for a long time. The people who sat at this 8-sided table were essentially the peak of Demacian power, the center where authority gathered. Each of them represented something critical to the nation. For example, military representative, Tiana Crownguard. Treasury representative, Roy Nyen. Civil affairs representative, Barrett Buvel. Research representative, Ward Mank. Law representative, Giovanni Rhodes. Nobility representatives, Tort Chambers, Josie Chris. And the newer power that had risen later, the Mage-Seeker representative, Lord Eldred. Demacia's major national decisions were debated and determined at this table. And behind each representative stood 2 more people, attendants, advisors, deputies, or delegates from secondary houses. Each meeting, the 8 representatives did the main debating. Their people occasionally offered suggestions. Then, once a conclusion was reached, it was presented to Jarvan III. He made the final call. And on many matters, as king, Jarvan III held absolute authority. Of course, that was a balance he'd spent many years stabilizing after taking the throne. The faces at this table weren't fixed forever. The longest serving was Minister Roy. He'd been working for the country since Jarvan II's era, which was one reason Jarvan III was often willing to hear him out. Tiana, meanwhile, had only earned her seat 12 years ago. Worth noting, Lord Eldred, the Mage-Seeker commander, also rose to power 12 years ago. Come here. As Luke and Jarvan IV entered, Jarvan III lifted a hand and beckoned. They walked up behind him and stood on either side, one to the left, one to the right. From there, Luke could clearly see everyone at the table. All 8 wore serious expressions. Jarvan III faced the room and spoke slowly. First matter, regarding Melly's arrangements. Tomorrow, I intend to inter her coffin in the royal mausoleum, and posthumously grant her the title of queen. Any objections? The room was silent except for Jarvan III's voice. When he finished, Roy, seated on the right, spoke first. In my view, there is nothing improper about this. I support it. I support it, others echoed, one after another around the table. Ever since the day Jarvan III had Luke publicly appear in the capital, this outcome had been inevitable. Melly's position as queen was hers by right. Even if it was only granted after death, and the meaning was liturgical, it still eased Jarvan III's pain, even if only a little. So unless someone wanted to invite trouble, nobody was going to nitpick this. Once that topic ended, the table quickly moved on to several other matters. Unlike the swift resolution on Melly, everything after that dragged. Even a small issue could bounce back and forth 7 or 8 times. Luke got a crash course in political technique. Bury a little useful content inside a pile of carefully shaped nonsense. Don't add too much at once, and never let it sound like you're just wasting air. Jarvan IV looked completely used to it. He often stood behind Jarvan III for these meetings. Luke, on the other hand, was here for the first time, and after only a few minutes he was already bored. But bored or not, he had to endure it. He noticed that while the ministers argued, Jarvan III usually just sat and watched. Whenever the king finally spoke, it meant the debate was nearing its end. Time crawled on, and the sky outside shifted from afternoon toward evening. Today's meeting will end here. Does anyone still have anything to raise? Jarvan III's voice snapped Luke back from zoning out. Luke lifted his head and quietly exhaled in relief. This long, miserable meeting was finally about to end. Now he understood why working people hated meetings. Not much actually happened, but everyone talked like their lives depended on it, and by the end, you still hadn't finalized even 2 concrete actions. Completely absurd. The moment Luke looked up, he caught Tiana on the left, watching him with a half-smile that wasn't really a smile. Every hair on his body stood up. Luke forced an innocent grin at her, then quickly looked away, staring straight ahead at the air like it had suddenly become fascinating. For some reason, he had a strong feeling this woman was trouble. Around the hall, the ministers murmured among themselves, but no one stood to speak, usually a sign they were truly at the tail end, only a step away from dismissal. But then, the man seated third on the right raised his hand. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Luke looked over. The speaker was a slightly heavy-set man in noble attire, dripping with wealth and polish. Luke vaguely remembered him. Tort Chambers. Jarvan III asked, "What is it?" Tort said, "I'm referring to that newspaper that's been stirring the capital lately. Hasn't it gotten too arrogant? Yesterday it even dared to mock Lady Tiana. Shouldn't it be restricted?" As his words fell, some officials standing along the outside immediately began whispering in small clusters, some approving, some disapproving. Hearing newspaper, Luke perked up. That was his business. This was serious. Jarvan III looked at Tort. "Why should it be restricted?" Tort replied, "I believe if it's allowed to continue like this, it will damage the image of the nobility." Jarvan III sounded amused. "Then tell me, what is the image of the nobility?" Tort froze. In his heart, the answer was obvious: nobles were different from commoners above them, untouchable, dignified, imposing. But sitting at this table meant knowing exactly which thoughts should never be said out loud. Still, that newspaper had done something Tort never thought possible. In less than a month, it had drastically changed how Demacian nobles were seen among the public. He'd never believed ink on paper could carry that kind of power. Now he did. And he didn't want it to keep going. He wanted to crush it. So, under Jarvan III's gaze, Tort forced himself onward. For years, the noble's image in the hearts of the people has been upright and respectable. Now, because of so-called gossip and rumors, many noble houses have been made into public jokes. It even prints stories about Minister Roy's wife. Isn't that lawless? Roy, suddenly dragged into it, flushed deep red as eyes turned toward him. His chest simmered with anger. Now the entire capital knew about his little darling. He coughed once and said, "Lord Chambers, please stick to the matter at hand." Tort's intent had been to pull Roy into the mud with him, but Roy had been in politics too long to fall for that. So Tort could only continue. "I'm not targeting the newspaper. I only feel that this level of insolence is inappropriate." He knew perfectly well there was backing behind it, and, on the surface, that backing was Marshal Tiana. But as a representative of the nobility, Tort also had significant influence. At this table, it wasn't as if Tiana alone ruled the room. What he didn't realize was that Tiana wasn't just the paper's public shield. The real shield was sitting on the throne at the head of the table. Jarvan III seemed to consider it for a few seconds before speaking. "What, exactly, is inappropriate? In recent years, some of you nobles, do you even have an image left to protect? People tell me stories of bullying the weak, throwing your weight around, acting lawlessly and arrogantly. And you call that the image of the nobility?" Coldness glinted in Jarvan III's eyes as he stared directly at Tort. A king's pressure surged outward. Tort forced an awkward smile and lowered his head. "I have already been more than tolerant. Your so-called image should have been corrected long ago. When Demacia was founded, there was no divide between noble and commoner. Your ancestors rose from the people. And the only true image you ever had was one thing: being close to the people. Instead of using this as a chance to fix yourselves, you want to suppress anything new. If this keeps up, who would dare innovate in Demacia? As for this newspaper, not only will it not be suppressed, it will be promoted. Those of you who do good deeds will appear in it. Those of you who do bad deeds will also appear in it. If your actions are clean, what is there to fear from the public seeing your face?" Jarvan III's rebuke rang through the hall, edged with anger. The entire room grew heavy under his aura. Everyone lowered their heads, barely daring to breathe. It had been a long time since they'd seen Jarvan 3 flare like this. The meeting hall went so quiet you could have heard a pin drop. Luke wanted to clap on the spot. Perfectly said. That's my father. The newspaper should be supported hard. Inside, Luke was cheering. Outside, he kept a calm face, as if none of this concerned him in the slightest. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Tort, the man who'd tried to stir trouble and silently memorized him. Tort Chambers, huh? Suppress the paper, huh? Tomorrow you're getting famous. And you'd better pray you haven't done anything rotten. Otherwise, you'll learn what the voice of the people really feels like. Jarvan 3 had already reigned in his presence. He said flatly, any objections? I have none, Roy said first. I have none. I have none. The same reply repeated through the hall. Then the meeting is adjourned. Prepare for tomorrow's funeral. Jarvan 3 stood and walked out. Only after he left did the hall erupt into chatter again, ministers splitting into small groups as they talked and filed out. Let's go, Jarvan 4 said, glancing at Luke. Luke followed. But just as he reached the doorway, Tiana's voice came from behind. Get over here. Luke paused, lifted his head, and looked at Jarvan 4. Brother, she's calling you. No, no, no. Jarvan 4 shook his head vigorously, and looked at Luke with absolute seriousness. That's definitely you. Luke asked, why are you so sure? Jarvan 4 replied solemnly, because she usually calls me idiot. Luke. For a moment he had nothing to say. Well, good luck. Jarvan 4 patted Luke's shoulder. He clearly had zero desire to turn around and face Tiana, so he immediately slipped out of the meeting hall at full speed. Luke sighed, turned around, and walked toward Tiana. When he reached her, he thought about it and offered a suggestion. Aunt, maybe next time you can call me handsome instead. I'll call you whatever I feel like calling you. Tiana just smiled, clearly not planning to change anything. Then she started walking. We'll talk as we walk. Luke had no choice but to follow. Lev and Garen were also alongside. Those two had a similar vibe, backs straight, steps firm, moving with an unmistakable Demacian toughness, their faces steady and unreadable. I heard you're going to Edessa in a couple days for the hunt. Tiana asked casually while walking ahead. Then there's something you can handle while you're there. The moment Luke heard that, his expression turned into one big of course. He knew it. The way this woman had looked at him earlier, nothing good ever came from that. Tiana didn't care that he didn't respond. She continued like she was reading off a mission board. The location is about 10 miles south of Edessa. There's a village called Kur Village. Go investigate what's been happening there. Luke suddenly had the strong feeling an NPC was assigning him a quest. Tiana glanced back, as if she could read his mind. It is your assignment. And you will complete it. Luke put on an unwilling face and looked at Garen. Shouldn't this kind of thing go to someone tall, strong, and brilliant like you? Garen's mouth twitched. He stared straight ahead and didn't answer. Now you remember how to compliment me. When you were printing my embarrassing history in the paper, did you think today would ever come? Tiana smiled and replied lightly, it's just a small village. It doesn't warrant sending Garen. Luke heard the implication loud and clear. Garen's level was too high, he'd be steamrolling. So sending Luke was just right. Luke immediately felt offended. Oh, really? If you're saying it like that, then I'm about to show you something. My level isn't low either, all right. Seeing the defiant look in his eyes, Tiana laughed. You're just investigating. I'm not sending you to die. Don't make that face. She didn't actually know how strong Luke had gotten. She only remembered how stunning that wind-riding swordplay had been back then. Now there happened to be a small problem near Edessa, so she threw it to Luke partly to test where he was at now, and partly to give him more real-world experience. Otherwise, he spent every day in that little courtyard doing nothing but eating and sleeping. Not exactly the image of a prince. Luke thought for a second and started, "I've been brewing." Before he could finish, Tiana lifted a hand and cut him off. She looked at him with a cheerful smile. "I've already taken plenty of your liquor recently. I've got enough to drink for a long time. Don't bother. I suggest you start preparing early." Luke's casting got interrupted, and it annoyed him. He sighed. Now even bribery didn't work. He'd bribed too hard earlier, couldn't move this woman anymore. With no other options, Luke accepted. Tiana smiled in satisfaction. "I'll be waiting for good news." With that, she turned and left, leaving Luke standing there alone. Watching her back, Luke clicked his tongue, thoroughly irritated. This woman was a full-blown stumbling block on his road to coasting. He was just about to raise a middle finger in respect, when Tiana suddenly turned around. Luckily, Luke reacted fast. He instantly swapped to a harmless smile, and the raised finger opened into a waving hand like he was politely seeing her off. Tiana smiled back at him, then turned away again. Luke finally exhaled, wiped at his forehead, and hurried away. He returned to the garden where Lux, Sona, and Fiora were waiting. What did they talk about in there? Lux asked curiously when she saw him. Luke replied, "My mother's arrangements. Tomorrow her coffin will be buried in the royal mausoleum, and she'll be posthumously granted the title of queen." The three women nodded. That was only right. "Tonight I'm staying in the palace." "You can head back," Luke said, then added instructions. "If you're going to the hot springs, take everything on the third shelf in the storage cabinet, and pour it into the pool. And don't soak too long. 40 minutes is perfect. Don't boil yourselves." Lately, soaking had become a daily ritual for them, especially as the weather drifted away from heat and grew cooler. At night, sinking into warm water was unbelievably comfortable. And besides the medicinal soak, Luke had prepared a wine soak as well. Afterward, your body would be flushed, steaming, with a tipsy warmth like you'd had a drink. It felt great. Once that sensation faded, your fatigue seemed to disappear, and your skin felt firmer too. The three of them loved it, except they never watched the time. They only got out when Luke told them to. So today, he made a point to warn them. Hearing him, Lux and the others nodded quickly. But Luke still didn't feel fully reassured. He was genuinely worried they'd soak until they passed out. So after thinking for a moment, he decided to have Yurna go back with them as well. After seeing them off, Luke returned to the hall where Melly's coffin had been placed. Jarvan III was there, and the hall was silent. He sat cross-legged on the floor as if it didn't matter at all, staring at the painting before the coffin, lost in thought for a long time. Only when he heard Luke's footsteps did he come back to himself and turn. He offered a small smile and motioned Luke closer. Luke walked over and sat on the floor beside him. "Your mother." Jarvan III's eyes drifted with memory as he looked at the painting. Without realizing it, he smiled. Back when she was with me in the army, she smiled like that all the time. Those were war years. Everyone was tense. But when the soldiers saw that smile, it was like their shoulders finally loosened. A smile could be contagious. And in Jarvan III's memory, the only person whose smile carried that kind of power. Whenever people saw Lux's bright, carefree grin, their mood inevitably lifted. Thinking that his mother had once been the same kind of girl, Luke's curiosity stirred. Jarvan III glanced at him and continued, smiling through the memories. "Back then, when she found out who I really was, she panicked so hard she hid under a table. I spent ages coaxing her before she'd come out. And she loved roasted sweet potatoes. She'd sneak into town, take the money I'd rewarded her with, and trade it for crate after crate of sweet potatoes from a roadside stand. Then she couldn't possibly eat that many herself, so the soldiers ended up helping her finish them. And back then, piece by piece, memories buried deep in Jarvan III's mind came spilling out. He remembered countless details of Melly with painful clarity. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. He was smiling, but as he looked at the painting, at the last version of Melly captured there, it still felt like his heart was being carved apart. Luke sat quietly, listening. In his mind, a lively, bright, brave girl slowly took shape. Jarvan III was telling Luke about the Melly he'd known before Luke was born. Later, Luke also searched through his own broken fragments of memory, and told Jarvan III about the beautiful moments he remembered after his birth. Father and son talked for a long, long time in front of Melly's painting. Until night fell, and Xin Zhao's voice came from behind them. "Your Majesty, dinner time passed half an hour ago." "Is that so?" Jarvan III slowly stood. The tear tracks on his face hadn't dried. He looked at Luke. The word carried a heavy reluctance, but he also knew he had to step out of the past eventually. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 124. Chapter 124. Sometimes being too impressive isn't a good thing. 2850 words the next day. July 14th. In the royal mausoleum behind the palace hills, a faintly sorrowful melody flowed from the strings, weighing the atmosphere down. It was a farewell song. Every powerful and well-connected figure in the capital had arrived. They stood in neat lines, faces solemn. As the music continued, Luke and Jarvan IV appeared at the front. They walked slowly, one on each side, carrying a silver-white coffin on their shoulders. Behind them were 6 more pallbearers. All eyes settled on the coffin in silent mourning. So Melly could rest in peace, Jarvan III had personally reinforced the ordinary coffin with an outer layer of the highest quality, matching the standard of the other tombs in the mausoleum. Within these grounds, 53 members of the royal family were buried, including 7 generations of kings. The royal line had once been thriving. Tragically, Jarvan II died in the war. His wife, broken by grief, followed only days later, leaving behind a single heir, Jarvan III. And fate didn't spare him either. 2 wives, gone one after another. Now the entire royal family amounted to only 3 men, father and 2 sons. When the coffin was lowered into the earth, the one inside entered a long sleep with the land itself, and the funeral officially reached its end. That day, the capital had only one subject. On every street and in every alley, people spoke the same name, Melly. The king's decree, posthumously naming her queen, was posted across public notice boards, and with the newspaper's promotion, the entire city learned of it within a single morning. And then there was the second announcement: Jarvan III named this day Melly's rest day. Without question, this was Jarvan III exercising the privilege of a king. To name an entire day specifically for one person was rare even in Demacia's history. Outside of a handful of legendary kings or people whose contributions to the nation were enormous, almost no one ever received such a distinction. A famous inventor and craftsman, Durand, had a memorial day on December 7th, the day he was assassinated. And Jarvan III was the only king to have a day associated with his name while still alive. Beyond leading the army to a major victory long ago, his governance in recent years had also earned deep trust from the people. Many citizens had already begun marking the day of his triumphant return as a celebration. Over time, it truly became a holiday tied to his name. And now, Jarvan III used the authority of the crown to set July 14th as Melly's Day. Everyone could tell what it meant. This was his attempt to make up for 19 years of debt. But the dead could not return, and some debts could never truly be repaid. Even so, the ministers raised no objections. Among the public, support was the louder voice as well. After the funeral, the group returned to the palace. On the way, Roy thought for a moment, then finally spoke. "Your Majesty, I have something to say. I'm not sure whether this is the right moment." He seemed unsure whether he should bring it up now. Jarvan III's emotions had steadied significantly by then. He looked over with a small smile. Roy had clearly rehearsed the wording. He spoke immediately. The royal family is dwindling, and the realm is stable at home and abroad. Continuing the royal line should be the highest priority. I believe it's time to decide the crown prince's marriage. Jarvan IV's expression stiffened on the spot. He scratched his head awkwardly. I am only 23. Isn't that a little rushed? Roy's face remained stern, like a strict teacher staring down a student. Many noble houses finalize engagements when their heirs turn 18. Yet your highness still doesn't even have someone you favor. Among nobles, marriages were usually arranged by elders. The match itself was arranged too. Many young nobles were engaged the moment they turned 18. They became pieces on the board ties binding noble houses together. Free choice wasn't unheard of, but it was rare. Novice's mother, for instance, had been a young lady of House Menk, yet she secretly married an ordinary craftsman without her family's approval. She was immediately cast out. Her husband died not long after, and though she had been born into a top-tier noble house, she was never allowed to enjoy any noble protection again. If her own mother hadn't pitied her and taken her back in, her life would have effectively ended. This model had existed in Demacia for years. For many noble heirs, once an engagement was set, it felt like a collar snapping shut, no escape. But Jarvan IV, a prince of the realm, naturally wasn't bound by that rule. His looks were excellent, his strength was unquestionable, and over the years, so many noble families had come to propose that they might as well have worn the palace steps smooth. He could choose whoever he liked. If he gave the word, he could be married into a noble house by the next day. And yet, even now, Jarvan IV still had no one he favored. It was as if his mind wasn't on marriage at all. Or as if there was another reason. Under Roy's unblinking stare, Jarvan IV's presence shrank a notch. He gave an uneasy grin. I just haven't met someone who feels right yet. It's not too late to wait. Roy didn't give an inch. Wait until when? Last year you told me the same thing. Are you planning to wait until I'm in the ground? Roy had watched Jarvan III and Jarvan IV grow up. In seniority, he was arguably the highest-ranking elder in that group, respected to the point that even Jarvan III sometimes yielded. Hearing that, Jarvan IV hurriedly replied, "You're in great shape. Living another 100 years won't be a problem." Roy's expression didn't change. I know my own body. Your Highness's marriage cannot be delayed any longer. A flash of bitterness and dimness passed through Jarvan IV's eyes, gone in an instant. He still forced a grin. No rush. Just give me a little more time. A full-blown marriage pressure scene played out in front of a crowd this large. Luke watched with bright amusement, wearing the exact face of someone enjoying a show. But when he looked more closely at Jarvan IV, he caught subtle changes in his expression, like there was something he couldn't say. So there really was a story there. Luke kept thinking while continuing to watch the spectacle. Then Jarvan IV glanced at Luke and immediately redirected the fire. If we're talking about continuing the family line, my brother also has responsibility here. You can't just stare at me. Luke raised his brow. What exactly are you trying to do? Roy looked at Luke, then back at Jarvan IV. The second prince has only just turned 18. Jarvan IV shot back instantly. Plenty of noble heirs a little older than him already have kids who can walk. Jarvan IV threw out the married at 18 logic with absolute confidence. It seemed to actually convince Roy. Roy considered it seriously for a second, then looked at Luke. That's true. Your Highness, you must not follow Jarvan IV's example. You're at marriageable age as well. Do you have someone you favor? If you do, finalize the marriage within this year. The moment those words landed, Lux, Kahina, Sona, and Fiora all froze. Their gazes drifted to Luke without even meaning to, waiting to see what he'd say. Someone he favored. More eyes turned toward Luke. Many nobles looked at him and lit up with interest, clearly tempted. They'd nearly forgotten Luke was a prince too. His royal status alone was a powerful lure. If a noble house could marry into the royal family, their entire standing would rise with it, becoming part of the king's extended kin. Catching the hungry looks aimed his way, Luke clenched his teeth and shot a glance at Jarvan IV, who was visibly relieved. "Brother, if you're going to play dirty, don't blame me for doing the same." Luke spoke at once. "I should take my brother as my example. If he finalizes his marriage within this year, then I'm willing to do the same." He kicked the fire right back. Roy immediately turned to Jarvan IV. "Your Highness, did you hear that? As the elder brother, you should set the example." That, Jarvan IV's head instantly felt twice as heavy. He hadn't expected Luke to counter like that. The truth was, he really didn't want to marry. At that moment, another noble stepped forward. "Minister Roy is right. Within this year, your Highness should find a good match." The man who spoke was named Croger Ireland. He was the brother of Jarvan IV's mother, Queen Catherine Ireland, Jarvan IV's uncle. He also held significant power, a general of the realm. With yet another person joining the pressure, Jarvan IV had no idea how to respond. Luke returned to his enjoying the show expression. He knew perfectly well Jarvan IV wouldn't marry this year, which was exactly why Luke dared to say that. And as for Luke himself, he had no desire to lock in an engagement this early either. With his status, if he named a target, an engagement would be almost guaranteed. But that would completely ignore the other person's feelings. Luke didn't like that feudal arrangement. He cared more about it being mutual. Behind them, the three women aside from Lux seemed to fall into a kind of deep thought, each wearing a quietly contemplative look. Lux, who'd been up early and hadn't slept enough, let out a small yawn, her little face drowsy and unfocused. Tiana took all of it in. When her gaze passed over her niece's blank, sleepy face, she sighed helplessly inside. Then her eyes returned to Luke. In her view, this brat was far more capable than his older brother, almost too capable. And sometimes, being too capable wasn't a good thing. Still, this was ultimately a matter for the younger generation. Tiana didn't plan to meddle. Jarvan III spoke with a faint smile. "Let the young handle their own affairs. If their hearts aren't in it, marriage won't necessarily be a good thing." With that, the marriage pressure show ended. Roy stopped pushing, though with his personality, it was only a matter of time before he brought it up again. Croger quieted down too, and returned to the group. Jarvan IV finally exhaled, relieved. "Everyone, disperse." By then, they had already arrived back at the palace. At Jarvan III's words, the nobles began to file out. Luke said goodbye to Jarvan III, and prepared to leave as well. He wanted to catch up to Jarvan IV, and ask a few questions. From the look on Jarvan IV's face earlier, Luke was convinced his brother had a story Luke didn't know. And Luke, unfortunately, had a very strong interest in this kind of gossip. But when Luke tried to chase him down, Jarvan IV had already slipped away fast, too. Luke sighed, and then turned a corner, and ran straight into Garen walking toward him. Luke's eyes brightened. He headed over and waved cheerfully. Seeing Luke walk toward him with that sunny grin, Garen immediately felt a sense of impending doom. He tried to ignore Luke and speed up. Luke just matched him, warmly slinging an arm over his shoulder. "Why are you walking so fast?" Garen sighed inwardly, face unchanged. "Your Highness, do you need something?" "It's not a big deal." Luke smiled and asked, "I'm just curious about my brother. He has plenty going for him, and there are so many outstanding noblewomen in the capital. Why does he refuse to marry?" Realizing it wasn't about himself, Garen relaxed. "Oh, it's about Jarvan IV. Then it's fine." Garen thought for a moment. "There is a reason." Luke leaned in, eyes bright. "Can you tell me?" He wasn't pretending. His inner gossip engine was fully awake. Garen hesitated, so Luke added, "If you can't say it, that's fine. Don't force it. By the way, I've been thinking about doing a second interview feature on you soon. What day do you think works best?" With that harmless smile on Luke's face, Garen's mouth twitched. "It's not exactly a secret," Garen said at last. "It's just that I think you should ask Jarvan for yourself." He sighed again. "But asking him will only bring him pain. So I'll tell you." This wasn't part of Jarvan Ivy's embarrassing history, so Garen hadn't mentioned it back then. Now as they walked, Garen spoke slowly under Luke's eager gaze. "Jarvan 4 isn't without someone he cared about. When he was your age, he already had someone he favored." Luke's anticipation spiked instantly. This really was something he didn't know. That year, he and I were training with the army out on the frontier. That's where he met a woman named Ariel. She lived in a nearby town and made a living keeping bees. Garen continued steadily. Luke asked, "What was Ariel like?" Garen looked back into memory, then said, "She was gentle. The first time they met was because Jarvan 4 tried to steal honey to mix into a drink. It set off an entire hive. He got chased down and ended up with his head full of swollen stings. When we went into town to get medicine, we met Ariel. Since her family kept bees, she always had salves on hand. She invited him to her home and carefully treated the swelling. After that, Jarvan 4 went to see her constantly, and their feelings for each other grew quickly." He remembered it clearly. Luke processed it. That sounded mutual, so why didn't it work out? He guessed because of social status. They were forced apart. Garen shook his head. He's a prince. If the woman he chose was acceptable, marrying her wouldn't have been difficult. That was true. The royal family sat at the peak. Her background mattered far less than her character. Then a possibility flashed through Luke's mind, and the next words confirmed it. Garen's voice lowered. "In the end, they didn't work out for one reason. Because Ariel was mageborn." Luke's eyes sharpened. Of course. There was only one answer. Mageborn. Another word for it was simply mage. Garen continued, "I still remember Jarvan Ivy's expression the day he learned the truth. He couldn't believe it at first. But he made his choice quickly. And Ariel didn't even know she was mageborn. When her power awakened suddenly, it surged out of control. She was terrified. Jarvan 4 calmed her down and promised he would protect her." Garen paused. Luke couldn't help it. "What happened after that?" Garen exhaled and went on. "Their relationship was discovered. Ariel's family took her and fled Demacia. After that, there was never any news again." Luke finally understood why Jarvan 4 still wouldn't marry. He'd never let go of Ariel. And honestly, in Luke's view, Ariel fleeing had been the right decision. Otherwise, it could have ended the same way as Luke's mother. Back then, even Jarvan 3 already king had faced enormous resistance trying to marry a foreign woman. In the end, Melly left the capital and died with regrets. If that could happen to an ordinary woman, then a prince trying to marry a mage. That would never be allowed. They reached the palace gates. Garen looked at Luke. "Your Highness, I'll take my leave." Luke lifted a hand in farewell. Garen turned and walked away. Luke found his own carriage and climbed in. The moment he pulled back the curtain, he saw 4 women inside, dressed in refined, elegant finery. 4 pairs of beautiful eyes locked onto him at once. Lux asked, "Why are you so slow?" Luke sat down and answered casually, "I talked with your brother for a bit." Lux said, "Oh," and didn't speak again. There were 5 people in the carriage, yet it felt strangely quiet. No one spoke. Luke glanced over their faces and realized they all looked like they were thinking about something. As the carriage rolled home, the women seemed weighed down by heavy thoughts. People said you could never guess what women were thinking, and Luke had no idea what was going on in their heads. But quiet was fine by him. He leaned back against the carriage wall and closed his eyes. He'd been sleep-deprived for the last 2 days, so he decided to use the ride to catch up. Lux also sensed the mood was different today, but she assumed it was because of Queen Melly. As the carriage swayed along, drowsiness hit her too. She opened her mouth and let out a sleepy yawn. Then she leaned back, closed her eyes, and dozed off. In one carriage, 2 completely carefree people fell asleep, while the other 3 sat silently, each lost in her own thoughts. // check out my P at Tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Luke and Fiora, Quiet Room 3491 words, Your Highness, we're home. As the carriage rolled to a gentle stop, Yerna Duer's voice came from outside. Luke slowly opened his eyes, his mind clearing fast. The occasional jolts along the road meant he hadn't fallen into a deep sleep, just a light doze. He yawned and glanced around the carriage. Right on cue, his eyes met Fiora's for a single second. Her gaze was as cool and distant as ever, and that beautiful, aloof face carried the faintest hint of a smile. Then she stood and stepped down. Sona followed after her. Lux, wake up. We're home. Kahina gently nudged Lux, who was asleep with her head resting on Kahina's shoulder. The crown guard girl was sleeping like an angel, a silly little smile on her lips as if she were in the middle of a wonderful dream. Her soft, drowsy expression was downright adorable. After being nudged twice, she mumbled unconsciously, 5 more minutes. Kahina looked helpless and nudged her again. Wake up first. You can sleep again in a minute. This time Lux only hummed, showing 0 signs of waking up, and even hugged Kahina's arm tighter. Kahina shot Luke a pleading look. Luke thought for a second, leaned in close to Lux's small ear, and whispered, Food's ready. Lux's eyes fluttered open at once, bleary and unfocused, and she blurted, Save me a bowl. As she spoke, she sat up and rubbed her sleepy eyes, then looked around. First she saw Luke. Then Kahina beside her. Then she realized she was still in the carriage. She blinked in confusion. Where's the food? In your dreams, Luke laughed and stepped out. Kahina followed. Lux's big eyes were still full of confusion, her brain clearly hadn't booted up yet. She climbed out too, and the 3 of them walked into the courtyard. Luke looked up at the sky. A cool breeze swept through the yard and brushed his face, and he stretched with a satisfied sigh. It was nearly noon already, which meant it was about time to start lunch. He headed into the main house and disappeared into the kitchen. At lunch, Luke noticed the girls no longer looked weighed down the way they had in the carriage. They'd returned to normal, just like always. After lunch, Luke decided to take a nap. He especially loved that feeling of eating until he was full, and then immediately sleeping. When he went to the front yard and lay back in the rocking chair, it wasn't long before he heard light footsteps. Someone sat down in the rocking chair next to him. Luke cracked an eye open and took a look. Lux was untying her shoelaces. A few quick motions later, her small shoes were set neatly to the side. Her bare feet were revealed slim and pale, delicate and spotless. You could even make out the faint blue lines beneath the skin. Her toes were small and tidy, her feet almost unreal in how perfect they looked. She seemed to love going barefoot. She used to at least wear socks, but lately she rarely bothered. After taking off her shoes, she curled up in the rocking chair, clearly sharing Luke's exact plan, enjoying a sweet little afternoon nap. When Lux slept, she liked curling into herself like a kitten. Luke looked away and closed his eyes again. Before long, sleepiness washed over him. By the time he finally woke in the afternoon, the sunlight had softened, and the white clouds in the blue sky had drifted a long way. When Luke opened his eyes, everything around him was quiet, only the rustle of wind through leaves. It felt strangely empty, like the whole world had been reduced to just him. He liked that feeling too. He turned his head. Lux was already gone. Faintly, he could hear the sound of a lively card game coming from the main house, and the sharp rhythm of sword practice from the backyard. The moment felt peaceful. Luke stared off for a while, then suddenly remembered something. He got up at once, called Yernadur over, let the girls know where he was going, and then climbed into the carriage and headed out. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped at the prison gates. Luke stepped down and looked at the unchanged dungeon entrance. He hadn't come by in a while. He'd almost forgotten Silas was still here. He walked in without obstruction and made his way to the mage dungeon. Dyrd appeared like a rat catching the scent of grease, hurrying up with a fawning grin. "Your Highness, it's only been a few days, but you somehow look even more handsome." He wasn't wrong. Compared to a month ago, Luke really had changed. After a month of proper living, there was a refined, noble air to him now, clean, bright, and effortlessly elegant. If before he'd been the kind of handsome that made people do a double take, now he was the kind that stayed in your mind, the kind that made it hard to look away. A crisp ding sounded as a gold coin flicked out and dropped into Dyrd's hand. Luke gave him a sideways look, said nothing, and continued down toward the second level. Dyrd stared at the coin, still smiling, but inside he muttered that he must have flattered the wrong way today. Then again, did Luke even need flattery about his looks? Stating a fact wasn't exactly persuasive. Next time, he'd need fresher wording. Thinking that, he hurried after Luke. On the second level, Luke soon reached the cell holding Silas. After so many visits, the guards at the door were used to it. This time, Luke didn't even have to speak, they opened the door on their own. Unlike before, the inside wasn't pitch black. Torchlight flickered on the stone walls, illuminating part of the cell. Dyrd pulled a torch from the wall and stepped in, and the space brightened further. Luke entered and saw Silas sitting there. He was still alive. One leg served as a makeshift desk, a sheet of paper resting on top. A pen moved steadily in his hand. Beside him lay an open book, on the other side, a candle burned quietly on a holder. As his hand kept writing, the iron chains on his wrists made soft, constant sounds. His eyes showed no emotion, like he'd gone numb. Only his gaze moved, drifting between the book and the page. And along the wall, Luke saw a large stack of neatly arranged papers. Noticing the newcomer felt different this time, Silas lifted his head and looked straight at Luke. It had been many days since the prince last came. But instead of fading, Silas's impression of Luke had only sharpened. Because every time Silas copied until his wrists and arms ached, he thought of Luke. Thought of him standing outside the bars, looking down from above. At first, because he couldn't keep up, he'd gone hungry for 3 straight days. The hungrier he got, the less strength he had. But he forced himself through it on sheer stubbornness. The more this prince tried to grind him down, the more Silas refused to die, refused to give up his chance to live. And from another angle, maybe this wasn't purely bad for him. Through this task, Silas had learned a few things about the outside world. Even if it was only from a handful of books. "Your Highness," Dyrd reported, walking to the stack of papers, "we've followed your instructions strictly. The prisoner copies every day. This is what he's produced, and we've confirmed there are no issues." Luke stepped closer and casually flipped through a few pages. The handwriting was neat and clear, but the content repeated like the same book had been copied over and over. Dyrd asked, "What should we do next?" Luke held one sheet over Dyrd's torch. The paper caught instantly, flames licking up from the bottom. Then Luke tossed it onto the stack. Whoosh! A small fire became a roaring one in a blink. Dyrd froze. Silas looked over too, the flames reflected in his eyes. Days and nights of work reduced to ash with a casual flick of Luke's hand. Dyrd shifted away from the heat and stared at Luke's blank expression, silently impressed. So the prince really did enjoy breaking prisoners. Watching his effort vanish into smoke and cinders, what would that do to a man's mind? If it were Deard, he knew he'd crack at least a little. Silas showed no expression. He only watched the flames once more, then looked away and continued writing as if nothing had happened. "You've got him so used to those same few books that he's basically mastered them," Luke said, displeased as he glanced at Silas's steady hand. "Did it never occur to you to switch them out?" Deard lowered his head immediately. "That was my oversight. I accept fault." He really had only brought a few books and made Silas copy them again and again. Toward the end, Silas barely needed to look. He could flip a page, glance once, and write the whole thing down. It wasn't difficult anymore. "Improvise next time," Luke said. Once the papers had burned down to a mound of ash, he turned and headed out. "Yes, Your Highness," Deard answered, following. Honestly, the prince's taste was strange. All that effort, all that trouble, just to watch a stack of paper burn. Purely psychological warfare. But then again, powerful people were like that. Deard had even seen nobles who came down here just to make male prisoners dance. Compared to that, Luke's odd hobby didn't seem quite as insane. When the cell door closed and Luke's back disappeared from view, Silas remained expressionless yet thoughtful. Different sides meant different ways of thinking. To Silas, the papers had never mattered. They only existed to be exchanged for food. Burning them meant nothing. Because the useful part, the knowledge, was already carved into his mind. So even now, he still wasn't sure whether this prince truly took pleasure in tormenting him. Or whether there was another motive. From entering the prison to leaving, Luke had spent less than 30 minutes inside. Less time than the trip there. But Luke had only come to confirm Silas was still alive. The task he'd left him wasn't easy. A normal prisoner might have collapsed under it. Of course, it was also possible that someone simply didn't want Silas to die. Either way, it didn't matter. A living Silas was far more valuable than a dead one. Luke didn't actually have a taste for torment. If he was doing this, it was because he had a plan. It just wasn't time yet. There were still plenty of things he needed to prepare. At dusk, as the sun lowered, the carriage finally rolled to a stop back home. In the courtyard, Lux was half-sprawled in a rocking chair, legs crossed, her bare foot swinging idly. She held a glass of ice-cold Coke, and loudly slurped through a straw. She looked like she was in a fantastic mood. Clearly she'd won money at cards. When she saw Luke step down from the carriage, she immediately asked, curious, "Where'd you go?" "Went out for a bit." "Then why didn't you take me?" "If I took you, you wouldn't have had any money to win," Luke said with a chuckle, giving her a look. She was basically wearing the words "I won big" on her face. Lux's expression turned smug. "How'd you know I won 10 gold off Kahina and Sona this afternoon?" As she spoke, she sat up, slipped her shoes back on, and started bragging about how she'd crushed them with a ridiculous streak of perfect hands. One big win that left the other two completely stunned. Luke listened as he walked into the main house. The moment he reached the living room, he heard Kahina's furious voice. "You little menace, how dare you come back?" Kahina glared, clearly still annoyed. Lux snorted. "Why wouldn't I?" Kahina snapped. "You won and ran. That's evil." They'd been having fun, and then Lux hit one massive win and immediately bolted, not giving them a chance to win anything back. Now, seeing Lux's smug little face paired with Luke's infuriating grin, Kahina felt like she was looking at two copies of the same person. The prince had completely corrupted her. Luke had absolutely zero self-awareness. He even turned back and looked down on the blonde girl with open disdain. Lux returned the look with equal disdain and a little arrogance too. Luke immediately understood. Give her a few days without consequences, and she got cocky again. The corner of his mouth curled. A few rounds. Feeling like her luck was blazing hot, Lux said confidently, "Fine. I'm taking all three of you today." Kahina and Sona exchanged a look and agreed as well. The four of them sat at the mahjong table, and the clatter of tiles being shuffled drifted out of the living room again and again. By nightfall, with the final self-drawn win, Luke stood, smiling brightly. It's late. Time to make dinner. That officially ended today's mahjong. He turned and headed for the kitchen. Lux collapsed onto the table, looking like she was on the verge of tears. Kahina and Sona didn't look much better. They patted their empty pockets, their hearts aching. Another day of Luke winning it all. And the crown guard girl, who'd started the night overflowing with confidence, had completely spiraled after she'd fed Luke 2 monster 32 fen wins. In the end, even the money she'd won earlier was gone straight into Luke's pocket. Only Fiora, who hadn't gotten a seat at the table, escaped disaster. She wore a faintly relieved expression. Still, a fragrant, delicious dinner soothed their wounded spirits. And the hot spring afterward healed the rest. In the steaming pool, today's soak was a rosy medicinal wine bath, tinting the spring a soft pink. Several pale silhouettes moved through the perfectly warm water, sending up splashes and ripples, along with bright, clear laughter and conversation. Luke soaked alone in the left side pool, sipping a decent cup of clear liquor while a gentle heat wrapped around his body. After he finished the cup, he leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. The girls' chatter carried from the pool on the right, and he didn't find it noisy at all. When enough time had passed, Luke opened his eyes and stood. Water streamed off him in heavy sheets, splashing loudly. The talking on the right cut off instantly. Whenever that happened, the girls knew it meant today's soak was over. Luke walked toward the clothes rack as he said, "Soak 5 more minutes and get out. If you get dizzy, don't blame me." This bath had a real kick. Hot springs opened your pores, and the medicinal mixture included alcohol. If you soaked too long, you really could get lightheaded. He wasn't joking. Lux, who handled alcohol the worst, had fainted once early on. At first, just the smell made her feel floaty. She'd gotten a little better with time, but still. Hearing Luke, the right side pool filled with the sound of people standing, water sloshing as they rose. Clearly none of them planned to soak longer. 5 minutes more or less made no real difference anyway. Then a cool breeze swept through. "Ugh, so cold," Lux's voice complained, and she immediately started running barefoot across the floor, little feet pattering quickly. Kahina's worried voice followed. "Lux, slow down." The weather was drifting farther and farther from summer. You could already feel the chill creeping in. Luke finished dressing and waited. Soon the girls emerged one after another. Standing together, all of them looked flushed, their eyes carrying a lazy softness even they didn't seem aware of. Their hair was still slightly damp. That faint, tipsy warmth from the bath lingered on them. But their minds were clear, and they returned to the main house. Sitting on the sofa, Luke counted the days in his head, then looked at Fiora. "Need another session today?" Over the past few days, he'd done the treatment for Fiora twice already. It worked, of course. Just not as noticeably as it did for Sona. After 2 sessions, Sona's shoulders had already felt lighter, and that improvement had held. Fiora had been training harder lately, so her shoulders and lower back still hadn't fully eased up. At Luke's question, Fiora thought for a moment, then nodded lightly. "After today the effect should be obvious," Luke said, standing. He went to prepare. He headed into an unused bedroom on the first floor. An extra massage table had been placed inside, set up in advance. Not long after, Fiora pushed the door open and stepped in, then closed it behind her. For some reason, moments like this always made the atmosphere feel a little. Looking at Luke's back, she felt something like a current running through her. It was a sensation she'd never experienced before. Even after 2 sessions, Fiora still hadn't gotten used to it. "All right," Luke said, turning. "Get on the table." Fiora met his clear eyes, those eyes that always seemed to carry a quiet smile, and nodded again. She walked to the table, took off her shoes, and sat down. Then she looked at Luke in silence, as if saying something without words. Luke turned around. Behind him, soft rustling sounds followed. Fiora was removing her clothes. After a moment, her voice came quiet, controlled, and faintly trembling despite its usual coolness. Luke turned back. Fiora was lying on her stomach on the massage table. Her back was flawless and bare, her slim waist toned and firm with the kind of athletic beauty that made it hard to look away. Since she'd just come from the bath, her skin was pale with a rosy warmth, smooth and luminous like polished jade. No matter how many times Luke saw it, he always wanted to say it. With a body like that, it was a shame not to give her the full sports treatment package. He stepped closer, lit a scented stick he'd prepared, and soon a clean, calming fragrance filled the room. Then he opened a case, took out a silver needle, and warmed it briefly over the flame. His gaze settled on Fiora's back. Without hesitation, he placed the first needle. The instant it hit the right spot, Fiora's body trembled slightly, and a small, involuntary sound slipped from her throat. Warmth spread from the needle, tightening her nerves even more. She knew Luke had a clear view of her back. The first time embarrassment wasn't as intense anymore, but it was still there. And after all, he'd already seen her, and the others in their bathing outfits more than once. So it wasn't that unbearable just. This situation still made her feel flustered in a way she couldn't adapt to. A faint blush rose across her usually icy face, like the afterglow of wine. She buried her face in the pillow and silently begged for it to end quickly. Before long, warmth bloomed across multiple points on her back. Silver needles stood in neat places along her skin. Luke looked relaxed the entire time. With his level of medical skill, this was effortless, no pressure at all. When the last needle went in, the needling portion was complete. Seeing how tense Fiora still was, Luke chuckled. You should relax. If you keep tensing up, don't blame me if the results aren't as good. Fiora answered softly, But her body didn't loosen even slightly. She remained rigid. Luke didn't press it. He walked down toward the foot of the table, his eyes landing on Fiora's feet. After days of adjustment and correction, they were nearly perfect. Smooth, pale, refined, the arch graceful, the heel rounded, the toes aligned neatly. Even if Luke wasn't someone who obsessed over feet, he still felt like praising the man, at the same time, praising his own craftsmanship. Next is the alignment work, Luke said. Pretty much the last time. He placed his hand on her right foot, and held it firmly. It felt soft and delicate, and Fiora's body trembled again. Then Luke didn't hesitate. 2 quick cracks, clean, controlled. Then he switched to the other foot. A few motions later, it was done. In 20 minutes I'll come back to remove the needles, Luke said, taking one more appreciative glance before turning toward the door. Stay where you are. He stepped out and closed the door behind him. Inside the room, Fiora's body finally released all at once. She bit her lip hard, barely stopping a sound from escaping. The cool clarity in her eyes melted into something softer, like water. That electric, prickling sensation still refused to fade. And when she realized today was the last time, she felt relieved, yet, strangely, a little reluctant at the same time. // check out my P at tray 0 and for 20 extra chapters on all my fanfics / www.com/Raziel0810. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, When We Meet Again, Be Happy. 2855 words. 20 minutes later, Luke pushed the door open and walked back into the room. A clean, soothing incense scent hung in the air. Fiora lay quietly on the massage table, her body fully relaxed. He took a couple of steps closer and realized she'd fallen asleep. Her sleeping face felt like morning sunlight spilling into his chest, pure, gentle, and stunningly beautiful. It was the first time Luke had seriously studied the swordmistress's sleeping expression, and he couldn't help looking a little longer, admiration filling his eyes. That usually cold, untouchable beauty softened after she drifted off, gaining a tranquil, dreamy warmth. Her soft, rosy lips were slightly parted, and her breathing made her body rise and fall faintly. Maybe she sensed his gaze. Fiora's long eyelashes trembled, and the next second, she slowly opened her eyes only to find Luke smiling at her. A blush crept onto her cheeks. She immediately realized she'd fallen asleep without any guard up. Thankfully, her position hadn't changed. She steadied herself and asked calmly, "Is it time?" Luke answered, his eyes moving to Fiora's back. Her flawless pale skin was slicked with tiny, crystal-like beads of sweat, making it look even softer. He reached out and removed the needles one by one. Fiora buried her face in the pillow, feeling her back loosen bit by bit. When there was no more movement, Luke's voice came again. "I'm heading out first." After the sound of the door opening and closing, Fiora finally sat up from the massage table. Her bare upper body added a faint, sensual heat to the room. She looked toward the doorway, slowed her slightly quick breathing, and a strange light flickered in her eyes. Then she reached for a towel on the nearby table and slowly wiped the sweat from her skin. At the same time, she could feel the immediate effect of the acupuncture far stronger than the previous 2 sessions. Her entire body felt lighter than ever. Strength filled every part of her, and when she moved, there wasn't the slightest stiffness. After 3 treatments, it felt like her strength could advance a full step forward. After a while, Fiora walked out of the room. The other women looked up, and it was obvious she seemed even more refreshed than usual. Sona and Kahina had experienced acupuncture before, so they understood exactly what that feeling was like. Only Lux, who hadn't tried it yet, had curiosity flicker in her eyes. After all, Lux didn't have any issues. Her training wasn't nearly as intense as Kahina's or Fiora's, and she didn't feel any pressure on her shoulders either. So there was no real need for it. Fiora saw Lux, Sona, and Kahina playing a quick card game. Luke sat nearby watching, so Fiora sat across from him, cleared space on the table, set the board out, and stared at him in challenge. Remembering she still owed nearly 20 days and the humiliation from last time, she spoke up sharply. With stakes. She'd been grinding her board skills day and night for so long. Today she wasn't the same as before. Facing Luke again, she was confident she could beat him. Luke saw that provocative look from the sword mistress, coughed once, and shifted his gaze away, focusing on Lux's hand instead. Miss Crownguard's got a good hand this round. He put on an exaggeratedly serious, watching the cards expression. Fiora didn't suspect anything at first. But soon, the hand was over. She kept her patience and said, "Now can we play?" Luke replied, "One more." So they watched another hand. After that, with most of her patience gone, Fiora asked again, "Now?" Luke stretched and yawned. "Feels like it's getting late. How about we just rest today?" Fiora's brows lifted, and her eyes turned cold in an instant. Now she understood this bastard clearly didn't want to play her. He was deliberately dodging. She'd worked so hard on her board skills precisely to avenge the humiliation she'd suffered that day. And now that she finally had the strength to do it, he refused to play. Heat flared in her chest. Fiora clenched her teeth and said icily, "Tonight, you either go outside and spar with me, or you sit here and play the board." Luke's expression stiffened. "Isn't this blackmail?" Fiora stared at him. "And if it is?" Luke looked helpless. "Let's play. 2 games. The truth was, he couldn't beat this sword mistress in a real fight right now, otherwise he'd definitely teach her a lesson. These past days, with her body improving, Fiora's strength had skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Luke had been slacking off, stagnating in place. And it wasn't just Fiora's strength that had changed. Her 5-in-a-row skill had undergone a real transformation too. When Luke played her now, he could feel the pressure. He even had the faint sense that he was starting to lose ground. If this kept going, sooner or later he'd crash and burn. But with her like this tonight, he had no choice but to play. So the fierce clash began almost immediately. The commotion drew Lux and the other 2 women's attention. They set their cards aside and watched the match. It was only 5 in a row, but the battle was intensely sharp, both players evenly matched, trading blows, neither giving an inch. Even the spectators could feel the pressure. Fiora stayed focused the entire time, her gaze locked to the board without wavering. Luke was the same. Sometimes, beads of sweat even fell onto the board from their hands. 20 minutes later. I told you I didn't want to play. Now look, 15 more days. What a pain. Luke wiped the sweat from his forehead. At last he dared to curl his lips into a cocky grin, flashing that familiar, infuriatingly smug expression the women all recognized. That kind of smile always made people want to get mad for no reason. Fortunately, this time only Fiora had to suffer it. The other 3 women watched her with sympathy. The sword mistress looked like she was about to crack her teeth from grinding them. Her beautiful eyes practically spat fire. Just a little. It was so close, so close. She clenched her fist unwillingly. This time, she truly felt she was only 1 step away from victory. But he'd found the opening first. Luke didn't care how Fiora felt. He leaned back on the sofa, crossed one leg over the other, and said, I'm heading out the day after tomorrow, so the count pauses until I'm back. But today still counts. I'm ordering you go pour me a cup of tea. Perfect temperature. The more unwilling and furious Fiora was, the stronger the thrill in his chest. Sure, he'd nearly lost, but in the end, he still relied on superior board skill, careful planning, and steady control to secure the win. Faced with Luke's arrogant command, Fiora stood up without a word. She shot him a look that